We will have a little less voice changing mods, a little bit less of the usual stuff, and we're gonna try to get used to this. And this might be a longer session as well. We don't really know when it's gonna end. What happened last time, which is what I was supposed to talk about. What happened last time is we got on a boat. Gendo almost found out that this guy's a little
Sussy.
yeah, and but it turned out okay. He assumed that they were just like some young creatures making love. And we got on this boat, and I know by the end of the session, Sakira had a crazy vision. Backing up a little bit, we got it so that Lennon over here drank some blood. That was hilarious. We got it so that so there's like a little guy named Edward or something like that. Edward's his friend. Eduardo. No, Edward's his friend. What's the other guy's name? Eustace. I don't remember.
Edmund is my buddy.
Edmund's his buddy.
Edward.
Who are you talking about?
There was the little guy who really wants to join us. And then he's not.
The only thing I can think of is Polkar. Oh, you mean Nate's little friend?
Yeah.
Percy? Yeah, Percy.
Yeah, so that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, same difference.
He's not joining you guys, he's just joining the church.
Yeah, so he's coming with us, and
If you split the division.
and then there's a little division with it was Edward, right? Did I get that right?
Edmund.
Yeah, it's the same difference. Edmund and his best friend here had a good conversation, and that's kind of where we left off last session with all those things I said in not chronological.
It's foggy.
It's foggy.
It
is a little foggy.
It is foggy. There was a shark that was dead.
There was a shark that was dead. There was a decrecipit lighthouse along the side of the river.
Yeah, if I remember that, I would have said that one too.
And there was.
Was there a vein that way?
We're really skipping
wasn't
over.
a shark,
We're
it was
really
a
skipping
mechanism
over
of
your
the-
own nightmare.
Oh, it wasn't a
Which
big
took
deal.
up the last 15 minutes.
So this
of
kind of happened all the
this.
time, honestly. This one wasn't super special, except for the fact that it was definitely special and there was a demon in it. But like,
What he's trying to say is he can't remember what the dream was. Cause
okay, so the dream was.
No, he's just trying to
So the
avoid
dream
talking
had a
about
whole
his
bunch of
past.
towers of Sauron, and they were all looking at me with these freaky looking eyes. They were all spiraling around, and my knife was like not reacting. So like I kind of did some rules, and Sakir doesn't think it's the knife, and so it only means that it's something a lot worse. And this thing is just laughing at him and said some like obscure poetry that didn't make a lot of sense. And then he woke up and he's like, "Yeah, that was the demon."
Truly the scariest thing.
That was the devil.
Did
That was the devil.
anybody write down
I
any of the
did.
goofs?
I don't have my notes with
I don't know if you're
I don't
what you're
have my
defining
notes
as goofs, but I
What
did write
what
the
was
dream
said in the
down.
nightmare?
I
My
might have.
slumber will not endure forever, but in life and death I strengthen my tether. My ire set upon your desires, conflict and love, land and fire.
It's
My
great
very
because I
existence
get all this.
gives you power. Through it you could conquer nations, and it will not sour. In weakness you find connection, a pitiful sigh of a lesser reflection. A great war in the depths of Nime, a home and soul divorced in time. A fallen friend, no greater whimsy, and with time you find yourself ever more flimsy. And then Sakir woke up in excruciating pain and a cold sweat, and he will not talk about this to the party.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
There is one that you missed.
Dang.
So a child, a saint, a sinner, a crow, a hunter, a farmer, a lover, a foe.
And I love this one because I think I know what it means, and it means so much.
Lastly, a friend upon you I will show. In quite a time you'll join me. This I know.
I have +1 on saving throws? That's crazy.
+1 on saving throws.
No, mine's 10.
You have a
That would be a
+1 on
crazy
saving
rhyme.
throw.
Just completely breaks the fourth wall.
What does that mean? Jade, you get.
I'm sure there might have been one or two others that you missed, but I have a whole list here, and I don't. You might probably missed one or two, but I don't know which ones.
Oh well.
But I know that one was said.
But you can look back on last week's episode of Inexorables to find out.
Last month.
Last one.
They
It's
don't
been
know.
so
They
long.
don't know.
It's
Yes,
the
they
upload
do.
order.
Yeah, but no, they legitimately don't know how long the gap was between the two.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
like
you can
wait for
s-
months and you upload like 12 at the same time.
Exactly.
So.
Now it's out. Yeah, we're lazy and I can't make schedules work, so we haven't done it for a month.
Jade's just a flaky twink.
Yep.
That's what they keep calling me.
You should see his build. He really is a twin.
Gotta show me your
I
build.
look a little skinnier in camera. I'm actually much thicker in person.
Yeah. He's 400 pounds.
You're really
You'd
just
be
that.
surprised.
Like,
It's the fucking Peter Griffin with the clips behind his back. Holding all the fat back.
Okay.
Ida, who wants to see that?
So we begin our session coming back to it as awoken in a cold sweat after your nightmare, secure. You are in, whether it be one of the bunks or the hammocks of the lower deck of this ship. It is a common sleeping area, so there are others asleep around you. You woke with a bit of a gasp, but not enough to wake up anyone around you. You're not necessarily certain if any of the rest of your party have gone to sleep yet, but you'd be able to find them, at least a few of them in this room. Maybe some are above deck still. I think I remember Thomas specifically saying he was staying up a little bit later. So how does Secure react to this?
There's a second where he does nothing, just trying to process. And then, not really caring too much about noise, he's going to immediately get out of his blankets. He's gonna first throw the knife down on a desk, stop himself, he's gonna pick the knife back up, and he's gonna leave the room. While he's walking up to the top deck to just get some fresh air, he's gonna ask the knife and say, I don't think that was you. Do you want to kill the thing? Do you want to kill the thing that was talking to me last night?
There seems to be no reaction from the knife.
Are you alive? Are you still with me? Did it kill you?
It heats up just a little bit.
Are you scared of that thing?
It goes cold.
I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. Go up to the top deck. Whoever's there.
Him and Edmund. Does anybody else think they would have been staying up?
Edmund and I are just sitting up
kind
top.
of staying up, but I'm definitely like sitting in my bunk.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
I can't believe.
I'm probably saying this half out loud. I just woke up, so I'm not making great decisions. So, like, you might hear me, depending on how well you roll, you might hear me mutter.
Destroyed that. I can't believe that Secure wet the bed and then just decided
It's
to
a
walk.
10.
A 10. So you're kind of in a little hammock in the corner. You kind of try to isolate yourself as much as you can. You're just kind of chilling, and you hear the clink, ding, 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 as this dagger hits a desk across the way. And as you kind of like peek up out of your hammock, you see Secure just kind of shake his head and go back over and almost aggressively pick this dagger back up and begin walking upstairs.
Fucking weirdo.
Rolls over.
No, I'm sitting there because I'm about to like smoke up some incense.
Sure, incense.
Just incense.
Just incense.
Yeah, Edmund and I are literally just like no words being
No.
spoken. Like Edmund and I have been going like maybe a couple hours now where it's like no words are being spoken. We're just sitting there smoking, you know,
Crack.
long bottom leaf pipes. You know,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call tobacco in your world.
And then you hear aggressive marching on the stairs up behind you, and probably
then,
both
yeah.
turn around to see me, and like do a wave, and I move further down the deck.
Oh, we're like sitting on barrels like right next to the railing, so like we
Yeah.
probably saw you on the bot like on down on the lower deck on the ship, like talking to yourself, holding a knife.
Oh,
We
okay.
probably didn't hear you, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
now you walk up.
There's a few members of the crew of this ship still mingling around, just changing the riggings with the winds, and one person's still at the steer, but they're all tired and not really paying much attention to anything else going around. Y'all are weirdos and they know it.
Yeah. But you walk up.
If I don't see you guys, if you as you said, above me looking down, then
They're
yeah.
not hard to spot. Like, this ship doesn't have like super high areas.
Like we set up the barrels where we're practically sitting on the railing that's like looks down into the lower deck. Not lower deck, but like
Stairs.
yeah.
I think Secure right now would have a little bit of tunnel vision, and just walking up. If there's no one like directly in line of sight, he's not gonna look up to see if someone is around. He's just gonna go over to the railing, put the knife away, and he's just gonna sit there. And plan is to be there for a couple minutes before returning to bed.
Edmund just kind of looks over at you like,
Now I look back over at Secure. Are you shaky at all? I'm just kind of looking at you, kind of like, what the hell?
You speak suddenly from behind me.
No.
It's like-
Are you shaky at all? He says,
No. You got
Breath
bed
is
bugs?
quivering.
You got bed bugs?
Yeah.
Yeah, so immediately when you talk, Secures and like turns around his hand on the knife hilt. No, bad dream. No, that's fine.
Wince, like kind of like squints over back at my brother, like at Edmund.
like,
I look back at you.
It's a couple seconds of silence, and he does like turn around to look back up at you guys. What are you guys up?
We're just chilling. You know, just having a good time.
That's good.
Gotta take your mind off something. You look a little sweaty.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not the deck. I can say that. Something worth talking about, maybe. At some point. With the group.
Well, I'll tell you what. Just take a few moments to take your mind off it, and I toss you a spare pipe and the bag of tobacco. So.
Bag of weed.
Bag of weed.
why is it so aggressive?
It's laced.
That's just how they say it in this part of the world.
He's gonna retreat back into the deck, and you hear him just a few moments later come up and join, sitting down by you and Edmund, lighting the pipe, and sitting back with the two of you.
You know, last time we were on a boat with this type of fog. I look at Edmund, and I look back at Secure.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Studying bodies.
Funnily enough, you also had a dagger at that point too. You know.
Last time, yes, I did have the dagger as well. I gave it away last time. If you would like to have a turn at it, you may.
Nah.
Fair enough.
Don't you still have that mini scythe?
Yeah. I tried swinging it around, but I still have no idea what it does.
You know quite a bit about what
Well,
it
I
does.
know quite a bit about what it does. I just don't know what the curse really is.
Yeah, you don't know what the curse is.
I just know that I'm cursed now.
We did it.
So, how did you and Edmund meet? Was it just through the Inexorables?
No. I'd say probably a little while after your whole incident during the war and all the problems that caused. When they brought reinforcements in for everyone we lost during that failed operation of yours, Edmund was part of that crew, and well, we've kind of been working together ever since, so.
I was a part of the third draft of Revedan. I don't know what. I don't remember what draft you were a part of, but.
We volunteered.
But we missed the siege of Icamore, but our platoon made it up for the Battle of the Trinity Way.
Yeah, I don't look back on my armor days very fondly. It felt like a forced attempt to find meaning in a new life. Seems it worked out for you. You found something. Good. Anyway, I didn't want to interrupt.
I don't know if you interrupted anything at all, so.
No, your brother is quite boring to be around.
Amen. He stands up. He's gonna hand you back the pipe. Says, "Thank you for that. I'll try to sleep better."
You can always share bunks like we were children if you have another nightmare, buddy, okay?
Sounds good. Don't try out that bald-headed plunger thing you were talking about earlier, though. He descends down to the deck. The souffle.
The Concordian souffle!
Luckily, there are no Harlequins on this ship this time around, so.
At least we're pretty safe.
And technically they weren't on the ship last time either.
No, we have wing.
Have you seen his new tiara?
Beautiful.
Alright. Yeah, no, I'll head back to bed.
Alright. So, heading back to bed, you all awake in the morning. Wayne, so you were burning incense the night.
Yeah. Before I went to bed, I wanted to cast divination.
Okay.
Woohoo!
What would you like to attempt to divine?
The priest.
I'm going to just say a quick short prayer because he doesn't know what to do exactly because he just learned this.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to ask one simple question and go, Daddy, how do I fix Sakir's demon?
Let me pull up divination to remember all the rules.
And remember his exact wording.
To Kellamvort, saying daddy is crazy work.
I don't even know that.
He is a
I
splinter
only know,
fish.
I only know one godmam and he doesn't wear it.
It's like the true neutral god of death and justice.
And justice.
Quite no.
When you think of like the scales balance and it being truly neutral, that's Kellamvort. He's the Anubis, you could say.
See how Zach was.
Got it. I got it.
Or at least that shows he's generally good. You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. The GM offers. Wait, this is the legacy. Are you using the legacy or the new?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know if it matters
Yeah.
on this
How do-
one, but
how
I
do you
am
fix-
on.
I thought you could ask questions for like insight on something that's
I
kind
believe
of
it's the new
actively
one.
happening, but
How do we fix?
I think that's a different one.
Can we fix secure in 7 days or less?
well, technically, I mean, we
7
those
days is kind of loose.
A lot of fair.
I'm
long
going
and
to
a knife.
try and
Long
do it
and
in the
a
next 7 days.
within the
What?
next 7 days, he still has a demon, it's like a devil inside of him, so it's like it's actively going on.
Yeah.
Just activate your devil trigger, Jade. Build its power.
All these voices running through my head. What I think would be interesting though is if the dagger is also a demon or devil.
Probably. I
That
mean,
would
it
fix
very
the
much,
wrong thing.
it very much
Say.
is.
It's something.
Mm.
It's something.
I might be thinking more of the commune spell, because the commune spell doesn't have a time limit, but they're also yes or no questions only.
What'd you
Use
use?
one of my little blocks of incense.
So he used the divination spell.
Yeah.
Receiving a truthful reply to a question about a specific goal in the next 7 days.
So, this is a very, very loose thing because as the DM, I have a lot more information, and I can say this is probably not getting solved in the next 7 days. But I'll give you this. You do hear a voice, and almost like a ripple in reality in front of you, this dark gray green opening appears, and you're like in your hammock. You finish this somatic components, your verbal components, and this ripple appears just in front of you, and a voice speaks out to you. This is a challenge lasting longer than the near future. But I will tell you this, my child. Beware the golden merchant quaint attire.
Beware the golden merchant in quaint attire.
Yes.
Define quaint.
Google it.
Alright, looks like that's only a one action spell, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I probably wouldn't be walking in on you.
I will say one thing though. I'm pretty sure that requires a somatic component. So do you think anybody would have been woken up by the chanting?
Well, it does verbal, but like
that's what I meant.
he can do it quietly. It's not that big.
incense in this boat?
Why does it smell so good? I'm used to dog shit and scurvy. Actually, horse shit, because this
I mean,
boat
if we
is
are
actually
sharing a
very
room, I am
close.
gonna walk in
Damn
and immediately be like,
beast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like that under deck area. I watched you walk out, so if you're walking back in, then you're gonna smell the incense.
Oh, yeah.
And be
You
like,
walk
that's
down and-
new. Because it definitely didn't quite smell like that, because I was basically just getting set up as you walked out.
Yeah.
So there's probably still some of the wisps of incense still burning, because incense burns for a bit, even though I'm technically done with the spell.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like
So
you
I-
could probably tell where it's originating from. You see in the back corner, and it's just little smoke wafting towards the open door.
should put that in my drink. It's better than lavender.
You guys have a weird relationship with lavender.
I don't know, I just kind of went with it since the very first scene. I just came up with it on the spot. Secure doesn't like lavender.
You never say that. Commit.
I knew from the very beginning that I was going to get characters surrounded by the taste of lavender.
And he would hate it every second of it. All right.
Every
So-
encounter now, it's just enemies have lavender on them.
So, Wayne's done. He's divined his question. Secure's going back to bed. How much longer will it be until Rikus intends on sleeping? I'd say it's probably maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning at this point. Your expected arrival time is just before noon.
Well, yeah. We're playing it like. We're both planning to kind of wrap it up here shortly. But I do turn to Edmund as I'm starting to extinguish my pipe and clean it out and things like that.
That's canon now.
It's canon.
What is?
The meme he sent.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, I'm not looking at the memes. I should have those pulled up.
It's canon now.
Well, if you remember when Warden would always use the divination spell, he would get a face. There would be a full ass face in front of him.
Yep.
With the body of a snake.
With the
Buddy
buddy
with
snake. I think it's snake. Yes.
Anyways, even after all this time, I still find it difficult to talk to him.
Have you ever tried talking to him?
You know, you bring up a really good point. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it in that way, I guess.
To put it simply, Rikus, I never had brothers. I only had 3 younger sisters, and that was a terrifying concept in my life. One of the many reasons why I joined, or accepted the draft with such glee. But he is your younger brother. But to be entirely honest, you're not being very big brotherly, or at least it doesn't seem like it. Yes, in some ways he did abandon you, but I could guarantee he feels that abandonment goes both ways. Or at least that's what I'm seeing in this situation.
I just think there's just so much to unpack. I don't really know where to start.
In the simplest terms, you start with the smallest objects. socks and undergarments, generally. Then you move on to the big ticket items.
Like a plunger.
Yes. Just don't pull the grenade to start.
You know, I bet he'd find it really funny though. How many times he's collapsed in combat recently?
Whose fault is that?
No, it's not my fault at all.
Are you sure about that?
Um,
I think we need to work on target allocation.
I understand you have only been back together for a few weeks now, if that. But it is something you should likely try to repair sooner rather than later. It seems like you were able to get along, at least. When I first kicked Sakira in the balls, you guys seemed extensively more untoward to each other.
he was still kind of mind controlled at that point, so
Absolutely.
thought I could try to knock it out of him, but
Generally, punching doesn't work very well in those situations.
well, I would have tried a gun, but unfortunately, due to city law, would have been frowned upon.
True.
It's not like it'd be the first time I've shot him, whether it be with a gun or an arrow.
Did that
There's
even get
no
picked
way
up?
the mic picked that up. That was so quiet.
Now I wish I
Okay.
brought my Nerf gun home so I could shoot him.
We had quite a culturally different childhood than the material plane.
From what little I've heard, that seems accurate.
It's probably why he and I are able to at least somewhat get along with the different hordes. The culture there was similar, but I still can't tell if I miss that dark and dreary plain.
Well, from how you describe it, it doesn't sound like you miss the place, but rather you miss a few certain things about the place. But I am but a human. And as he says that, he kind of starts packing up his pipe. And because I am a human, I need sleep.
Yep, I'm gonna make my way down there as well. But Rikus,
Someone's burning incense down there.
I could only assume who that is. And
I
I
wonder what his assumption is.
and packs his pipe away, but then pulls out his Edmund knows. He pulls out his lucky stone and he's kind of just rubbing it, and it's kind of like kind of just holding on to it and looking up in the sky. I wonder how old she is now. How many years has it been since we've left? I don't know.
I wonder if she has my mother's features.
He kind of sniffles a little bit and shakes himself. Puts it back in the pocket and makes his way downstairs.
So as they go to sleep, Edmund's not waking up until you guys are pretty much there soon enough.
Therapist friend.
Edmund the therapist. Edmund has very high insight.
Yeah.
Well, the therapist friend.
He's
Yeah.
also a ranger,
He's got that wisdom.
so like, makes sense.
So, as you all wake, I would say, Leopold, you're the first to awake, since you were probably one of the earlier to go to bed.
Yeah, and I didn't wake up like everybody else except for Lennon, who also needs 8 hours of sleep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you're the first to awake, probably really early in the morning, unnecessarily early, like 4 or 5. So Secure and Rikus only went to bed an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So as you kind of wake up, most of the ship is still asleep. Are there anything in particular you want to do before people wake up, or just kind of?
Probably, cruise around the deck, see if there's anything interesting on the river for a little bit. But assuming there is nothing interesting on the river,
Go ahead and roll your perception check.
it is, what's my perception modifier? That is, I have advantage on that. That is a 17.
A 17. So nothing particularly interesting, but you do note one thing. You're approaching one of the more narrow sections of this river. And so as you're going through, you kind of get up and you just walk along the deck for 10, 20 minutes. And the biggest thing that catches your eye is the sheer amount of ships. Not only coming from Suno, but also that you can see behind you along this river, which, as we've discussed, is debatable whether it's even correct to call it a river just due to how wide it is. But regardless, you see upwards of 40 ships within 30 minutes on this river. And maybe only a quarter of which are actually heading away from Suno. Like, you see multiple ships that you're catching up on, you see multiple ships behind you. The people begin to adjust the riggings to slow the ship down to kind of go into lockstep with all the other ships. This is a lot of travel, and you know that this river is the primary economic way of efficiency inside of this country.
Mhm.
But even for that, this is the Festival of the Rise. This is a very important
Yeah.
festival. A lot of ships are coming for this.
That knowledge, is secured, I'll probably just go down. Of course, it's rather unfortunate that my dwarvish friend, whose names I am blanking on, Theovold.
Yep.
It's rather unfortunate he's a dwarf, so he's still going to be asleep, but I can still probably do some drafting on a few ideas that I have. Maybe some of the things that were Arc Thrower, maybe something else that I got cooking up.
Yeah. Alright.
It's just gonna be, hunched over a desk, drafting.
So Lennon would be the next to awake. You went to bed early,
Yeah.
remember?
Yeah, well, Lynn has to go to bed. I don't know.
Lennon does have to go to bed early. Does Lennon want to keep working on the note
Yes.
when he wakes up?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's kind of annoyed that he didn't make any progress. I'm like,
Okay, you want to go ahead and give me rolls on
Oh,
that?
okay, what was it again?
I'm going to say it's an investigation
Alright.
along with... Yeah, let's just call it an investigation check.
Alright.
We might have done more in the past and evened out, but let's just keep it investigations.
Gotta figure out how this works.
Sakir did make some progress the last time he touched it,
20.
so he's got some notes. Natural 20?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to send you something real quick then. You
No,
don't have
I'm-
Discord pulled up, do you?
Yeah, I have it.
You have it pulled up.
I just can't like open voice chat basically.
Okay, will do. So let me send this to you. Let me scroll
I wasn't
down.
expecting you.
So the first half of the note
Second one, I suppose.
was sent to
I sleep,
Jade.
bro. What do you
I'm
mean?
gonna send that to you real quick.
I mean, unlike you elves, I do have to sleep at reasonable times.
My
So,
point exactly. I was
trust me, I
expecting
would-
somebody else would have gone to sleep earlier and would have woken up before you.
So I just sent you the second half of the note. Jade has the first half.
I believe I did also send the first half out into the main chat. I could be wrong.
You possibly did.
Oh!
Or maybe I only sent it to Aiden.
Oh my god. Hmm.
Is it a whole bunch of random letters?
Yeah,
That would be
sure.
really funny.
Hmm.
So you deciphered it and it's another
As-
cipher.
As I'm talking to Leopold, I'll be like, oh, that's something to save for later. I've got some news for the group later, Leopold. This will be an interesting
it's not going to be good news, is it?
one. I mean, it could be good news. It could also be another way we get stabbed in the back, but
It's always going to be the right one, isn't it?
It's Varus. What do you expect?
True. I better expedite this project then.
Yeah. So.
At the very least, we have the translation done. Know about it now.
Yes. Yeah. That's probably good.
I'll say. Do you want to potentially give your input on this? So for context, this is me in character creating the steel defender that you can make as an artillerist artificer. Well, I was thinking that we might need more support on the front line. So I'm trying to.
That was so.
Someone mentally flashbanged me. I forgot what I was going to say. So, I was thinking you might need more support on the front line.
This is true.
You can't exactly use all of guns in melee range, but
I mean, we could try.
yes, but I was thinking about applying my magical abilities in other ways. For example, if this does what I believe it should, and granted I'll need to build a working prototype and test it, it should create a sort of shielding effect on you, being able to let you take more hits. You and Sakia.
Yeah. Oh, that might be useful.
Yeah.
It's like an automatic thing, or just we put it on?
It will be its own free roaming
Oh.
thing, because I need to make sure that it can get to both of you. But I guess I haven't really done any sort of mobility system like this before, and that's honestly where 75% of the work is going. The actual interesting like the shield part of it, that was surprisingly easy, but of course Theobald can help, but we're both gunsmiths. It's not like this is an area of expertise.
So what do you need? What do you need my opinion on? Just
Just
mobility
the,
in general, or just
concept in
concept?
general, just being able to work around it tactics-wise.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely quite useful. It's kind of an awkward one because Secure's obviously the front line. I'm sort of in the middle spot, and everyone else is in the back.
Well, yes, but you, again, being in that middle spot, you tend to take more hits than the rest of us.
Unfortunately.
And of course, this
Yeah.
thing, if I want the shielding to have any sort of power, I can't have it be at that large of a range, so that might, I guess it could cause you to be a bit more frontline than you normally would, but,
It just depends on. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like everything's a bit situational depending on the encounter.
True, and one of the rather annoying things is that, shuffles through some of those papers. Here, so this is the, without overcomplicating things, it is the central magical battery of this.
Oh.
I really only have enough power to power one thing with this, and if you'll note my arm cannon, this is also currently using the same battery, so I'm gonna have to scrap this. Well, not entirely scrap. It'll be able to, with a few modifications, I should be able to more or less hot swap it, but I just can't have them both at once.
It's like in combat or in between.
I wasn't. I was thinking in between, but I don't know how hot swapping mid combat would work. I suppose if I were to make 2 packs, it would be more so than a matter of swapping where I'm focusing my magical energy.
Like a concentration type.
Not as intensive, but similar effect, yes.
Well, it could be useful. I think if it would be a useful like addition to the team. Very very much combat oriented. Sorry. But
Probably something posted in the in-session meetings.
yeah,
Continue.
it's entirely. I think it's entirely situational. Like, if we know we're going into something where we're investigating.
It's John America. There's no.
Yes, but I guess
It's useful to have.
yes, and it definitely is useful. I guess just I want to make sure I'm doing everything I can to make sure everybody's safe and that nobody else dies.
I mean, given how Sakio and I go down every encounter.
Yeah, we've had our stretch of good luck, but I mean, with Pax's death, I don't know how long that luck's going to hold out.
I mean, that was, in a sense, that was exception to the rules. We. I mean, we definitely didn't plan on getting locked into combat against a vampire lord in team.
Well, yes, but there are so many things that can happen that we don't plan on, but we have to plan around.
Yeah. I mean, in the future, it's one of those things where in the future, at that point, we probably should retreat instead of. I mean, this was an exception.
Say, yes, but retreat wasn't an option.
Yeah.
And there's very likely to be chances that retreat won't be an option in the future. If we go to Kandura and fight that cult again, who knows what other sort of rituals they may have. We might have to step up and stop that, and I don't want the next time we stop one of those rituals to end in one of our deaths.
I mean, given my history with cult rituals, it probably will end in a death. But
Do you know a lot about those?
oh, sorry, Professor Lycus never told you?
Told me what?
Oh, I come from Kandura.
Well, I guess I knew you came from Kandura, but just
Yes.
because you come from Kandura,
I'm the son of a leader of a cult.
No, that one is news to me.
We had this meeting last time we talked to Lycus.
I legitimately forgot that. I remember that being mentioned, but I thought that was something mentioned out of character, not something mentioned in character. Womp womp.
No, like
Dude, that's like the epitome of hearing one of your like people that you're working with at work be like, yeah, I'm the son of a Scientologist leader.
Brother's like, yeah, I'm the son of Kim Jong Un. I escaped North Korea at 4.
why do you think my magic is weak?
I mean, I never particularly investigated magic too heavily. I just assumed you were, competent and knew what you were doing. I mean, I don't exactly investigate Wayne's magic or whatever Sakir and Rikus do with blood.
Don't you find it odd that despite us being sorcerers, we have highly specific religious and or ritualistic magic that are normally reserved for clerics?
Both you and Wayne? Are you saying Wayne's also the son of a Kundaran?
No, I'm saying that he's
Nothing was from the Astral Sea.
No, I'm saying he's more his source of magic is more divine.
And yours is as well?
No, mine is more ritualistic.
This is the dichotomy of an overthinker versus a practical thinker.
Two lawful characters. Completely different sides of lawful.
Right.
So,
Lawful men.
I guess I don't necessarily want to pry too much, but is there anything, if we are going to go to Kandura, that we should know about regarding your family?
Don't go in the basement.
Is that, whatever in the basement will kill me, or is it I'm going to get killed for seeing what's in the basement? Or is that I don't want to see what's in the
You don't
basement?
want to see.
Okay.
Let's just say there's a reason the flying fist is flying.
I didn't know it was called the Flying Fist before, assuming that it wasn't mentioned.
No.
That was not mentioned.
No, it wasn't ever mentioned.
Remind me also to prepare Featherfall if we ever need to
Oh, I
jump
have
off and make a quick getaway.
Oh, I have it.
Always helpful to be redundant.
Always helpful to be redundant.
Anyway. Where were we?
What a strange echo.
Anyways, where were we? Yeah, this will be useful.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I also had some ideas for flamethrower modification, but that's a little less pressing now.
Blueberries are good.
By the way, can I have a bit of your blood?
Some blueberry or
Is
So
he
Sakir and Rikus, now you
now?
need it for.
I'll just cut off there. Cut the scene there.
Can I have some blood?
Yeah.
Cutscene. End scene. So
Laugh
as
track.
Well, we have to know if I give it to him.
No,
Do you?
it's more of a joke.
Okay.
What? Wrong show.
All right. So as that scene
We
closes,
need to get around to watching Red vs. Blue one of these days.
Yeah.
sure. So the rest of you guys wake up sometime around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Most of the rest of the crew is up and moving around. What would you guys like to start your days with?
Am I rested?
Yeah, you're rested. Nightmares do not return to you.
Sweet. Knife also doesn't return to me. I leave it on the table and I go to bed.
Okay.
Just in case.
Just burn through the floor.
Snuggled right up next to you.
There's a hole in the ship. It's just like a
It's just a
dagger-sized
knife-shaped.
hole that has just fallen through the table and gone through the floor.
On its side, not even blade deck, just
Right.
on its side.
Alright, sorry. I think I would like to investigate the new things that I just attuned to.
Okay. What have you just attuned to?
These would be
The little pink rabbit.
so
Beautiful.
a dagger of undeath's vengeance. Had I already attuned to that?
That is the dagger. Yes, you've attuned to it.
Yeah, I wasn't just carrying. I've now attuned to it.
You attuned to it last night.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And the
Right.
other one is the blood spike great axe,
Yes.
which I would like to attune to.
Which I don't know why. You want to attune to it. Mr. +1 in
How many
strength.
attunement slots do you have?
Oh, I had to drop one.
So everybody gets 3 unless you're an artificer, like me.
I love how you're attuning to a weapon that you're likely never going to use. That is cursed.
How was I gonna figure out what it does?
We can remove the curse later.
Don't you guys know what it can do, or at least some of what you can do with it?
Wait, are all cursed items? Can you not unattune to cursed items?
Depends on the curse.
Was this kind of risky?
I mean,
It's a
I
curse
mean, it's
item.
cursed item.
Secure's kind of stupid, so.
He's not stupid. He's plus 3.
With 17, he's
His
played
wisdom
stupid.
is 0.
He's played stupid.
No, his wisdom's no. He's played higher intelligence, low wisdom.
Sure.
Be specific.
If you keep telling yourself that.
I
You're
think
welcome
wisdom
to
is what
attune.
defines whether or not you decide it's a good idea.
Yeah, so I look at it, I'm
Curse of
like-
Undying, where
This
you
is
can't-
pretty good.
I'm like, this could force me to attune to it. That would really suck. With that said,
It's pretty
With
good.
that said, attunes to the axe.
yes.
This axe could come in handy. Could be cursed. Eh.
Okay. So I already have some of its description. I would have a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with the weapon, extra necrotic damage. I can do a sanguine draw once per day, which they have to make a DC 17 saving throw, and on failed save they take more necrotic damage, and I heal twice the damage dealt. But however, I think this is the curse. The weapon is hungry for my essence as well. You immediately take a level of exhaustion, and all healing is half as effective until your next long rest.
That is part of the curse.
It's part of the. Oh, I
When
think
I-
actually that's supposed to not even be the curse. I think that's just supposed to be
That is a
part,
part of that
the
effect.
ability. So once per day, I get to do that and steal a whole bunch of life force from someone. But then from then on, I immediately take a level of exhaustion, and healing is half as effective.
Yeah. That is part of the bads
Okay.
on the item.
I will start. Yeah, I'm gonna
When
start
everything
studying.
was identified, that's the part that is revealed. That's why you can see it and read it.
Cool. Cool. I would like to investigate what the actual curse is throughout the day.
Okay.
However, that can be a thing I find.
I'm not entirely certain how you're going to.
I do not intend to be attuned to it tomorrow. I tend
Okay.
to switch back.
You intend to try and switch back. Okay.
Let's have a practice combat situation to figure out what the curse is.
Let's see this.
Let's
kill.
full
We're trying
kill
to
Secure.
unattune.
and
He
see
hits
what
someone
happens.
and dies.
Wayne, let's practice our healing magic.
It's got a double active whereas a 1 in 31 chance to just fucking kill him.
Alright, so you wake up doing that. So, Wayne, Rikus, as you guys awake,
I'm gonna go find Secure.
you wake up, you turn around, get out of your hammock, and Secure is just standing there with an axe in his hand. A big axe.
Also, I will say that's for contact, or just for scene clarifying purpose. Is the conversation that is about to happen within earshot of like
You
all
guys
of the
are in a
desks that are on the
different.
side of the room?
You guys are kind of across the way a little bit. If they're quiet, they can keep it to themselves, but
Okay.
that's up to them.
I'm not intentionally keeping it quiet, but I'm definitely not like intentionally raising my voice either.
Okay.
So
You don't think he would.
potentially high passives would hear it, and low passives wouldn't. But
I was gonna say I feel like you guys are talking some pretty technical stuff. Unless you intend to turn and actively listen in on the conversation, you're probably not going to catch most of it.
Just gonna kind of walk up and be like, nice axe.
You and me.
That is to be determined.
What's it do?
Okay. Picks it up, swings it. It's lighter than it looks. But we saw it in combat. It was able to draw some life force from people. I don't know. I'd have to test it out. I think it's cursed.
Quality.
Sure.
What's one demon for another demon and a last demon?
Devils, but yes.
On that note, I talked to Big Daddy Kellenvor, and he said that it's going to take a while,
I didn't expect to ever get rid of it.
but it is possible. And the golden merchant with the quaint attire is a bad guy, so kill him on sight. He's done some bad stuff.
Golden merchant with. Wait, no, I don't understand. What are you talking about? What's that?
Oh, I learned a new spell.
Okay.
I can commune directly with Big Daddy Kellenvor.
You were not able to talk to your god before.
I listen to the wind, as one has put it in the past. It's a feeling. You can talk to him, but like you don't get the words, kind of thing. You know?
Sure.
Well, now I can ask him specific questions. And I asked him how to fix your demon.
You were the head of a church and you never talked to the god that you serve.
I did, just not in the way that you're thinking talk. Semantics. That's beside the point. You're missing the point here. You're missing the point. If we see a merchant in gold, quaint attire, he needs to die.
According to a god that you've served for a long time and you just now had your first conversation with.
And why was it
Not
not
quite. Not quite. Again, he's done bad things, and we need to kill him, and it'll somehow help your demon.
Go ahead and roll an insight, Sakir.
I'm doing that right now, yeah. Okay. Flat roll.
You're not technically lying, but it's not in.
This
you're-
is
you're
what he
adding
took
on.
away
So
from it.
persuasion. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. I just want to
Persuasion?
see how persuasive you are in terms of
They're
your lockdown.
mine.
Oh.
You left them
When
here.
did you get them?
You got them out of that tray.
Wow.
They look cool. They look the back.
Well,
I mean, if you need
With
them
a
for
plus
the rest
8.
of the session,
I
I was
don't
trying
know
to
how
ruin the
good
die
it is.
rolls.
sorry. You
I
probably
don't
shouldn't
roll the
roll
ball.
that
Don't
one
roll
on.
the die
Don't
on
roll
the-
that one on that one.
Good lord.
I have plastic ones for the specific reason.
Okay.
I mean, it'll survive just fine, but you'll mark
You
it
can
out.
roll over here.
Okay, I'll do that. Should that roll
We're all
not
like
count and I
in the same
reroll?
room,
If you-
right?
Here, you.
Say,
Bring me
I
my
know the
backpack.
two of us are on the other
Yeah.
side of the room.
We
I
just-
don't know about
Like,
right.
is this the same room with like all our hammocks and stuff?
Aiden, grab
But it's
my
not a
backpack.
very
Four.
large sleeping
What?
area.
You grab my backpack.
Yeah.
It should be underneath you somewhere, or behind you. It's a
Your
great
Right, 'cause-
laptop's right here as
Yes.
well.
You just see Leopold and Lynn just
You
like.
want me to take your plastic ones? And you can take these
Yeah.
back.
Okay, where do my dice tray?
Rikus
I
is just
don't-
like
I
in
didn't
his
see- I
hammock.
didn't see any tens over there, so I just grabbed this as a 10.
Oh, it's just literally my whole dice. Yeah. Yeah, because
Good.
literally
You just leave. You just.
Well, yeah,
left
I
out.
left it here because I don't use it for any other thing. Like my laptop.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, his laptop
Yeah,
right here.
my
He has two
crappy
laptops.
laptop. Yeah.
Yeah, Rikus is just like
You just
chilling in
the
his
dice tray.
hammock, just like kind of like
Alright.
this, kind of like looking out and watching everybody.
Probably
Just like
use
use
French
it on
code.
a surface.
Draw me like
Like, yeah, also
I'm kinda like
this
this
close.
like there.
I'm like halfway listening to them, but more listening to them.
Well, I'm
and
pretty
I'm
sure.
like,
I don't know if you're within earshot of us, because
The
we're
room
not
is-
like super loud.
Yeah. You're a high enough perception character.
I mean,
That's also
my
very-
passive is 20, so.
Yeah.
In talking to
And then-
Zakir, you can see on his face like highly skeptical about like the whole thing. Very more likely than not, if we see a merchant in gold, Zakir might actually try to keep you from killing them, just to question whoever this person is. And even then, he doesn't think we're ever going to meet a merchant in gold.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
As long as it's not an old man in gold with like a few birds following around.
It's the Mr. Midas touched himself. Touched himself. That's not what I meant to
If
say.
Midas did.
Oh. Alright, so as everyone has awoken, is there any pertinent conversations people would like to have before we arrive at Suno?
Yeah, I do.
I'll say I have, I don't know, potentially 2 things.
He meant, I believe, not.
No, I meant.
He meant pertinent.
I'm wondering what pertinent means.
What does slow mean?
So,
Jade
so-
immediately hits the.
I was just wondering, doesn't learn what pertinent means.
So, 2 things. One, does Ernst Falkington ever come for a conversation?
He is awake at this point. He doesn't seem to be avoiding you, but he's on deck. Go ahead and roll a perception check. The first time you get up and you see Ernest, you step up and you see Ernest. You see his personal guard, who is standing there in his Starry Night armor, and you kind of look over, and Ernest very, very subtly kind of looks at you, and then just kind of motions towards his guard. Go ahead and roll an insight for me.
That's gonna be worse than my perception. Don't have any bonuses too, so this is just a flat roll.
This
And
won't
I
be an
really
incredibly high.
want to roll my dice right. Ooh, natural 19.
You seem to get the sense that Ernest doesn't want to have a conversation with his guard around. But on a small enough boat, he probably won't be able to either ditch or get away from him until you guys are at casino.
I will, in that case, just nod to, see if I can like subtly nod to Ernest, and then I'll probably spend the remainder of the trip just chatting with Yvonne Thiebold, and I know you want to get to Suna, so we're probably not going to RP out that conversation.
Depends on what you're talking about.
I mean, I wasn't thinking about talking about anything too particularly important.
Okay.
Just more so, chatting away the day with old friends.
Okay, will do. Yep.
We got the Rocky Talkie back from Genda.
Yes.
Jade has it.
And how many other Rocky Talkie? Do we have another extra one?
I think
You
that's
guys had
it.
six
That was
in
the
total.
other one.
That was the extra.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Sakir and ask for the Rocky Talkie. Please. Thank you.
I'm sure. Don't lose it.
Well, we'll see if whoever I give this to does. Well, you sleep better for the rest of the night.
Much better, yes. Cursed, yes.
That was determined, I believe.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, as
You just like are still standing there. So
as was
anything else?
Dagger and well, whatever this blade I have now is. I believe they
Cool.
were all determined to be cursed.
Yep.
It's not a little bit of spice in someone's life. I mean, it's not like our blood's already cursed, but. Thanks, Pappy. Anyways. Is food being served on deck?
There's no complimentary breakfast on
There's
this
no
ship.
complimentary breakfast?
No.
Okay. I tossed him a breakfast bar ration.
What cup?
Wayne,
What
gold
did you
merchant or
post
something,
today?
IDK.
Looks like a JoJo character, to be honest.
Alright, that's how I'm role playing when you guys come across.
You're gonna do a black voice. I want to hear that.
I was about to say something like
Alright guys, I'm gonna say it.
Oh no.
Going to say the N-word.
Anyways,
Oh,
I'm gonna
next.
walk up to the Lenot Down. How do you pronounce that actually?
The not done.
Lenot Down.
I wanna play something.
Lenot Down.
The Brown Jay.
Party. I'm gonna walk up to that party.
Can I put that down?
Yeah, but that's what I was
Can I
thinking.
put that down?
Okay, let's
Lay back down.
Chill.
Morning, Ruckus.
Good morning, everybody.
Sipping a nice cup of tea.
I turn to the others in your party and say, I hope we all rested well.
Yeah, I was the earliest one that was all awake. And then it was Lennon. I'm surprised he beat the rest of you. What time did you go to sleep last night?
I don't have a curfew, but I did go to sleep pretty late.
Just because you don't have a curfew doesn't mean you can't have a healthy sleep schedule.
You do realize that
Come on.
I have spent about 70% or so of my life in an extremely dark environment.
Well, I'm not exactly an expert on Shadowfell. I don't know if they have, I don't know, very dim sun that still gets you, awake in the morning or something.
My lack of melanin says otherwise. Either way,
We know what melanin is in this.
Yeah,
We figured
sure.
it out by magic or something.
Sure, we'll say
Roll
we know
for
what
a
melanin
dictionary check.
I can't believe Becca's not.
By the melon in my skin.
By the melons in my skin.
Speak friend and enter.
either way, I turn to the other two. I hope you're doing well on this small trip so far.
Drink is good. Yvonne kind of looks towards you, kind of says, "Yes, it is quite quaint. However, I wasn't necessarily knowing what I was expecting, but I was expecting a little bit better sleeping accommodations for a ship ferrying people of import. Not saying you are people of import, but there
We're
are
not.
people of import on the vessel."
I was like, we're not.
Truthfully, I was expecting something a little bit better as well, but it is free. And there's a certain charm in not paying for things.
Says the rich man.
One
there are
doesn't
horses.
one doesn't remain rich by throwing away their money.
Yes.
There's always a certain prudence in frugality.
Give Mr. Krabs for his money.
That is fair.
That's
Different
right.
backgrounds have different tastes, so I'm sure. So
You anticipating anything soon now? I guess besides the mission?
besides the mission, I wouldn't be surprised if we encounter anything unique in a sense, or definitely not as planned. You never know when Varys will like to put on a show again.
I would really rather we don't say his name for fear of summoning him. I would really particularly like to have a good time this trip, where there's no interference from vampires.
I guess we'll need to make sure we keep the rest of the party in check. And I kind of like nod in the direction of
That might be admittedly a little more of a full-time job on your shoulders. I do have well, I guess I don't know how long I'll be spending, but I do have family in town, and I want to see at least one of them.
Well, I do know that the capital city is quite large, and with the festival going on, I don't know if you've ever participated in it. People could easily get separated, and I turn to Yvonne and what's his name?
Theobald?
Yeah, Yvonne and Theofold, and I'm saying, I'm assuming you two will be sticking together for the majority of the trip. However, in case we need communication lines open, here's an extra walkie-talkie. And I kind of just show the rune buttons on it, hand it to Yvonne.
She kind of takes it,
Doesn't she have one?
hands it down to
No,
Theobald.
she doesn't.
I say, I was thinking about getting him one of those, but we didn't have time when we were still in. Why am I thinking? When we were still in Revedan. Where did you get that?
Those Gendos.
Ah, those Gendos. That makes sense.
We're not expecting any trouble, but given the track record of our crew, association with our crew might bring something about. So, just to be safe.
Then he goes missing for a day. Next day, you just find him crucified.
Oh my
Generously,
God.
you belong on a cross.
Yvonne gets kidnapped.
If that happens, I'm burning down Suno.
Burning Suno down. Suno is huge. You've already been to Suno. You guys know the size
Yeah.
of Suno.
Until one part of Suno.
Yeah, you guys walked through one part, saw another, and then we're outside of Suno.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I have.
Alright.
Do you want some tea while you're here? It's not spiked, but I'm sure if you particularly wanted tea, we'll probably help you in that regard.
Maybe next time.
Alright.
In the meantime, I'll go have some morning ale. So.
As you walk back over and kind of go off to your own to drink some ale, Edmund kind of sitting there beside you goes, "When do I get a walkie-talkie?" It might not be a bad idea to find a place early on, considering I will be beside Lycus more than you will be. Or perhaps Lycus will just give me his rock.
You know, I was about to say, didn't our team initially get one, but then I realized, well, no, because, well, you all went missing when I dipped for a little bit last time.
And us, yes.
Yes. I'm
Now
sure we
come
could
to think of
probably
it,
find
me and
one.
your brother have that in common. Maybe I should be his friend, not yours.
Oh.
Jake is not paying it.
Oh wait, what's on the director?
In character.
I
It's in
apologize.
character.
I apologize.
He's very obviously joking around.
Yeah, I'm like,
Well, alright, let's not set in an awkward silence after that one. I'll see if we can find some place to obtain a rock.
I do know there are many shops that exist in Suno that,
Yes.
Didn't we originally get our Rocky Talkies in Suno?
yes.
Just go to the same guy again.
Dope.
Well, alright. So, as you guys get closer to the port, again, Suno, an absolutely massive city. We're zoomed in on it. Let me pull up my notes on something.
I want to quickly ask you a question regarding Rocky Attack that is a surprise one that'll help me later. Would you consider these magic items?
Yes,
Rock
they are
talkies?
magical.
What rarity? Common, uncommon?
I feel like uncommon, I
I'm
think.
pretty sure they're uncommon. I think they're green.
They're green, so they're uncommon.
They should be on there.
I get, I'm saying, because I get an ability where I can craft them better as an artificer, although I need to hit 10th level for that, and who knows when that's going to happen. I could still probably try and make them now, it would just be, break the cost.
What would
It's one way.
a better Rocky Talkie do?
Well, no, I craft it faster and
Oh,
cheaper.
okay. I thought like better is like, oh, it comes with FaceTime now.
Well, the poor
No.
quality is
They fly.
one
now.
way only.
Uh,
You have to have two
No, the
rocks.
poor
to have
quality
them.
is that like it constantly drops. Signal's very choppy. Sometimes it just plays ads.
Rocky Talkie is a green item.
Okay, I don't actually know if I have one of
Your
those on
current
the sheet.
subscription
It's-
service to Rocky Talkie has expired.
Alright. So, where do you guys intend on staying? Because I know there was an option put forth in the past.
Yeah, there was one option for a nobleman's house.
Should
I
Yes.
thought that's where we were
Should we?
planning to go.
No, because if there's guests, you can't. You have
Yeah.
to stay in inn.
I was gonna say, I remember
Ah.
my guests were going
Yeah.
to stay at what was the inn called?
Last I remembered, the Golden Goose. Last
That's-
I remember,
Sounds correct.
Yes, it's the Golden Goose inside of the Caladrassian Commissary of Suno's Southern Vertasis district, which effectively, I don't have a map for it because I didn't have time for it, but think of it this way. In the north center of the city, there is Sun Hall, which is the keep, which is the grand mansion of the ruling family. Nearly 40,000 people live in that section, and most of them are either the household guard, their personal servants, their cleaners, delegates, household guard, the royal families, a lot of their guests, and extended families and such. There are nearly 40,000 people inside of Sun Hall, which is the least populated district, and there are 9 districts. Just to its east is the North Vertasis. That is where the rest of this group will be staying. That is where the Caladron family has invited the Valkentons and the senators and all of those people to stay in for the time. And just south of that, and that's also the area where you'll remember the Caladron name, Carius Caladron is the guy who gave you the reward for the digesters hunt. So there's a bit of a link there. And then just south of that, which you might have walked through in the past, but didn't spend much time there, is the South Vertasis, which is where the Golden Goose is, along with it being like a mid to high income area with a lot of markets. So that's the primary north in that sector of the city, which we'll probably spend most of our time in, but there's a couple other sectors I'm going to say real quick. So there's the mid-district of Bazaar, which is the largest sector, just dead center of the city. Generally, obviously considered probably the most seedy, but most popularized. There is the West Leocart Quarter, which is on the southwestern portion of the walls of the city. And then the East Leocart Quarter, which is just east of it in the southeastern portion of the city. The Leocart Quarter kind of takes up the entire south end of the city. The whole far west section of the city has another 3 districts that we will probably not touch. So you guys probably will not need to know the names of them, nor do I have the names of them prepared. So,
You should do it despite them now.
most of the festival will be in either the South Vertasis, the Mid-District Bazaar, or the East Leocart Quarter.
I feel
But the East Leocart Quarter is where we will be entering in, as that is where warehouses, stables, docks, and quays are all located. So the water gate, which opens up into the docks and quays, will enter into the East Leocart Quarter, in which you guys will take the 2-hour-long travel just to get to the north end of the city.
I feel that if we're supposed to be like a visual representation of the Inexorables, at least one of us has to be staying in the noble house.
Edmund is intended upon staying with Lycus at all times. Like, he is the actual personal bodyguard, and you guys are just there for specific events.
I'll say, I also fully intend in staying in the state, as it will probably have better accommodations than the Golden Goose. And, well, it's not saying the Golden Goose will be bad, but it is the manner of a noble. They have some sanity to it, after all.
I know that Lycus doesn't like nobles, is what I've gathered, so...
It's more of a...
Nobles don't like you.
No, it's more of a... I am forced to have to tolerate them, but I find them insufferable.
So you want to stay in the estate or inn? We can split lodgings here and just meet up.
So if you are going to stay at the
Really
Golden
is
Goose, there are likely to be...
What?
But
He really is autistic.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So if you are planning on staying at the Golden Goose, you admittedly may want to find other accommodations, and I know there will be plenty of noble men and women there, so you'll just be brushing shoulders with more of them. Though Yvonne and Theobald will also be staying there, so maybe they can keep you sane and hopefully prevent you from punching anyone.
That brings back good memories. punching nobles.
It's also not something
Don't
we
you get-
particularly want to have as a representation of our organization.
Don't you get executed for doing that?
Don't worry about it.
So, for your information, as you would know the laws quite well, it depends on the rank of noble.
It also depends on the severity of your harm done to them.
But most importantly, he would probably lose a hand. If he didn't lose a hand, he would probably get challenged to a duel, in which he would be very unfairly put in said duel, like not getting allowed to wear his armor or such, and just being forced into it immediately. And if it's too important a person, it could be immediate execution, where they literally take him away immediately to dungeons and send him up.
Shoot this man behind shit.
Well, Rekis has both hands and he doesn't look externally injured, so I guess he's fine.
I'm gonna sit there and I'm just gonna sit there and kind of like rub my left arm, like my left wrist. I'm like, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he does.
But
No, I don't
Leopold
think
is
he
laughing.
does. I think
Only Leopold
is the
only
only
Leopold
person who knows
does.
his character.
That's the best part.
And I remember that I actually know it in character this time.
Yeah, so I'm like sitting there going like rubbing my left hand and like yeah.
Wait a minute. I can't remember. I think you also talked about your hand with your brother on the horse ride during the arc of that the invading
last
the house.
horse.
Because you and your brother talked for a little bit. I remember something about a hand there.
I don't.
Possibly,
No,
but
all
Lennon wasn't
all
there
that I
for
had
mine
mentioned
anyway.
was like I was just like kind of like rubbing it.
Yeah, he didn't talk about it.
It was because it was my left arm was in pain around a certain area.
Either way, moving on. So as you guys begin unpacking the ship and all the waiters and servants are kind of coming in, grabbing materials, taking them off, the horses are being unloaded. They're being hooked up to carriages for the royal families and senators who are on these ships to ride off with. Leopold, as you guys are getting off, Ernest kind of tries to... He very sneakily comes over to you when his guard is in a conversation. He says, I will try and make it to the Golden Goose tonight, as I believe that's where some of your people are staying.
What time this evening?
Probably 9 or 10. Late.
Alright.
And he kind of nonchalantly walks back over. Is there... I'll actually, just for this case, even though you didn't ask for Jade, roll a perception check for me.
I recommend the blue dice.
I recommend the blue die.
We never decided.
4
Plus.
plus
Maybe it's only when I roll it. Never mind.
3. Does that have to do with Fae Fiends or Undead?
No, this would
Yeah.
not.
7.
Ernst is secretly undead.
Yeah. Ernest is absolutely undead. No, this was not to do anything with Ernest. But I guess that's just fading away.
So
for
which
now.
dice do you not want me to touch? I think is more the issue. Oh, okay, so I don't taint it. I
You
just
need.
like roll back.
I was gonna say you need a.
Oh, he's
maybe-
cursed.
Yeah, don't touch the blue one anymore.
Okay.
Uh,
So, as you guys begin walking through, Lycus kind of steps over to you guys and asks you all to gather around. He says, I hope you all had a good trip, good travel.
Yes.
Fine.
It's a little odd actually taking a boat somewhere and not just getting teleported for once.
Yes, I can't decide whether it's better or worse. But sadly, teleportation is a little rough nowadays, either way. I wanted to let you know my intent for you over the next 2 days in particular. Today will be a fairly calm day. Tomorrow is where things are going to ramp up. You are free to go about and do what you wish for the day. Edmund will be staying with me, along with Ernest and a few others. I may be meeting one of the other Inexorable groups as they have returned, so that I can send them out again towards the eastern side of the Hadrian Empire. Regardless, today will be free. There will be an announcement this evening from the king. I will sadly have to participate in that in Sun Hall. so I will likely not see you until tomorrow morning. I would like you to meet me tomorrow morning at the Caladron estate to discuss a little bit about the next day. I will be mostly spending it in meetings, but I will certainly have more information at that point on what I wish for you that day.
Yeah.
It is quite possible tomorrow will also be free for yourselves.
What time is the announcement from the king this evening?
Supposedly around 6 p.m., but knowing the Cladrian family, we will likely have to arrive at 4 and not leave until midnight.
Well, hopefully you won't lose your mind too badly in these meetings like us.
Hopefully not. Tomorrow will be the worst of it. But as I said, this evening will decide what tomorrow looks like.
Yeah. Well, he is hoping it turns out well.
Here's to hope. You're welcome to join us along our trip up to the north of Otasis. If any of you intend on staying with the Caladron family, come along with, take your bunks. I'm not entirely certain where they'll be putting you, but I'm assuming it'll be definitely not honored rooms, but well-acquainted rooms beside the servants' quarters.
Well, I'll at least bring my steed and store them in the stables.
All right.
How we splitting?
Are we splitting the party?
Yeah, who's going to the estate?
Who's going to the inn? Who's going to the estate?
Going to the estate.
I'll do a state.
Estate.
Okay. Jeez.
Is this sleeping arrangements?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to go to the estate or to the Golden Goose?
Do you want nobleman or nobleman?
I'll probably open a room down in the
The
Golden Goose just in case. But
Okay.
I mean, I'll stick with the party for the most of it. But if I do form any issue with any nobleman, I'm like, I should probably dip, just in case. But I also want to reserve a room before they're all booked.
Yeah. I'll go with Vekas to the goose then. Just
Well, I've got to bring.
Yeah.
Baby
He's got to
too.
go up north
Okay.
and then he'll
Yeah.
come back down.
So I guess are you going to be staying down there full time then?
What do you mean?
Or I was talking to Lytton. Are you just, yeah. Or are you just going to maybe dip if Rikus dips?
No, I'll head to the Golden Goose first just to open a room, and then I'll come up and meet you guys.
Nah, okay. So yes, you'll just open a room with both.
Yeah, I'll go with
Yeah.
like Yvonne and I forgot the
Theobald?
Theobald with them.
Yeah.
And then is Percy coming?
Percy, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's allowed to stay at the estate.
No, Percy, Theobald, and Yvonne are not.
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah, so I'll go.
yes.
I'll go with them.
I
So you're opening my
Yeah.
the room for me as well. So
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
I will bid Yvonne and Theobald farewell, and if I wanted to make sure Yvonne had enough money for a room, I guess what did we say? She already has that, or do you want me to deduct some from the character sheet?
She already has some gold.
Okay. Took it from the family coffers, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I will go ahead and tell them that I should be visiting around sometime around 9 to 10.
Okay.
Just to catch up with them and make sure that get to catch up with them.
Will do.
For better or worse.
Yeah. Trying to read something real quick.
Can't believe I'm managing your guys' NPCs.
I can't believe I'm managing you guys' NPCs. So as we begin the session, we'll go ahead and start. It's not a big deal to go up and open a room. They are a little pricier. They are nicer rooms. But they're 3 gold a night.
Okay. And we'll be here for how many nights?
You don't technically know exactly how many nights, but you're expecting at least 4 or 5.
Okay, I'll do 5 for now.
5?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll prepay for 5 nights?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 15 gold.
So 15 gold. Yeah. And Theobald and Yvonne will get their own rooms, which...
Sorry, I hit.
Water kisses the anus.
That's how you know it's a big one.
That's how you know it's a good one.
Yeah, big ones don't actually bring any water up because they just go all the way down and then they slip right in.
That's actually a valid point.
Yeah. You're supposed to know physics, man.
It's true.
Poop physics, the most important physics.
It's the most important physics.
Or shitties.
Shitix. No, I don't think that works.
Okay, guys, thanks. I'm gonna patent it now. I'm gonna get
Well,
$50.
but the joke did not hit. It did not land.
This is kind of
Anyway,
crappy.
here's
The
one.
joke did not splash, did not cause anything to rise up.
No, Poseidon's kiss did not occur. Alright.
That's a wild call.
You guys have never heard
That's
it.
No, I mean,
first.
I mean,
No,
I never-
wait, that's actually what it's called?
Yeah.
You just make that up?
That's it. That's an active thing. Yeah.
I did not know about that.
People
No,
call it
I
Poseidon's
did not-
kiss when you
no.
shit in a bowl and it
Yeah.
kisses Uranus.
No, just
Never.
imagine that as a
I
call.
did know
Besides,
what
kiss
Windsor
did not
was
land.
because
Poseidon's kiss did not land.
Those Greeks were feisty.
That was so feisty. They were gay. All
I
right.
mean, a lot.
Can I get another soda?
Whoa! Watch the handle. You
Stop.
you. I was gonna say
Whoa.
you.
Stop.
Oh, okay, you're good.
You're putting this up on YouTube, man.
Yes, I am. I am German. It is okay.
That is
I-
not
I-
okay.
Worse. Also,
Look, I'm Jewish.
look, you're also
Jewish?
not German.
He's just
Perhaps
Nazi, not
ethnically, but
neo-Nazi,
not
guys.
cultural.
Don't
That's
worry.
just straight up friendly
Actually,
fire.
Yeah.
Friendly fire. Okay. So,
Seriously. Do you think I could get a soda, Aiden?
so paying gold to get set up. Are you just immediately leaving to go back up there?
I'll wait until I hear back from the group.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and it's 9:15. We'll go ahead and take our break here. We're not super deep in, but
Pardon?
12:15.
We'll take our break.
Did you say 9:15?
He did say 9:15.
12:15.
Okay, just
My
checking.
apologies. I don't know where 9 came from.
I went back at work
I
at
wish.
this moment.
Yeah.
Think
So,
I'm
He was the jerk off.
Minus 1 plus 2, I don't know.
so we're gonna go ahead and take our break here, probably an hour or two. Then we'll come back. We'll start up with the rest of the group. Probably won't be long in the Caladron household, just getting settled in, throwing your stuff into bunks, and then going out and maybe exploring for a day. See how things go.
Hey.
And we're back.
Let's introduce us.
Wings consumed. No.
Wait, let's say something racist and make Zach restart the recording.
Okay.
Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon. Yeah. You guys know why it was called Nickelodeon?
Because they used to be, like, yeah, they used to cost a nickel.
Mm-hmm. And Odeon is the word for theater.
That's kind of cool.
It's a local theater. Okay, anyways, enough for dropping that bit of lore for the roll. So we return. You were asking about the laughing faces around the tavern.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me. I'll have you roll me. I'll let you.
Whatever it will be, Leon won't be good at it.
Roll an investigation.
Wow.
What do you mean? You're an intelligence-based character, kind of.
17.
A 17 in total? Let me see.
Intelligence-based character? I'm gonna make an intelligence cringe character. Otherwise known as a barbarian.
You don't hear anything about them here currently,
Alright.
but you do hear whispers from a particular member of the staff who says that they came through about a month ago.
Ah! Alright. How long were they here?
A few days.
Alright. Well, they got some interesting stuff.
We'll see what they were.
Thanks.
So they have been here in the past.
I'll like radio it as like a guy. We got a problem. We might have a problem.
I wonder if we could just like get people
before we even
watching
met.
in every city that's like, hey, if you see the last thing faces coming to town, just contact us.
Have you seen this
And
map?
then get out of town.
No, because they're not necessarily like bad. We just need to know where they've been.
Yes, Thomas?
You, in your own words, no, this is cool. Like brief descriptions of each of the districts.
Brief descriptions. Okay. So I have it for 6 of them. So Sun Hall is a large portion of the north central city that houses the Royal Palace, a la carte the Golden Tower, as it's called, stretching high into the sky and being over a mile wide and almost a mile deep. It is one of the largest structures made in the Caladrian Empire, housing nearly 40,000 delegates, servants, household guard, and the royal family itself. The North Bertos is where the Caladron family invited the Valkentons. Headed by Karot Caladron. I'll also say the king. I don't think I've ever mentioned his name before, but it's Silvarus Caladrian is the king's name. He is obviously the head of Sun Hall, as that's the royal palace. The North Bertos is primarily controlled by the Caladron family, which is the one that invited you guys. Karot Caladron is the head of that house, with Carius being the one who paid you guys for the digester hunt.
What's Garot?
Karot. Yep, Karot. That's crazy.
The
we're
king
not
is
in
called
Russia.
Caladrian, but the king is Silvarus Caladrian?
Yes. His last name is the name of the empire.
Weird.
Ah, yes. Very weird. That's actually a very common practice for either the
Even
land.
in our world.
Yeah, it's historically very common as well.
Yeah, you know, Mr. and Mrs. America.
Mr. and Mrs. America.
Yeah,
Well, I
but-
mean, the continent is named after Amerigo Vespucci, so
Right,
Yeah.
but yeah,
it's
he's
a
saying
degree
there's never-
of
I'm
separation.
just saying, like, the Roman Empire wasn't Mr. Roman.
No, it
Well,
wasn't.
it was,
No, but
it
it
was
was
founded by
Romulus and
Romulus
Remus.
and Remus, at least according to men.
Yeah, but we are talking about the other way around, though, right? These people last name
Like, most of the time
came
it's
after
the
the
last...
empire, not before, right?
Some came before, some
Like, I
came
thought
after.
most of the time it was the last name, and then it was, like, edited for, like, oh, well, whatever.
Well, I mean, if you
Hey,
want, if you
this
want
is
to
a
look,
fantasy world. I don't have to be
I'm gonna say, if you
historically
want to
accurate.
look at like a modern day example, the only
Yeah,
reason Saudi
okay.
Arabia is called Saudi Arabia is because the House of Saud is in power.
Yeah, but it rolls off the tongue better.
Then the Caladrian Empire or the Caladrian family.
Yeah, it could be shoddy Arabia, you know? Like absolute shoddies.
Oh, are you talking Shawdies and
Well, we'll never know 'cause they're Arabs.
WTY or SHODDY?
Yep. Anyway,
Don't worry about it.
the North Bertos is especially known for its large high-end estates. There is very little shopping in this area. It's the highest of high-end in terms of publicly seeable housing. However, if you're a wretch in the area, you're probably going to get questioned by the guards. There are, next up, the South Bertosis is a thriving marketplace and housing district, considered mid to high income housing, often finding taverns and other locations. It's pretty much the place where all the people in the North Bertosis go to party, since they don't have a lot of marketplaces and such themselves. Other districts of the city do leak in there. For those of you who might know the city fairly well, which I'm pretty much going to relocate to Leopold and Rikus, you guys would know Suno has a drug problem. A pretty big drug problem, in fact.
Medical drugs.
There's a series of thieves guilds that kind of permeate throughout the area. And you guys have heard about one of the newest ones in a session or two back, if you remember.
We came up with a lot of drug names, so my curiosity's peaked. See if-
Well, I'm not naming the drugs. I would have been naming the cartels that run it, but either way.
I'll say I have no idea what you'd be looking for in my notes.
I know where it is in my notes, I just don't have my notes.
The Qualms is the newest.
Does not ring a
I
bell.
got a lot of those.
What'd you say?
I got a lot of those.
Yeah, me too. They're the newest kind of criminal underlords of this area, but they seem to have been from more north, is how it's said.
So they-
Halant Valkenton mentioned it in his short stint with you guys in the meeting.
Yeah.
Seems like the troubles.
I don't
The
think this is the
Mid-District
Northern
Bazaar
Ireland version.
is the primary low-income housing in the largest sector. That area is oftenly considered barely controlled by the city and its guard.
the largest portion of the city.
Yeah.
Largest district.
It's supposed to be larger than the others. I
Yeah.
did not make it larger.
No,
It's
I'm
supposed-
just not based on what you said. You're saying that the largest district in the whole city is the least controlled. Yes. Okay.
Mid district.
Because of all them damn pores.
Because all of the damned pores. There is the
Catholics.
West Leocart Quarter, factories, large businesses along the southwestern portion of the walls of the city, along with being along the docks.
Basically manufacturing.
Basically manufacturing. The East Leocart Quarter, warehouses, stables, docks, and quays along the southeastern portion, which is where you guys entered in. That is a short description of all the sectors of the city.
Commonsdale and Jubilation.
Commonsdale, Jubilation,
And Western Claragath.
Yes, the Western Claragath garrison.
Okay, so it's military.
That is obviously military.
Is Jubilation?
Commonsdale is just like average people.
Commonsdale is considered like lower middle income area. A lot of you would consider like your standard, not quite fully industrial. You could say more commercial businesses and workings occur there, whereas the Leocart districts are more industrial.
So the west side would show.
West side of Wichita. Yeah.
What's Jubilation again?
You guys do not know.
Oh. Well.
Nor do I.
Well, it's time for Lyndon to go there.
I know a little bit about Jubilation, but there's really no reason for you to go there other than
Yeah.
Renee.
So,
It's
do
the
you want to
theater
post that
market.
map in chat,
Yeah, sure.
just so we can go back and reference it later?
Look at all the wheat they have.
That's not wheat, that's pavement.
Look at all
It's weed.
Look at all the grass they have. Some golden plains or whatever.
Oh, so it's Kansas.
Yeah.
File, upload that. Enter. Okay.
That's a lot greater.
It is there in chat now.
Yeah, it looks a lot more yellow on this screen.
Yeah, it does. Well, like you zoom in a little bit, you can tell that's pavement.
Yeah.
Damn, all this pavement and no houses. Wacky.
I didn't have time to have everything.
I'm not complaining.
You're just making fun of me.
Yes.
I understand. Alright. So as you guys enter into the city, Lennon has gone to the Golden Goose and found an interesting piece of information about the Laughing Faces. The rest of your party's add-ons and guests will be staying at the Golden Goose, so they're not going to be leaving. How was Percy paying for his room, Wayne?
Huh?
How's
I was
Percy?
looking at what?
Percy.
Percy.
How is he getting a room?
He has a
Because-
small coin purse.
Okay, will do.
I don't know how much is in there. Probably not enough for 5 nights, but there's a few gold in there.
I guess Lynn will try and cover it.
He can be in the stables.
How much money does Lennon
Such a
have
good
left?
priest you are for your
Well,
flock,
Lynn
Wayne.
has a lot of
I mean, you could pay
actually.
for him and he just
That's
has
like over
to
1,000
spend
Normally,
his-
he's like for me.
If you add, if you take 10 gold off, he can
Okay.
get enough.
You write him everywhere.
He's got enough to cover
I'm,
the rest.
I'm just gonna ask Wayne for the remainder.
Would Percy have thought to ask me before that?
No, absolutely not. Percy is a child. Percy is
He's
an actual
16.
child. Percy is the brain of a child.
He's an autistic 16-year-old.
That makes it even worse.
It really does.
Does he have the good with math autism, or does he have the like trains autism? Which is very sad because trains don't exist yet.
The
How do
like
you
wagons.
Yeah.
He has the like brothels autism.
I didn't know there was an autism type.
I think that's just
You're
every
16.
16-year-old.
Yeah, it's just a different kind of train than we're used to.
Jesus
Holy shit. Regardless, as you guys are walking through the city, this place is
Steamy engine.
packed. In a city that probably often is considered one of the largest population-wise cities in the continent. Suno sits at just over 1 million in its standard population. That includes its nearby surrounding villages within a few miles. which probably contain maybe a tenth of that number. But the vast majority is inside the walls of the city. So, massive city, significantly larger than even Revedan, which is arguably one of the largest cities in the Caladrian Empire. Nearly twice that number is packed into this city at this time. So every tavern, every inn is packed full. Only places that are a little bit more expensive, like the Golden Goose, still have rooms, just because they're not as accessible to the masses. However, as a whole, this place will be rough to get through. Travel times across the city will be taking time. And on top of that, you're going to have to be dealing with high lords and senators with sticks up their asses who take up the road with their carts.
Cool. So I guess how many of them on average are overcompensating by having a very large, expensive cart that they don't
All of
need?
them.
Probably 20%. Probably. The rest of them do it for safety. So I'm just going to explain a little bit of the political sphere where we are. Even though this party isn't necessarily tuned into it, this will help you guys get an understanding of how the general population feels about this, about the lords and senators of the time. So when Team and Rivacheg, they're 6 senators, each major city, there are 40 senators in total. Each major city, which kind of the larger cities of Caladrian Empire you can consider to be larger. So your Sargoth, your Aranin, your Team, Rivsheg, Kodakta, Zadash, Kuthanki's not one, Suno, Ravdan. All of them have 3 senators, and all of these smaller cities have 1. Villages don't get any representation. That's because their fiefs connected to other cities. So out of the 40, 27 voted to have the Vox Savorum be able to enter in between Team and Rivachig and kind of, relocate to that area. So they had a majority. But the populace was not a majority. It was a non-popular vote, one could say. Particularly because, 300,000 more mouths to feed is not necessarily the simplest task, even though the Caladrian Empire has a lot of food. That's not a big issue for them. But that's not a popular idea in the first place, but also when you consider the amount of money that's going to be sent their way, just in general. They don't have the tents, they don't have the non-permanent housing, they don't have the capability of doing a lot of this stuff. While the Vox Savorum did take most of the wealth of the cities of Daern, they were by no means fully developed cities outside of Gwyndor. So because of that, you aren't really looking at them bringing a ton of money into the economy as a baseline. So they're effectively a money sink. And a lot of the population viewed it as a warmongering move. Because effectively they see it as the Caladrian Senate knows the Khitanit Empire will not stand for effectively their slaves being protected by another country at this point. And that's exactly what the Caladrian Empire did. It was poking and prodding another country into the possibility of an attack. At least that is what the common populace mostly sees it as. And so, by which, not being a very popular vote, say those heavy-duty carts that they're traveling in, it's more for their protection than compensation. Now, cities like Rivacheg and Team and Revedan and Suno and some of the other cities are down with that. A lot of the Caladrian lords and many of the people really hate the Khitanit Empire. The Caladrian Empire, during the Githyanki War, effectively came in and saved their asses, at least on the northwestern front. Earlier when we spoke about Icamor and how Edmund and Rikus weren't there for the siege of Icamor, the Ashgard garrison of the Ashkeeper Mountains was nearly entirely destroyed. And along with that, Icamor was sieged and completely taken. The Githyanki didn't like to completely demolish cities, so its infrastructure remained mostly intact, but the Githyanki weren't really stopped in any way until the Battle of the Tiniti Way, which was alongside this in a pass beside the mountain. That was where the Githyanki kind of were halted. They did breach farther south as Tiniti was eventually seceded to the Githyanki, but over time they pushed back up. And that's because the southern Caladrian forces, like from Sargoth or Team or Rivachek, were the third wave that entered. Revedan, due to the situation that Revedan is in, which we'll hopefully get into later in the conversation, so I'm not going to explain it now, they had the most efficient way of effectively calling their banners. So their first draft was able to make it to the first stages of the Siege of Icamor, but eventually retreated without much combat. The second wave, which would have been the wave that, like Rikus and Edmund, and where Sakir would have been the ones participating in the Trinity Way. And the rest of which kind of came back for the eventual push. And the third wave's the ones who had to deal with the Tarask. Because the Tarask wasn't around until halfway through the war. So regardless, all of that to say, the people don't really love the Senate right now. And say populist voices like Savarian Lucar, who was your buddy down in Team, who gave you some of his stone sides, he still voted for the Vox Savorum to be allowed in. So even him, a more populist voter who would probably vote against going to war or calling major banners to hold the border against the Khitandan Empire, still voted for this popularly seen warmongering play in the Caladrian Senate. Is there any questions in that?
Yeah, is the Siege of Icamor, is that different than the battle for Icamor's Field?
Yes.
Okay.
The Battle of Icamor Field occurred south of Icamor.
That's what
Later on, during the
'Cause I was like-
retaking of Icamor.
Yeah, I was like, wait, but I took part in Icamor's Field. Oh, it's
Yes.
different.
Because it's the Siege
Yes.
of Icamor, so.
Yeah.
The siege happened, Trinity Way, a couple other minor battles that are barely named, and then they returned up north. And you were just part of the contingent sent to the western side. There were other battles that occurred around Mount Agoram and Kenkut and all of this.
Funnily
other section.
enough, I did not participate as much in the Icamor's Field for reasons.
Yeah, for reasons. Anyway,
We'll probably get into while we're in the city.
are there any other questions in that?
Nothing pertinent.
Nothing pertinent. Alright. So, with that explanation of the political scene, we were moving to all of the group going to the Caladron household. So, as you guys enter in, we can, if I have it still pulled up, go back to, just to have it pulled up on the screen so that I can see it. I don't really care about you guys all that much because you guys can pull it up on your own. Sometimes this is really rough to do. So this guy right here is the Caladron Manster. Yeah, those wings are making me gassy for some reason.
Too much information.
I'm gonna be stinking this place up. It'll be great.
Get a fan going. They have one over there.
I'm gonna say we have two fans in here because it does get hot in
Let's
here.
get a heater in here.
I have a heater. I like heating it up to 88 during D&D sessions. It really gets people, you know,
Put the heater right
roasting
behind
in
me.
their seat. Anyway, so as you guys enter in, the North Vertasis does not have, like, what you would consider walled mansions. Obviously, they have, like, small spiked fences. But as you guys roll up, this is a pretty damn big mansion. If you were ever to call Leopold's house a mansion, Leopold's place is a shack. It is a 2x2 square under the stairs kind of house compared to this.
It's Harry Potter's.
Yeah, it is massive. It is a 7-story mansion that has not only its own stables, not only its own 4 guard posts, a very, very large gardens set inside one of its internal courtyards, a small pond that is run in from the city river waters that comes underground from the river and spreads back up into them. Yeah, but it's just got a lot of its own stuff. It's got its own forge. This is very much like you're stepping into the wealthiest of wealthy of the Galadrian Empire. As you step in, you drop baby off at the stables. Obviously, that's all free, as you guys are guests of the Caladron family. Was there anything in particular you guys were wanting to look out about, or anybody you wanted to talk to here before going anywhere else?
Aside from marveling at the fact that this is even larger than my own family's estate, is Lord Caladron going to be meeting us personally to welcome us in, or...?
No. He will not be meeting you guys. There are members of the family, like servants. There is a butler who kind of greets you all, kind of brings you all in. He's the one who shows you guys where the stables are, and he kind of points you to where the higher members will be staying, like the senators from Revedan, the royal family, their personal guards, where there's, obviously, they're pretty much in the same room, just in a small subsect of it. But you're effectively saying like a 3-bedroom suite for one person. Oh, your guard gets one of the other rooms. And then you guys are all put up. You do get your own rooms for those of you staying there. They are fairly nice. It is a king-size bed. You probably have somewhere around 400 to 500 square feet inside one of these little apartments. It's got its own desk. It's got its bed. It's got a little latrine inside. That is emptied out daily by the servants. It's very nice. This would be, a 10, 12 gold a night in. It is right next to the servant quarters, but these are still very nice rooms.
Well, I'm not there. You guys are.
Yes, I would go ahead and make sure to inform the house staff that one of our party members is running a few errands out and about in town, so just be on the watch for a nervous-looking I almost said nervous-looking Yankee. Nervous-looking Ganassi.
I heard Git, and I was like, that's wrong race, brother.
They both start with G, and we were talking about the Githyanki invasions earlier, so that's why they were on my mind.
Yeah. Okay. So, where the hell is my mouse? There. There we go.
Lennon learns polymorphs into Githyanki.
You could also just disguise self. But then that
Honestly,
would be an
if
illusion.
you disguise self into a Githyanki, you would probably be killed on
Yeah.
sight. Literally more racist than the South 200 years ago.
Let's get lynching.
Let's get lynching. Yeah. So, as you guys have kind of gotten your rooms, you're able to set down your packs and get your rooms claimed.
I didn't realize I was still carrying Pax's body.
God damn.
You're welcome for the interruption.
Thank you very much. I'm very appreciated. So, Lennon will be a while before he catches up with you guys. Not an exceptional time, but because he decided to sit around and talk and try and get in.
No, I thought they were gonna head out and I was gonna meet them out in town.
Yeah. Well, that's up to them. What would you guys like to do?
Lynn will radio in and be like, "Hey guys, the Varys' troop was around here a bit ago, so keep an eye out."
Define a bit.
Oh jeez.
It was said about a month.
Yeah, about a month ago for a few days.
Nah, they're long gone. Is there a cold Dr. Pepper in there?
Yes, there are a lot.
Can I have?
Just over the stepping stone, Dr. Pepper.
I need a Dr. Pepper now. Bro goes to the noble house, just like, give me Dr. Pepper.
I need 10 cc's of Dr. Pepper stat.
Dang it, he's dead. What did we do wrong?
Since it is so close to the servant quarters, and since you guys are considered effectively personal guards that will be moving in and out fairly frequently, you guys are able and shown access to the servant's entrance. So effectively you can get in and out of this house with minimal disruption going into like the grand hall or the primary opening doors. Like you can effectively get in a side door and get to your room pretty quickly without having to interact with any nobles or anything like that.
But I love it.
Yeah, but some
Unless they're my family.
Unless they're my family.
The real question is your family going to be here?
It's gonna cut off. My
Yes.
legs spin it out.
At least 2 members of them. Well, I suppose after we all get settled into our individual rooms, sans Lennon, we'd probably all get together and, well, we have the first day for ourselves. Any particular plans for going out and about on the town?
Well, we at least need an extra rocky-talkie or two for...
Probably should get several. I can see in the future that we're going to be passing them out.
might as well.
I don't have a lot of gold. Maybe I can try to make some. Still owe you a bit.
Wasn't there a tournament in the upcoming days?
On the
There
13th.
are
It is currently the 10th.
there are multiple tournaments depending on what you are wanting to sport.
The team tournament was on the 13th.
Team as in the city or team as in TEAM?
Oh, that is fair. TEAM.
Like a team combat.
Yeah. Command. I don't. Team deathmatch. No. Well, I mean, if we get into another commander's combat, we have that down, I guess.
Yeah.
Heard they have a drug problem here. Shall we help it?
What do you mean by?
Define help.
You know.
What
Help
is
the
justice?
problem.
What is justice with a drug problem? What would do them justice?
Do I need to like?
Well,
shout?
we have to
I'm curious as
test the products to see if they need removing or using.
If you need to test products, I could just get some.
Yes, I'm sure Lennon can do all sorts of alchemical tests on them, and he does not need your assistance in that way.
Oh, but it'd be my pleasure to help him.
Oh yeah, what am I supposed to do with Percy? Just...
Honestly, as long as we are...
Yes, you should probably go watch out for that child.
No, he'll come help us.
As long as we are sober for our security details,
Kids.
whatever you do
Feeding
between
kids fed.
Is that just gonna be the okay? Don't make that the title. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, that's totally the title.
That
If we don't get to the combat, totally the title.
Feeding kids. The gang feeds kids.
The Scooby Gang.
No, we're the Always Sunny gang.
Have you seen that whole series?
No, I haven't. I've heard it's amazing.
I love it. I love
Either
it.
way.
That's why I said that.
So, do we know where most of the, I guess, festivities will be occurring?
Yes, most of the festivities are occurring in either the South Vertasis and the Mid-District Bazaar. These are the 2 party sectors of the city. Like if you're partying, the South is the work sectors, along with some of the Commonsdale. Mostly
It's more just that the
residential.
mid-district bazaar just has a lot more fucking people in it, and so that's why crime's higher.
Yeah.
But you
Why
see a lot
crime's
more.
higher.
But you also see like the corner streets have random shacks and things like that where way too many people are shoved into.
So clown houses.
Well, if we are going to enjoy our time
What's a-
with
what's a
some
good
of the
city,
festivities, they will be And
Yeah,
we
the
do need
mid-district is like Brazil,
We're going to Brazil.
It's Miami.
where it's like you have plenty of nice houses, but there's shoddy houses everywhere.
So it's that.
So Miami versus South Miami.
Anyway,
Accurate.
let's say you all meeting up somewhere, either in the south of Atarsus or in the mid-district Bazaar.
Who's going with Lennon so he doesn't get lost?
Well, we gotta
go to Lennon is
Lynn's
currently
in the South.
By himself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's with our NPCs.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Well, I guess are they coming with us? I mean,
They have no reason to just like chill out. They can,
true. I guess I don't know what their
They got the
plans
day
are.
off.
What I'm saying is long term. Someone needs to meet up with Lennon to make sure that we get to the same place, unless we do trust our other companions to get him to the right place.
I
Well,
trust you on.
How about we head to the
Do you trust Lennon to stay with you?
shop with the Rocky Talkies first?
Do we know what one of those is?
Yeah,
Yes, we purchased some
where-
last time we were here.
Oh, right. I forgot that was in
Wait,
Suna.
wait.
For some reason, I thought that was in. For some reason, I thought that was in Medan. Yeah,
So-
we can do that.
I'm gonna pull something up for
I
you.
believe we picked up the additionals.
Yeah, that'd be it.
in
That's where we picked up the additional.
Revenant. Because our original 6 are from Suna. And then we picked
You
up...
mean Revenant?
No,
we
our
picked up
original
the-
6 were from Suna
No.
when we first came through.
No, we originally only had one walkie-talkie, and that was to Lycus. And then while we were Suna.
Yeah, Rikus had one that,
When we came
that
up.
communicated to
Yeah.
Lycus.
Exactly.
Well,
Suno
our
is the
party's
place that's
original
the
6,
really
and then
cool
we
water
bought 2
ducts
more when we
for
went
the
back.
boats that go up in levels.
No, that was
That's really-
the first city we went in
Oh,
that had
Sargoth.
various Sargoth. That's its name.
Yeah, I thought we've only bought like 6, and then no more. At this point.
So there is a large handful. Effectively, you guys are given a pamphlet. Woo! That pamphlet has a whole bunch of different shops or places that you can visit for inns, taverns, just seedy bars, alchemy shops, arcane shops, general stores, stonemasons. It's got just about everything you could want for. And it also gives general locations. So if you guys are particularly looking for arcane stores, there's discount encounters.
Is that where we went?
That
No,
sounds like a place we went to.
I don't think we even named the shop
No.
in the in Suna last time.
No, because we were trying to like quickly move through because the party
Yeah.
was also split.
So there's
times.
discount encounters. There's mages for ages.
Discount Encounters sounds like a South Broadway brothel.
Yes, it does. And the third one mentioned in this is the. Where's it at?
I want to go to Hoopa Detect.
The doctor?
Hoopa Detect.
Did you just send us another thing?
Hoopa attack.
Hoopa.
Fupa
Detect.
Yeah.
It's not just any bear.
Or no? Or,
Okay.
no, this is Sentinel. He's all just
So what's
this is all Sentinel.
Okay. And the last place is called Mystical Mysteries and Feathered Fantasticalities.
That one, that's where we're going.
Yeah, I think that one's cool. Linden would like to, as he's like meeting up with everyone, he'd like to find a place to send a letter to his family.
Okay. Yeah, you'll definitely be able to find a place. It will not be cheap.
Yeah.
It'll be probably 20, 25
Yeah.
gold. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. And I think I gave you the general rundown of what.
Yeah. If you want to write an actual note,
Nah.
you're welcome to. Then just you gave it to me. You told it to me.
Yeah, I told you.
If you could write down the general rundown.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh.
you did send that previously.
No, I didn't. I'll send it.
Okay. So the Feathered Fantasticalities and Mystical Mysteries is in the West Leocard Quarter. So it is a bit of a walk. You'd have to go through the Mid-District Bazaar.
You said 25 gold, yeah?
20, yeah, we'll say 25 gold. Sending a letter into war-torn areas. Just the courier from Skyrim.
Yeah.
No,
I was paid 2 silver to give this letter to you. Your eyes only.
Hold on. Courier from Fallout to Vegas.
Fair. Either one works.
Coming to deliver your father's platinum chip before he gets shot in the head and left for dead.
Alright. And if you're looking for any shops, I have a long list of names that are not organized at all, and therefore I cannot post them.
Let's just meet up at Yield the Magic Shop. Spelled S-H-O-P.
Shop. Magic shop. The magic shoppy. Okay. So, you guys want to go get Sending Stones first, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
We want to go to Magical Mysteries?
That's probably what we had to last time.
What?
Feather one.
Okay, what was? Did we figure that out?
It probably would have been one in the Mid-District Bazaar and/or in the sector you currently are, which would probably mean it would have been discount encounters.
So I said.
I did say that sounded like it, but
I didn't know. I said that too.
Lynn will somehow find his way.
Alright.
That sure.
Do you want to go to the one with the big name or discounted calories?
I thought we had agreed on the
Mystical mysteries of the fantastic.
I think that sounds like a good idea too, but we did get the stones from the other.
I am partial to Fantasticalities.
Fantasticalities is a far more broad shop. Discount Encounters is specifically a shop for the arcane. Mystical Fantasticalities has a lot.
We can go to Mystical Fantasticalities first, and then to Discount Encounters. It's the place to have a sending stone.
It sounds like it's on the. It sounds like
Discount
it's on the way
Encounters
back.
would be more on the way, either direction.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Discount Encounter
If it's
sounds
more
like
on
a
the way,
good
we're doing
will.
Discount Encounters first then. Let's get the show on the road.
Let's go.
Alright.
Discount
So
Encounters.
Discount Encounters.
Make our way down.
Making our way down.
Way down.
Walking fast, faces passing the whole thing.
Down.
So what are exactly are you looking for? Just sending stones?
I like the
Do
song
we need anything else? We need to restock anything?
Wait,
If you can always get more healing potions for a good price.
This is true. Well, that's. How many healing
How
potions?
much money does everyone have? I
I have
know
20
you
gold.
got nothing.
I just put a fuckload of gold in the bank, so I don't have very much.
I don't know how
Unless
you
there's a
guys
bank
get
here.
gold. I've like started with what 100, and then it went down.
Apparently, I get gold from you, so.
Yeah.
I have like 1300.
1050.
I am rich.
This is true.
Although, fun fact, I think I have lost money on this campaign, technically.
Objectively, I think you have.
Goodness.
Taxes.
You're doing this for fun, right?
Not even taxes.
I'm so ready
Fun
for tax
and
season
profit.
to hit Leopold this next year. Just like we saw a lot of unclaimed income coming through your life. Do you have some kind of 1099?
Yeah, no. What's the W-2 we get for being in the Inexorables like?
Yeah.
It's completely tax exempt.
How intensive is your tax system?
Not very.
Okay.
He's going to make us fill out an entire fancy tax form.
He's gonna print them off for us here at the table, and we're gonna spend
Yes.
a session just filling out tax forms.
And if we get it wrong, we get flashbanged by the IRS as they
Better
teleport
yet,
in.
we fill out his real life tax forms for him
and
to
we just
represent.
commit real life tax fraud.
The
It would be so hard to mess up my taxes.
The gang
It's so
commits
simple.
tax fraud.
The Caladrian Revenue Service would like to talk to you.
Revenue service. That's great. The CRS.
Yeah. We just walk by like a brothel and it's just the CRS raiding it.
The CRS, actually the most terrifying organization in the world.
It's always the tax man. Anyways,
Anyways,
what does this place have, and does it include cheap healing potions?
so this place has any variety of low-end magical weapons, shields, armor. It's not heavily picked through yet because it is day one. They do have sending stones. Everything is on sale currently for 150 gold for sending stones and 450 for a bag of holding.
How many extra are we buying?
On sale. Could have swore those were cheap.
He's discovering capitalism.
Is there anything worth 20 gold here?
Anything worth 20 gold?
It's
There
called
are
discount.
a handful of.
Not toys.
Do you count fireworks as toys?
The fireworks can be useful, let's be honest.
There is a handful of. There's actually one in particular. It's 25, but it is reusable. It launches it. It gets a charge every day.
Reusable firework.
Could be
And
useful.
it's it claims to be a like wyvern flying in the sky.
Are we allowed to see an example before purchasing? No.
Just picks it up. Nah. No way.
It's
Let's
also
see.
the middle of the morning in a roofed shop.
Exactly.
Just like
It's like the ceiling is this low in this part of the shop, and it just.
Hold on, I've got to check this out.
Do you have any interesting
It's a Bilbo's
I'm calling your
firework.
bluff.
They've got some wands to War Mage, so your standard stuff. They do have the most intriguing one would be a wand of fireballs, but that is pricey. We're gonna say that one's sitting at 1,000 gold pieces.
What's the potion selection like?
Their potion selections, mostly just standard healing potions, as this is not an alchemy shop.
Yes.
This is specifically for the arcane.
Okay. Can we get a warding glyph explosion?
Can you get a what?
A warding glyph.
No, not here. You could go to a place that has a little bit more of an expansion. This is literally a shop that just enchants items. This is not a scroll shop. This is not a potion shop. This is not a feathered fantasticality shop. This is enchanting items.
I'm trying to figure out what linen actually could use in terms of upgrades. Just a lot.
Everything.
Honestly. I think Linden's biggest thing is probably getting a better weapon.
Do they have an orb of goonies?
Orb of Goon.
You get that for free.
Wait, could they upgrade my immovable staff?
Can you summon your
Upgrading
weapons?
already magically enhanced items
Is that
is
what you
inherently more
sell
expensive,
bound
but it
items
does
that
allow you to
just
stack enchantments,
invoke?
Okay.
which makes a more powerful item in
Can you
general.
summon them? Do yourself
To
later?
add
awesome.
a +1 enchantment means you would leave it at a magic shop for at least a couple days, and it would get a +1 enhancement, probably 600-700 gold pieces.
Is there anything that doesn't require attunement?
I
that's a
mean,
good point.
plenty of stuff. I don't think wands of the war made require attunement. do
I'm
they?
pretty sure they do.
Yeah.
They do? That's
And so I'm pretty sure almost every wand requires it.
most wands require attunement.
My cigar is a wand of the world mage, I believe.
Oh,
This
okay.
one.
That actually makes a lot of
I'm
sense.
pretty
I-
sure.
I was always wondering what your baseline item for that was.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's a +1 wand of the war mage.
Does
I
anyone,
literally only changed the name.
nice.
does anyone
So-
have an item that can teleport back to them?
We're not doing that. I already know what you're suggesting, and we're not doing it. Not only is it immoral, I'm pretty sure they would likely have seen the trick before. You're not the first thing of it.
No, I probably shouldn't even say that. Secure wouldn't do something like that.
He is saying he would sell them an item that can teleport back to him, and then teleport it back to him to steal from the shop owner.
Wouldn't most shop owners have an ability to identify items?
That's why I'm saying you're not the first person to think of that.
DM, how much would it cost for like just a +1 short sword?
For a +1 short sword,
Yeah.
it would cost you 500.
Yikes! Trying to get an upgrade for Lennon as well. Well, I don't have to buy something for now. I'll wait until the other shop.
Can they improve tattoo ink?
Improved tattoo ink? No. That is a tattoo. That cannot be improved. That can be covered over to give you a higher bonus. Okay, if you had a +1, it could give you a +2 tattoo. But it wouldn't be like, oh, we're enhancing it, it's cheaper. No, it's going to be the same cost as getting a +2.
Also, I assume Theobald and Yvonne are with us for this.
For the time being, yeah.
Yeah.
And Percy.
In person.
So, because after this, I assume there's probably some sort of like festival games going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You probably won't RP all of that. But
Yeah. Once we get to the once we get through our little magic shop perusing, that is what I would like to do.
Okay.
For at least the first bit of the day. Then hit the King's Speech. Then have some.
Well, you guys aren't
conversation at the
invited to
end.
the King's Speech.
Oh, I thought it was like a public thing.
No, it's in Sunhall. It's in the Royal Palace.
I thought it was like, a public proclamation to the people starting the opening of the Festival of the
Nah,
Rise.
the criers will be screaming it in the morning. Don't worry, you'll definitely get to hear it. But it's
You want to lean over to Percy and be like, this is how you get a discount. Pay attention.
I'm watching.
I'm going up to the front desk. I'm like, hey, I need to get a bag of holding.
Strength-based weapon.
Please?
Yeah.
I'm going to
Yep.
Bags
start.
of holding are. He kind of looks down at the tag. 450 gold pieces this
Same.
week.
This
Quick
week?
question. Do I hear this going on?
I mean, you'd be able to see him go up there. He says, "Yeah, special sale price.
Just gonna
That doesn't sound like
start
much of a
next
sale.
thing.
Magic's expensive.
I feel like 400 would be a real good sale. What do you say, 400 for one?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion.
I'll take a peek at.
Ooh,
I don't
It's
think
handy.
I briefed you about the fair.
He's like rolling
27.
Thank you.
27.
I've only seen him roll 3 sets of numbers: 4 and under, 12, And 19. Is it-
Okay. So as you say that, he goes, I would be far more inclined if some of your friends there also make purchase some stuff. I think we could go for 400. I think we might even be able to drop down a little bit more depending on how thick a bulk you all end up getting.
How many sending stones do we want? 3 more? 2 more?
Let's just double it.
Gets 12,
Give it to the next
gives
one.
1 to everyone, just toggles send to all, hits people up at 4 a.m. Y'all up.
Every once in a while, just in the middle of like midnight combat, it's just screaming something at someone, and someone just gets that vibrating next to their bed. It's like, oh my word, no. Stop.
Just like, Lennon just died! 4,000 miles away.
This is the 5th time Linden's died this week.
I'd say at least 2 or 3. Because we gotta give 1 to Edmund,
Yeah.
and then we gotta give.
So we have the one to Devon Evil, and I don't think we're going to need particularly long-term contact with Evil.
Wow.
Just put the skills in his dice tray.
Let's see. Probably maybe 2. 2 more.
I mean, think. Edmund and who else?
Well, it's nice to have one flex just whenever a situation pops up.
Well, you're probably not going to have the one out to Theobald for.
Yeah, I have
Let's do
one
2.
extra marked on here right now.
Well, you gave that
It's
to
2.
Thomas.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
marked that he has it.
Well, I
Yeah,
gave
then
it
he
to
gave it to Yvonne. So Yvonne has one long term.
Yeah.
We only give one to Edmund long term, and then I'm saying we would have essentially one more flex that we could either, give out to whoever needs it, or give it out to somebody long term, in which case we'll sneak it by them.
Well, so it's 2 more for now.
Sure, we do 2 more.
Okay.
So, yeah, go ahead and throw 2 Rocky Talkies on there as well.
He grabs the rocks, sets them down. What did I say earlier? 150 piece.
Yeah.
We'll see what the bolt comes out to.
So that's at 700 right now.
That looks right.
There is like enhanced ammunition. There's not many bullets that are enhanced. There's a lot of arrows,
Nobody in this party.
but nobody in this party is normal and uses arrows
What
or
about,
crossbow bolts.
what about your arc thrower?
I think that has to use like
It's
specially
specialty
crafted.
ammunition. Like he's got to craft the ammo. He has enough that he can begin crafting, but
Yeah, what about the sleep paralysis dude?
Is that what was haunting Zakir's nightmares?
Apparently.
The sleep paralysis demon.
My mother.
Do they have anything in the ways of
Jake, just
bullets?
because you had a nightmare doesn't mean you need to give me one.
I will roll for this. Actually, I'll let you roll me a luck check.
We're going shopping.
Oh, no.
So that's what we're
I'm
doing
sorry,
for the
you
rest
didn't
of the
have-
session.
I joined at the
That's
worst
what we're
time.
doing for the rest of the
Get out
session.
of the room. You're gonna make it long.
I can't remember if this one fits in there.
We're gonna get a good deal though, because
Womp womp.
yo.
Oh.
But I'm gonna be buying a lot.
Well, you touched it
I did.
while it was
You
rolling.
maybe buy
Hey, if you
a
add it onto the, if you add it
Hey,
onto the,
hooker.
a singular hooker, you could probably buy, and not even like a good one. It's like the D tier one.
20 gold is a lot of money still.
I know. I was just
12.
A 12.
Yeah, it's
There
a lot
are
of money, I gotta make a mistake.
2 bullets. They are
2
exploding
singular
bullets.
bullets.
Yeah. So you get 2 of these. If you want, they are 50 gold pieces apiece. And they are exploding bullets that deal an extra 2d6 piercing and 2d6 fire damage in a 10-foot radius around a target you shoot, including the target.
Bomb both.
Bottom both, so 100 gold there.
Damn.
Write that down.
Write that down, write that
it's
down.
a DC 15 dex save for half. So it's not guaranteed damage. Well, half. So you still guarantee damage, but
So you're guaranteed approximately 12 damage.
So it's a plus 2d6.
piercing 2d6 fire.
I find it funny how Linen can technically use a great club.
Fire.
You know, a great club? Not just a club.
Oh yeah, because it's a simple one, right?
You said 10-foot radius or emanation?
I'm a 10-foot radius.
Specific idea that's not gonna work. just
DC
knowing it.
16?
I thought it was 15.
I said 15.
Okay.
Is there a potion that I can drink
Six.
whose effects are strictly magical that puts people to sleep.
Like a sleeping potion?
You absolutely could find sleeping potions, yes.
Would I then be able to transmit that potion through my blood as I'm attacking people, and I'm immune to magical sleep, but they wouldn't be?
It's like being asymptomatic to an STD.
Exactly.
A sleeping STD.
So,
Yeah.
If we go, if
You
we,
could dip your weapon in it,
his
aka.
fist.
Bah!
hold on. If we drink that and then get Varys to drink one of our blood, he'll then fall asleep.
Unless he's also immune to magical
Ah,
sleep.
yes.
He's probably also
I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying it was an idea.
You also
I had.
technically don't know what his original race is.
I mean, does it get like subsumed by being a vampire, or does it still have some of the original statistics? I don't know.
How I run it, he still has some of the original statistics.
Okay,
I don't
good to know.
technically D&D rules don't really care as much, but like there's vampires who
Yeah.
still have their original statistics in some regard. They
Yeah.
have pockets of it.
So that is a no, correct? It won't like just be transmitted into my
It
blood.
won't be transmitted. It's not something like, oh, I'm drinking it and now it's transmitted. Like you could pour it on your weapon and it was still
on my
do-
hands.
Well, like you
pours
pop
it
your
in the blood.
things out and then you pour it on it.
Okay.
It's just dipping your weapon in it.
But then might as well not. I might as well get something else because then that's not going to put me to sleep anyway. If I put it on my hands, you know. So.
That would
Yo,
not put you to
I'm
sleep.
also gonna be throwing a lot of random bullshit in here. Emerald pen.
That will not be here.
What
Yeah,
the
it would
hell?
be.
And what is it?
It's a pen that casts illusionary script,
So you can just ride in the
so I can just write in the air.
You know, I'm just gonna say that's not here. You have another shop that is far more expansive to go to.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So
So
This guy specializes in enchanting items,
But
right?
it's an enchanted
it is an
pen.
enchanted item.
Can you enchant my?
No, I'm saying that's what this shop is.
That's what this shop is. Yeah.
I'm gonna
So-
ask
It
him.
chance things.
So more of the random wondrous items will be at the other shop.
More than likely.
and again, this shop enchants things.
Enchants.
That's what they do. They're not going to have iron dust like that.
No.
No. We go to an alchemical shop.
I want to pull out my 2 gem-encrusted mirrors, 1 gold and 1 platinum,
Okay.
and ask him how much it would cost to enchant them. I will be like, I've heard whispers in the noble circles that they've got this new thing called FaceTime, and I want it.
Make FaceTime canon.
No, better. Facebook. It's an actual book. People have their individual books
I
at
thought it
home
was a
and they
mirror.
communicate to people.
Yeah.
I think this die might actually be weighted.
No way, did you just get a...
What did you
I've
get?
rolled so many nat 20s, just randomly rolling with this die. If we get to combat, y'all are fucked. I'm so excited.
Yay.
We're gonna rush to combat. I want to combat so bad.
I was gonna say,
Almost there.
We might just let Jade fucking leave, and I'll run his character for the last end of the
Oh.
combat.
What's that?
Study his character so you know how to
Understood.
if you really want.
I think I'm
quick
still.
question. What was the name of the? What was the one? I want to see if I can get this. Hubert's handy spice pouch. I want to see if there was one of those ish. It's a spice pouch thing he has.
Spice pouch, what's
That
it
would,
called?
it's a wondrous. It's just a.
That'd be in the next shop.
It's literally a common wondrous item.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it'd be here at the next shop, but that
I
was.
think-
Probably. If there's anything like super unique, probably not going to be here. This place is designed for mass production of commonly sold items.
So in that case, we got everything here. Sounds like we're good to go.
Yep.
As soon as I find out about my request.
Oh yeah. Can we enchant the mirrors?
So
You roll a
I've
20.
heard of something like that before. It is extensively expensive. We're talking nearly 5 digits, and it would be a month before I'd be able to complete that with all my current orders.
Alright, so not gonna be able to get that to you right now. I'd have to visit a bank back home, but
That's very fair. I
figured
expected
I'd
as
at
much.
least inquire.
It's going to be a while. There might be some other shops in the area that could do it quicker, maybe even cheaper. But we've got a pretty big backlog right now. It's going to be even bigger. We could be backlogged for up to 6 or so months after this week.
Wow. Well, appreciate the info.
I appreciate the patronage. So we've got the bag of holding, we've got the 2 bullets, we've got the 2 sanding stones, and the firework. Jade, are you putting the firework on the table?
No.
No?
You
It would
sure?
bring it down to 20 in totality with the mega discount, the 27 roll got
If
us.
he gives me 5 gold for free, then I'll give him the discount to buy me firework.
I'm going to buy the firework and keep the firework.
Okay.
Valid.
So we're looking at 7, 8, 825 in total. He's gonna bring it down to 750 for the bulk purchase.
How we want to split this then?
I got 300 for y'all.
A combat 2-day. They have a combat 2-day. Then there's one less thing you need to worry about.
740?
Right now, it doesn't have
750?
I'll just
Yeah.
split
Split what,
If
3
he
ways
did,
then?
there'd be nothing to do. Since he
4
doesn't,
ways? How many ways are we splitting this?
He
It's
doesn't
just
really
you 3 who
use
purchased
his
anything. I don't think
deck,
Aiden
but
bought anything.
I
I
can
don't.
try.
Jade did.
Look at it and be like, oh, that's really cool.
250 each
Because
then?
I haven't really looked at it.
Works for me.
You,
Even though I only bought-
just punch
Well, I guess I did buy the.
Okay, good.
So
You
what he does
bought
is he needs to
sending
take
stone,
time
air quotes.
to
Wayne's the winner in that.
make
Yeah.
the
Is-
Wayne bought the
first
most
hybrid
expensive item and
transformation.
got to split it
I was gonna
evenly.
say,
Yeah.
there are probably a few things I could
You can only do it
move
once.
and absolutely screaming out to me, like, I don't know, maybe move to the elven kind, but we don't really do, we surprisingly
Then
don't do that much
bonus
stealth.
action, activate your rights
No, you guys
on
do
the
like
weapon
no stealth.
roll, which are your fists.
We
You guys have done one stealth
Well,
and immediately.
Yeah, last time we tried stealth, things started blowing up.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the legacy and the current?
Legacy is 24, current, or, sorry, Legacy is 14, current is
These are
24.
actually
right,
things you can do.
but
These
on
are
the
just
bag of
during
holding.
combat.
I don't know. Some items, it's just like slight wording
literally
changes.
just a different word or something.
Remember
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
cursor? So
It doesn't. I generally just go with legacy, considering this game started during the legacy.
Alright.
But
also you read
I'll just add legacy because that one I know.
when you do that.
Linden
So
now
you'll
has
have
2
piercing
sending
damage
stones.
equal to.
nice.
I like that you can actually
Plus
put
11 to hit,
custom
1d
items in
plus
any
8, that's
bag
your
now.
piercing. And then because
because you're using blood. That's right. Okay.
and because of your kryptonite, you have a d6 damage that is fire. I believe is what it shows.
The firework
You take
is
necrotic
not
damage
an
when you
official
activate
item,
that
right?
weapon.
No.
You get roll d6 and you take a little.
By no means.
So
There's gonna be a lot of items that are just.
Yeah.
Should I just write a note for the explosive bullets?
1d6.
You should add them to your inventory and say that you have 2 of
to
them
all
as a
your
custom
to
item.
all attack. Okay. So it's okay.
Brother loads up a bullet. Fucking crits. Knowing
Well,
Gridlock-
the thing is like,
Now that he's a ranger, what is your
Okay.
preferred
And
enemy
you can choose.
as a ranger?
Right here, you can choose fire.
I took the optional, so I don't have
For
a
your
preferred
damage.
like specific enemies per
It would
se.
be-
I've been choosing fire. I haven't had a chance for that.
It'd probably be something like that.
It's
Maybe
orcs.
It's just other shot archive. Actually, that would be more accurate.
That would be more accurate.
Favorite foe,
What this
secure.
means in the end, if you
Only
use your
secure.
fists,
Just
you
so
can attack twice for
specific.
your action, and then once more for your bonus
No,
action.
Yeah.
So
Because
every turn,
melee.
every turn you should get 3 attacks, unless you're wanting to do 2 attacks for your action, and then there's a bonus action do curse. I have this or
Oh
something.
no, it's
One
because
is-
I'm using the 2024 Ranger.
Okay.
Preferred enemy just gives you Hunter's Mark.
It pretty much gives you nothing. Yeah.
It just gives you Hunter's
So,
And then
you guys have
as
made
something
your
that is actually
getting out of there.
You can
Uh,
choose to.
You guys note a lot of the iconography is especially in like
You always know where they are.
green,
Each time
gold,
a creature
and
deals damage,
orange
you can have
print.
a creature
Like
take
a lot of it is in those prints. Like all of the banners hanging off the side. Those seem to be like the colors of Suno. Like more night sky is the colors of Ravadan, whereas the day is the colors of Suno.
So we are an island
Yeah, sure.
with troubles until 3.
So, you guys begin making your way through the city.
Ireland if it didn't Britain.
Ireland if it didn't Britain.
More if it didn't get
It's really good.
Well, it's more like Ireland is doing a comeback right
Jump
now.
in and do some damage.
Debatable.
Take some damage because right after you do, you gain
We'll see.
resistance to
We'll see.
damage when you tell them.
Depends on what you consider being Britain.
You
Uh,
already, when you're in your
Whatever
form,
Britain did.
have, and this is only
They'll,
have resistance to bludgeoning.
what's the equivalent of
Piercing, slashing,
Argentina?
physical.
What's the equivalent
when
of
you use the
Argentina?
raven,
I
you
probably
top
don't
it,
have a
you have
1-to-1
resistance to
equivalent.
everything, but just for that.
But
And then it was-
Probably the Cliving Empire.
I called it Bilbo Party Firework.
The Bilbo Party firework is beautiful. Yeah. It's a wyvern, not a dragon. Even though those are wyverns.
I now know how to play Jane's character.
Does he really though? Probably not. He'll play it about as well as Jade plays his character.
We'll see how
Struggling.
Either way, so as you guys begin making your way through the city, it's bustling. Obviously, you guys got here around noon. It probably took you, by the time you were done shopping, it's almost 1. Probably gonna grab some food on the way there, and there is some banging food. As soon as
Like,
you
would
enter,
I want to bang?
there is food like that.
Would they want to bang me?
No,
Damn.
unless you feed.
Lennon, come here.
There's a lot of really good food. As long as oh my gosh, I cannot speak for some reason. As you guys enter into the Mid-District Bazaar, heading towards the southwestern sector of the city, there is this massive, like, open marketplace that you guys have to walk through. And as soon as you get in there, your belly rumbles. Everything from just pulled porks to fresh bread. You smell baked sweet pie in the air. Anything you could think of to eat is probably going to be in this marketplace somewhere, including mac and cheese.
I'm going to find a raw liver and a glass of llama milk and convince Percy that it is required.
Why are you torturing a poor autistic child?
What is the purpose of
He's already got it hard as it is. Don't do more.
So everybody kind of splits up to go gather your own food. There is the burrito gong stand, which is a very, very popular stand, apparently. It is a long line. It seems to be an Avarian chain. Chains are not very common. This is a stand, so this isn't a permanent location. But just got hot and ready burritos wrapped up and placed there.
Dude, could you imagine if I just Raven Queen stepped over into the front line?
I think you'd probably get a lot of very angry people
Probably
because you
could.
just cut in line.
Disintegrate.
Rikus dies to the populace.
Who did
just
that?
gets lynched.
He's like,
They
no,
only
I'm
deal
just turning around. I was
2
like,
damage a
hey,
hit,
you know,
but
this is
there's
where I was standing the
75
whole
of them.
time. You just couldn't see me very well. It's just due to my visage. That's why I kind of just suddenly
Yes.
phased into
Because a
existence.
dark-skinned person hides so well in the bright morning sun.
Exactly.
100 or so.
The sun makes me hard to see.
Gorillas against a
So the moon makes you easier?
It's great. Just destroy the barbarians.
Yeah, because it's a barbarian with no AoE attacks.
Right.
You pick pretty much any other class, and it would be a very different story.
Oh, absolutely, but it's really funny.
Stupid is what it is. You make that fighter a completely different story. Just due to AC.
Maybe.
Man, you guys get AoEs.
You could have AoEs if you put more levels in Sorcerer. That's what I'm doing.
Was it level 20? Most casters wipe out the entire crew in like.
No, he said at the end of the
2
video,
spells.
it's like he didn't choose a caster.
Yeah. No, just Cleric. Spirit Guardians. Heavy armor.
Action, dodge.
Action, dodge. Literally all they have to do. I mean, if they get crit, they might lose concentration, but
Yeah,
unlikely.
but gorillas only have what, like a +5 or +6?
And even then, they'd have to crit through
Oh no, what have I
disadvantage.
done?
But yeah, we're also getting completely off topic. Second magic shop.
So, you guys hit up some food. If you're eating, drop a couple silver off your character sheets. for those of you feeding multiples, maybe a couple extra silver.
I'll just drop 2 gold off.
Food. So as you guys are making your way down in, oh my gosh, the West Larkhart quarters, you are eventually finding your way. You cross the bridge. You have to cross a couple bridges to get there, but it is a pretty simple walk. As you guys stroll up, it is this massive, completely round, staged. It kind of looks like a tent from the outside, but you can tell it definitely is a permanent structure. But not necessarily made of wooden walls, just the thickest, heaviest cloth. This is not easy to put up or take down, but this is very much a situation that it's a permanent pavilion, effectively. But pristine. Embroidered with this gold and green sections all around, and in big, bold golden letters above is the mystical. What did I call it?
Mystical mysteries and feathered fantasticalities.
And the feathered fantasticalities. There are sections of this massive pavilion that their tops are like opened up, and there are actual like feathered creatures. Like there are chickens on the roof of this place. You guys see everything from waterfowl to owls to sparrows,
Owlbear?
bluebirds. No, at least not on the roof. But all across the roof, there almost seems to be some kind of like magical tether to each of these birds, as when they fly too high, they kind of innately seem to glide back down onto the roof. But as you guys step inside, this pavilion goes up to like 30 feet at its highest, and there are just little support rafters up there that there's a whole bunch of feathered creatures flying about. There's a whole bunch of caged creatures as well. So as you guys enter in, there's a lot of people here, but this is also an everything shop. The Mystical Mysteries and Feathered Fantasticalities is described as the one-stop shop for all adventuring types. Potions, scrolls, weapons, armors, grenades, and more fantastical supplies. And standard supplies. Most importantly, all types of avian friends, specializing in waterfowl.
Cool.
So as you guys step in, there's probably a couple hundred people in here right now. Most of them probably couldn't afford what's in here. It's almost like going to one of those high-end shops that has a lot of really cool toys as a poor kid. It's like going to Toys R Us so that you can play with them in the aisle.
So you could launch the fireworks in here.
Debatably. As you guys kind of enter in, you see across the way there's this gnome man. He definitely seems to be dressed in like he is a worker here of some regard. He does have not what you would call fantastical clothing, but it's more normal. What?
You're describing someone's dress. It's the first time you've really done that. So I was preparing for him to be wearing all gold.
No, he's wearing normal clothes. But
Is it quaint?
You could technically describe this quaint if you wanted to. Regardless, he's kind of looks over, and those with the highest passive, you guys almost like see him peek around the corner real quick, and then he like dashes around the corner and does a flip and lands in front of you guys with his legs crossed in kind of like a bow, and says, "Welcome, my adventuring friends. I am Maladinoros. Good to meet you. I'm the owner of this grand pavilion. Is there something specific I can help you with today?"
Hold on, his name is
Maladinoros.
Mallard.
Dinaros.
Mallard of the magical mystical.
Mallard Dinoros, the
Mallard
owner of Mystical
Dinaros, the
Mysteries
owner
and
of Mystical
Feathered
Mysteries and Feathered Fantasticalities.
The stories write themselves.
Are you?
sometimes.
I was like, are you one of the family members for Barry's Bob's and Bits? You know, the whole like family gig around all over.
No, but I do keep my finger on the vein. of magical shops or eccentricities. I have heard of this Barry. He also has a Larry and a Carrie out west.
And a Terry.
And a Terry, apparently.
But Terry just came back from the other continent.
I keep my finger on the vein, but it takes time for information to travel. What can I do for you, my friends?
Got anything for 20 gold?
I have plenty
Points
of
to
children's
half the
toys.
store.
That's what I was worried about. Alright. Any of you?
I'm looking for a wondrous weapon upgrade.
An upgrade we're
Yeah.
looking for? What type of enchantment are you looking at? We could get one lickety split for you.
Well, I'm not even sure. Well, I like my current staff, but I'm wondering if I need something else that isn't the staff.
Isn't the staff?
Is not
He
correct.
kind of holds his hand out.
Yeah.
And as you hand it to him, he like spins it around, puts it behind his back, and hits the ground a little bit, realizing he's too short for this staff. He kind of pulls it around.
The staff has done me.
Immovable enchantment.
Yes.
What's wrong with the staff?
Oh, it's not. Nothing's wrong with the staff. It's occasionally we've gotten into encounters where the staff wasn't able to be used to its full effectiveness. Ranged combat, particularly.
Well, that's fair. You look like a man who could handle yourself at range without a specific weapon.
Yeah. It's just I get hit a lot.
Have you ever tried staying farther away?
Unfortunately, if we look at the lineup of this group,
He's somewhat of a monk.
I am in the front line, despite how I look.
That is a terrifying thought.
Unfortunately.
He kind of looks at it and says,
It's okay, we're the Expendables.
I do have an idea of something I could give you, but sadly it's really only a one-time-a-day thing.
Well, I'll hear you out.
He kind of hands the staff back. He kind of holds it by its head and hands it back to you. And he says, follow, follow, follow. And he kind of walks around the corner, and it's just a maze in here. And he walks around, and there's this line of staves, and he kind of picks through, and he goes to the back, and he pulls one off, detaches it from the latch, and kind of holds it out to you. This will allow you to launch a lightning bolt once per day.
Oh.
And this will kill
Is it a general
anyone you
lightning?
pointed at.
Is it? I mean, it's interesting. I'll keep it in mind. How much is the price?
This one is 500 gold
Okay.
pieces.
I'll keep it in mind. I kind of want to look.
It does also have some minor natural enhancements.
Alright.
AKA it's a +1.
Yeah. I'll keep it in mind. I want to at least look around and see what else you have in stock.
Alright, well in terms of staffs, I sadly don't have too much.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be staves. It could. There's other things I was looking into, but you know.
What kind of items in particular?
Oh jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Oh jeez.
And I'm sorry, any of your other friends?
Yeah. Anyone else?
Dear lads, is there
Well, I'm
anything
looking
else
at
we
stuff.
can get for you?
Got any fun bullets?
Bullets.
Elemental bullets, other magical bullets, improved aerodynamics of bullets. Well, I guess that wouldn't be. That would be more of an artificer shop, but
Yes, that would.
Boomerang bullets.
I have something. You see
Stupid
him snap his fingers, and all of a sudden, this like gem-encrusted chest appears beside him, just holding in space, and he kind of flicks it up and pulls out a little bag. It's like this little satchel that, as he pops open, he goes. You just hear jingling metal inside, and he takes a bullet out and he tosses it at you.
what?
A bullet, and he tosses it at you. And he says, "Those ones are a little bit more pricey, but they are effectively seeking. The likelihood of them missing their target is very low. These here," he kind of picks it up and tosses it to you. A little bit more common. They explode on impact. They're the exact same ones that you purchased earlier. He pulls out.
There's more.
Yeah, right.
This one is very special. This one is also very expensive. This one is reusable. It does not explode on impact in any way. There is a particular setting to it. It's very easy. You press it and it psychically connects to you. No attunement or nothing. And you just think of what elemental type you wish to deal. And as you load it in, and when you fire, it will deal an automatic extra amount of that damage.
Any more?
Just the one.
No, like any more like types.
There are a couple other types. There's this one, which explodes before impact into a net and attempts to wrap around its target.
Explodes in the barrel.
What did you say?
Explodes in the barrel. That's what I was thinking. Before impact.
Brooks would have gotten an AP.
Do you really want an alchemy jug, bud?
I don't want to laugh.
He kind of sifts through and says, I believe the vast majority of what I have is just the exploding rounds. Sadly, there aren't many gunslingers coming through the Cladrian Empire. If I was in a Varian, it'd be a drastically different statement. But here's just a different story.
Well, I served as a rifleman in the war, so.
A rare
Yeah.
position.
Indeed. Came to fall in love with it, as you can tell. So, how much for? I guess we'll start with the exploding bullets.
The exploding bullets, 35 gold pieces per.
They are cheaper. But we technically did get like a good discount on the other stuff, so. Okay. What about the? What we get to? The element changing one?
That one's a little bit more pricey. That one's 200 gold pieces.
Okay. What about the?
But it's reusable.
But it is reusable.
You have to go back.
You have to retrieve it.
Retrieve it?
It can be a little awkward. It generally impales like right on the skin, and stays a little farther out. But if it somehow finds its way inside the body, it can be a bit of a mess. I hate the sight of blood, personally.
What if they run away with it while they're still inside?
If it runs away while it's still inside, then kind of just lost the mother.
Literally covered in just like dried blood stains just everywhere. Hate the sight of blood.
Immediately press it.
Low speed.
Man, I think let's clean
I
it.
mean, I guess how much of an additional cost would it be to add an enchantment of returning to it?
We haven't encountered
That would be quite expensive. It's a very small bullet. There's only so much rune space. To make it returning,
Alright.
probably 1,500 gold pieces. Maybe more. We'd have to do it. We do it by an hourly basis. We do an initial estimation, in which you set down a down payment, and then if you don't come back for it, we're certain that we can sell it elsewhere to someone else. But down payment's a down payment. We'd probably request 500 down, and we'll count the hours.
But that is returning, never-ending, never-used, whatever element you want bullet.
That is a really fucking good bullet.
It's really good. It's one bullet,
But
but
it's
it's the
one
last bullet you'll ever need.
The last bullet
not-
you'll ever need.
Not really,
And
because it's not like you
and
can
I'll put
get
this.
it back and
I'll
then
put
shoot
this
it again.
out. It is.
What?
It is a 1d8.
Well, maybe.
And it's a 1d8 bullet.
It's a 1d8. So it adds 1d8 of whatever the 5 elemental types you want.
I'm willing to give you 20 gold to make sure you're more likely to get it.
But I thought you wanted that emerald pen.
Oh yeah. How much is an emerald pen?
An emerald pen. You see him kind of glance over, and it appears in his fingers over here. And he says,
Greatest showman.
25 gold.
Oh.
I'd like to make an Arcana check to see how high level a caster that would have to be be able to do something like that.
And you see him flick it towards you, Thomas.
I have a telescope.
Thomas, you see him look, and he flicks it towards you, and all of a sudden, you like feel it in between your ear and your head.
Uh, 14.
God damn, Jack.
This is a pretty high level caster.
I'm gonna rob him.
Probably significantly higher than you guys. Either that or a master at misdirection.
It's better than earlier.
I
And
do.
I guess
You
This one.
potential purchase.
Oh, what was the other bullet?
Use. You have.
That one comes proven.
Actually, better get my friend has a spice pouch you can pull
I don't
instant
believe it.
spices from.
The more confident I am, the better. And then when I'm like, this is gonna be bad, then all of a sudden you're supposed to have
I mean, it makes food rations
So many
lots.
I rolled a lot of
That
rolls out of
is fair,
72.
that is fair. However, you could just give me a bag of clothing and put good food in there.
Yeah.
Regardless, that kind of spice bag, you'll have to follow me. Sadly, I don't want to have that one in my personal inventory. And he kind of walks around the pavilion a little bit and pulls it out and says, they are a little bit more extensive to enchant. 40 gold pieces.
Alright, and what about an ever-smoking bottle?
An ever-smoking bottle. What does an ever-smoking bottle do?
It's a bottle that produces infinite smoke.
20 gold pieces.
And then...
I'm exactly 20 gold and you didn't mention anything like that.
What about a...
Jade, I don't have prices for shit listed out.
Come on.
I have you guys come
This
and
is
ask
your
me.
fault, Zach.
Okay, I'll say I have two more items that I'm interested in. There's a lantern of tracking undead, which essentially lights up if there is an undead, so a vampire within 300 feet.
He's going to say, I don't actually know if I have one of those on hand. He kind of looks around and says, I don't have one, but I will have one later in the week. There's another shipment of stuff coming in from some of our Avarian friends. I believe on the 13th or 14th, that shipment will be arriving. I should be fully restocking myself again. I believe there are a couple other groups that came in. I only keep 2 on inventory at a time. And sadly, they were both purchased earlier this
Unfortunate.
morning.
Suppose we'll have to come back then. Then last one, what about a wand of magic detecting?
One to detect magic, that'll be 125 gold pieces. A soul coin?
I'll say the only other thing I was debating about buying was a helm of comprehend languages, but it's never come up, and I don't know how important it will be coming up, because... Actually, let me very quickly double check the helm, because I think that only accounts for spoken.
Magic means? Yeah, Zach. Do you have any magic beans?
Beans?
Oh, no.
Okay.
What kind of beans are we looking for? Enlarging beans? Insmalling beans? Making one's member quite a bit larger beans?
Magic beans.
Those are all magic beans, my friend. What is your name, my friend?
Wayne?
Wayne. What's your last name?
Rex?
Wayne Rex. That is a good name.
What's your middle
Can I have your name?
Give me your name. Sign on this document, please. My dear friend, I need some kind of direction. I've at least got 100 different types of magical beans that do everything from make someone fart themselves, make them shit themselves, make them puke the rest of the day, and make them fall in love with a hamster. I need some direction.
How much for one of every one?
A few thousand gold.
Damn. What are your most popular ones?
Our most popular is to fall in love with a hamster. However,
Understandable. Understandable, to be honest.
So what about any magic
One of the
coffee beans?
you just
I'm not actually.
you just drug one of the boys with the fucking bean.
He kind of pops out a bean and says, well, the love beans are the most common. They're easy to slip in and only last for a few hours. So there's no, like, permanent major effects. For adventurers such as yourself, beans that enlarge are successful. Beans that heal a little bit. What else? Exploding beans are always fun. Those are a little bit pricier.
Shoot the exploding beam.
Shoot the exploding bean. Bro just crushes the bean. Fireball. Immediately destroys thousands of dollars of magical items. Just to show one off. There are beans that are just really tasty as well.
Tasty beans.
How much for that hamster one you mentioned?
The hamster one? It was only 5 gold pieces.
I'll take one of those.
That's some serious buffoonery there.
You see he again
Indeed, serious
holds his
buffoonery.
hand out and flicking it.
Polymorph of
All
the
of a sudden,
hamster.
a bean appears in his hand. It's literally the size of a black bean. It is tiny, and he just and it slowly floats over to you.
Well, thank you.
So, this might be a bit of a longer question, Zach. So, with the Helm of Comprehend Languages, how exactly would that affect the translation process the two of them have going on? 'Cause
Well, one of the biggest things it is a shorthand, so it would take some of it off.
Because the Comprehend Languages spell, unless you understand the literal meaning of any language you hear or see signed.
Or see signed. It would definitely help a lot.
Yeah, you also understand any written language must be touching the surface on which the words are written. Yeah. So, it doesn't decode symbols or secret messages, so we're gonna have to do that still.
Yeah.
But how much would that cost?
That would cost you 250 gold pieces. I'm just imagining that every time he pulls an item for you, it's just there's like this box floating behind him of chest, and every single time it just goes into the box.
How much money do you have on you?
Don't worry, my friends, we do have financing options if you would.
It's not a matter of financing, it's a matter of splitting it between us, because I know it's likely going to be him or whoever one of the other ones got off to using that one more often. Would you be willing to go for a package deal or buying in bulk?
Yes, I would be willing to do that.
How much for a cleansing stone?
A cleansing stone.
Yes.
Let me check
do
my
it.
inventory.
It's exactly what it sounds like. You touch something and it gets cleaned.
So it's the prestidigitation.
It's prestidigitation, but Lynn doesn't have prestidigitation anymore.
Fair enough.
He says, he looks at you, looks over at Sakir very blatantly, looks back to you. For you, my friend, I'll give you 20 gold pieces.
I'll add that to the cut at the very least.
Is he doing
If I
this
buy
just to spite
nothing
me?
else, yes. If I buy nothing else, at least that. What was that one you showed me? The claw of insignia?
I believe it was Insignia of Claw.
Yeah, Ixie. What about insignia of claw?
It gives you a +1 to unarmed attacks and damage rolls.
Yeah.
Which is not your staff admittedly, but it is still a
Yeah.
buff.
The fact that I get like magical unarmed attacks, I won't be a level 7 monk for a while. Or ever.
So that will be, so it's just a +1 to...
And it also makes them considered magic,
Yeah.
but
Magic.
Okay. I believe a fair price would be 400.
Okay. So it's either staff or one of these claw things.
So if we were to, if I were to purchase all of these and definite future interest in a lantern of undead tracking, though I'm sure we could discuss price. Well, how much do you normally sell those for?
200. For you, 200. It's 225
agree.
baseline price. But close friends get discounts.
Of course, of course. So I'll go ahead and place an order for the lantern right now.
We'll reserve it for you. What is your name?
Leopold Leonardo.
He kind of reaches his hand up to shake yours and says, "Knockdown." You're one of the older boys' family. Is it Dash, correct?
Correct, and I undoubtedly wasn't anticipating you may recognize while I was out.
Well, I deal in high-priced goods. Not everyone has the money to pay for those goods, so I know the families who can pay for them. And the peoples and the merchants and the sloths who only spend their money gambling, sadly. Regardless.
I suppose you do have a reasoning in your logic, but for the entire lot, including the lantern that'll get here later, how about 575?
What is the current?
The current is 635.
635?
Does that include my bullets and
That does not. This is just the items I am buying.
Do you have your total for the bullets?
Not yet. I'm still deciding if I need
575.
another item.
He's gonna look at you and say, "I believe that is a respectable price."
Very well then.
I just get a Crusader song. No, Lennon will not ask that, DM. No.
And then I will hand the spice switch off to you.
Okay. She'll take it.
I saw Ruckus with one, and I thought it would be handy for you.
I believe I can make this work. Kind of ties it around her
Yeah.
pouch.
The wacky things.
All right, Thomas, what you picking up?
The wacky
Do I have to
things.
throw something at him?
Hold on. he's
What about the
thinking.
clockwork earwig?
Ooh, what does that do?
I've
I
had
know
one
that-
using my campaign before.
I'm the one actively using it right now because the person that
Yeah,
had
it's
it before
advantage
is
perception.
dead.
No, what if you get
Advantage on perception for things that for perception checks relying on hearing, but
He's gonna.
I have the ability to tap it and record up to 1 minute of
Yeah, I know.
dialogue, and then I can also speak the command and do comprehend languages.
As you kind of turn to him to ask him,
jumper.
clockwork earwig. He kind of taps his ear a little bit. Says, "The one you're wearing." You kind of peek, and the ear on the other side
Damn.
has
Word.
something wrapped around it now, and you kind of pull it off, and he says, "Sadly, that's a bit pricier. That will be 150 gold pieces."
So 150 plus the emerald pen, 175 plus the 500 for the down payment on the returning elemental bullet. That puts me at 870.
Where'd my math go?
I
Wait.
wasn't paying attention to your numbers. Say
So
it
what
again.
were you doing again? How many exploding bullets?
I'm gonna add that in at the end.
Okay.
So, say it out.
So the earwig
Yeah, which is
150.
150,
plus the emerald pen,
which is 20.
yes, plus the down payment,
Which is 500. Yeah.
yes, 670.
He kind of looks over to you, Secure, and says, "My friend, are you not interested in anything?"
Looking around, some of these things are piquing my interest. Do you have a smaller, never-ending phylactery? What is it called?
The water one?
Decanter of endless water.
The decanter of endless. No,
Decanter
not
of
of endless water. The alchemist jug.
Alchemist jug.
Maccabee!
He kind of opens the chest behind him, kind
That's
of
what I was
pulls it
trying
out,
to get, and he just
looks
pulled
at
out
you,
a fuckload of different
looks at it,
ones.
looks
Why
at
not
you,
just ask for a back
looks at the rest of the group,
No.
says, "I think I found some returning customers.
I was like,
A gift
no,
to you, my friend."
magic.
And he floats it over to
And then he just started naming
The
off
GM's
100.
showing sympathy because he's poor.
you. As he floats it over to you, you see him kind of wink at you, and then look back to the rest of the group.
He looked.
I am gonna put my hand in my pocket to see if he somehow stole my gold.
There's one going down.
So this
He
thing I
needs the
assume
gold.
is smaller than a normal alchemy jug, but still I can choose a liquid to come out of it.
Yeah.
So do one
It is limited to 1 gallon of 1 liquid per day.
gallon, one liquid.
Yo.
And it can be black.
Oh, what?
It's great.
Not allowed blood to come from that.
The bottle of boundless coffee?
That one's gonna
I
be
mean,
different.
Gallon of
It's
coffee.
I can make a gallon of hot
it's just a
coffee
little
for a
coffee. Oh,
second.
hold on, click on it.
A
Click on it.
gallon of coffee every
Let's read the
thing.
description.
That's crazy, dude.
I'm pretty sure that one's.
It's a common item.
Yeah.
Mayonnaise is the
I can't see it.
I'm pretty sure that's a homebrew.
Dude, the
item.
fucking Wendigo quote just
No,
it
it comes from a.
my brain.
It comes from a book.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
But he
I
doesn't.
a
He doesn't have a
very,
book.
very, very
It's a
similar.
very
one.
Gallon
niche
of white
situation.
monster every single. Yeah, baby. I'd be living.
Heart attack.
No.
Heart attack
That's
by
a
25.
No.
Yeah, it's
Heart
basically
attack
a
by
ghost hunter.
25.
23.
My coffee element.
Next year.
Coffee
And also
elemental.
long range doesn't.
That's
doesn't
what I had,
influence
and
disadvantage.
The Cambane.
Oh shit! How much was that Whistler bullet?
With Windle.
The Whistler bullet.
The one that like.
It gives you
Tracker.
advantage.
Oh, okay.
On a hit. is
Okay,
what
how
it
much
does.
was that one?
I think I said 50.
Oh.
No,
you
you
gave a price on that.
You didn't give me a price.
Okay, 50.
You're at 6
Oh,
never mind.
I don't know.
Okay, and that's a one use, correct?
Yeah, it's a one use.
Okay. Okay. How many of those ones does he have?
He has 4 on hand.
This is the first time I've seen this.
Those. You don't have the sharpshooter feat yet, do you?
I'm supposed to.
Negative.
The amount does vary depending on what you want it to produce. Should I be like 1 gallon instead of 12 gallons for water? It's like 1 gallon.
The more
it's
dangerous it
proportional.
is, the less you get.
Exactly. So if
That's
it's
what I
acid, normally 8 ounces. If it's water or salt, it's 12 gallons. So should I just put it water and salt is 1
So
gallon?
it'd be-
It would
1
be
gallon
proportional.
and
It'd
yeah,
be
the proportions are lower.
1/12.
Everything's 1/12.
Voting
So you get a half an hour.
Bro,
3/4
Bro
of an
gets
ounce.
a drop of wyvern poison.
It's like,
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's try and speed this up.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna do the calculator.
Yeah, you're at 620 right now.
I'm at 620.
Yeah, 620.
Jack, do you mind grabbing me water? Appreciate you.
I'm just trying to see what else I can fit in within my budget.
You guys don't know about every magical item that exists.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Yeah.
Like, Leopold might have some excuse, Rikus might have some excuse.
I would like the eye of Vecna.
Yeah, no, I'm trying.
I would like the hand of your mother.
I'm trying
In
to.
marriage.
I'm trying to keep it to common and uncommon stuff
Yeah.
for the most part, but
One for now, one for the fridge.
I appreciate you. Yeah, it's fine.
it's basically a case of what else can I fit within my budget, and that will determine.
How about you come back later? Maybe you'll have more money.
Well, what if it's more expensive later, or if it's gone?
He's getting a whole nother shipment in a couple days.
Good in
13th or 14th.
Now we did it now.
So
Well,
those
I
items.
would like to get to some other things days.
Yeah, like potentially.
Okay, so those items plus the four Whistler bullets puts me at 820, and I'm gonna say, is it okay? So that puts me at 820. Obviously, minus the $500 down, sorry, 500 gold down payment. It's 320. Let's see. Any room for negotiation if I throw more exploding bullets?
For every exploding bullet, I'll say it costs 25 instead of 35.
Three of those as well.
3 of those. So we're looking at 395
Yes. 395 plus.
plus 500.
Yeah. So that's 895. That should do.
Alright, so 395 plus 500, so we're looking at a total of 895.
Any contract involved with retrieving my magical item?
Yes, he fluffs out a piece of paper and kind of sets it on thin air as though it was a desk, and it's just flat there. And you kind of look over and read through it, and it's a pretty cookie cutter, like, I assign this 500 gold is no longer my own. It's my fault if I don't come back and pick up the bullet within a month. La da 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 da.
How soon is the bullet gonna be ready?
Later this week.
Today's the 10th.
Today's the 10th. He
Be
says
ready like the 12th.
the 12th would cost extra.
What about the morning of the 13th?
Morning of the 13th? Questionable. I could guarantee it by the morning of the 14th.
Okay.
We probably.
Well, if it is here earlier, then
If we were to take part in that team, that we probably wouldn't be able to use it anyways. Maybe against regulations.
and how will I be notified when it's ready?
Well, I've told you it should be ready by the 14th. I don't guarantee, as you can see in the contract, an immediate notification. But within a week, if you have not picked it up within a week, we will be sending someone out to find you. We have your name. We have a general place of residence to where we can send a letter.
Okay. A will sign that one off, and then.
Alright, as you see him grab the piece of paper, it like rolls up into his fingers. Kind of wraps this little rope around it, ties it taut, puts it in his little chest beside him, and says, "Well, friends, it was most fantastical to have you here today. You are more than welcome to drop back again later in the week, as obviously some of you will be. Is there anything else I can get you?"
I guess.
Caltrops.
Regular caltrops or magical caltrops?
Are these magical?
No.
How much? They are 1 gold. They are 1 gold.
You could also buy ball bearings.
Yeah, but these
He
like
says,
I don't know.
"I have some caltrops."
Imagine if you stack caltrops, ball bearings, and grease on one pile.
I don't imagine I'll have
It's
magical ones that are
thorn,
less than 20.
Whatever
Sadly,
thorn spell is
no.
called.
Bramble?
No, it's like
20 of your
spike
finest
growth. That's what I'm
caltrops.
thinking of.
I spread my fingers so it's actually
you
2.
were
It says-
not moving.
I don't do magic.
2 caltrops, that's it.
No, 2 gold. One set of caltrops. Pleasure doing business.
Pleasure.
I think Lynn will probably just go for the cleansing stone and the claw. Or
Okay.
insignia of the claw for now. And
Okay.
in the future, if he gets more gold, he'll come back for the lightning quarterstaff.
Okay.
So that's 420 in from Linen. 20 for the
yes.
cleansing stone and 400 for the. Ooh. Linden doesn't barter.
Ooh, there's astral caltrops. What does that even mean? I'm gonna actually look what is that?
This happened last time we went shopping as well, so I don't really remember.
Yeah, no, don't worry. We're probably just gonna skip to the evening unless someone has something pertinent.
I mean, probably spending a wonderful day playing carnival games with my friends.
And wasting a lot of money.
I need to charge my laptop.
Okay, they're just caltrops, but on steroids.
Super
So there's an outlet over here. I don't know if it'll reach all the way.
There is an
oh,
outlet
I forgot there's one. I
right
forgot there was
there.
one over there.
Yeah, there's one behind Thomas.
You said you had
No, not
100
behind
different
Thomas, on
beans,
the
right?
table.
Oh, what? Oh my god.
Yeah, some magic beans.
You said you had 100 different beans?
Yes, I can't remember what all of them do off the top of my head.
bag of beans,
Yeah, about just a bag of beans.
which has
Bag
a
of beans?
pre-selected amount of magical beans.
I believe I could be convinced.
Well,
Tell me, Wayne Rex, what do you think a bag of randomized beans would be worth?
That's how we know we're pushing Zactuals on it.
He's looking up at you exactly like this.
How about
Guys!
I wonder if the recording picked that up.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
might have, yeah.
I mean, it would
how
help
about
if
I
the
give
thing
you
was shut.
this? I hold out my cloak that I can't wear anymore. So I'll give you this, and you give me a fat bag of beans.
It's a cloak of protection, right?
Yeah.
He kind of holds his hand out. And the cloak like billows over to him. Deal. And he flips out. It's this small little bag. Barely could hold an ounce or 2 of stuff. And he says, 25 beans.
Okay.
And he wears the cloak around his neck.
Thought you didn't like blood.
There's no blood
looks
on
like
this.
we all need to make a trip to the
Nice enough.
bank.
You guys have bank accounts?
Do you
Oh, I
need to
do
make
not.
a trip to the bank?
What?
You have a bean?
Listen, poor joke and too rich to understand.
No, I'm just gonna bump it off of you.
Wayne, 3 bean?
Don't you have like 50 platinum still?
For my sake,
That was
are these just a random assortment of all the beans that he has? Or is this the bag of beans that has the random roll a dice beans.
I didn't even know that was an item. We can run it that way, or we can run it. You pull a bean, and I decide what it does when it comes out.
I think that's funnier.
I don't know. The bag of beans is crazy different.
The bag of beans has some goofy stuff.
It's anything from a little purple Huffalump to or pink. It's like a pink rabbit with antlers. Not a jackalope, but similar. It summons one of those, or it could be some toadstools, or it could be a
There's a
full-on fucking
legit
pyramid.
one that a pyramid sprawls up with mummies and a mummy lord.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Or another group of undead.
It's a wide range of random shit.
If we're doing this bag of beans, we're not doing 25 beans.
Because literally that would just change an entire combat.
That would change multiple sessions for you guys.
Funny.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be 25. It would be 25 goofy ones, or it will be. There are 6 beans inside the.
So 25 random other goofy ones, or 6.
None of them will
from
be
that
a
one.
fucking pyramid spawns with a mummy lord and treasure inside.
That would've been cool.
I think I'll do the roll the dice one, so I get to roll a dice.
Okay.
It's funnier
That was
now. DM, just quick question. For Wraps of Unarmed Prowess, does that stack with chains like Blood Dungeons?
Wraps it on prowess.
Yeah. It's basically.
It gives +1 to 3 depending on rarity to unarmed attacks.
Yeah.
Which, from the sounds of it, that might stack with Signia of Claws. I'm not sure.
No, I'm asking if it stacks with like chains, like blood arm stuff.
Ooh.
Huh?
Now I'm interested. What you say?
Wraps of Unarmed Prowess. Do your
I already have them.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, he does.
Already one step ahead of you.
He already has +2.
Just
Oh,
like
what?
we're one step behind where the DM wants to be.
Yeah.
to enhance
Your
the
attacks,
knuckles.
Possibly. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what the knuckles
It-
are effectively. I don't know if you have
Yeah.
to slot for it.
Also, apparently, with the insignia of claws, my fist is now glow purple. When I you see that.
Stop becoming my character.
No.
There's only so much deviation a monk can have.
Mine's darkness. His is literally being smart. Okay. This is
Smart is debatable.
Intellectual.
Intellectual is also debatable.
Alright. So,
we both have shit charisma though.
as
Mine's
you
+3.
guys head out, Mallard will again give a cross-legged bow and say, "Friends are welcome anytime."
I will always remember the shop's name.
That's
That is good.
Feather.
Would you like a card?
That'd be even more helpful, yes.
You
please.
see, he flicks his finger out to you, and the card
No.
comes out of your mouth.
There's certain things I was okay with, just to be clear.
Just to be clear, I gave you something for free.
Touche.
I could have put it up your butt. That would have been far more uncomfortable. Or another place, which would have been even more uncomfortable to pull it out of.
Ooh.
Have done that to disrespectful people before, but you're not that type, my friend. It's not wet at all.
Just puts it back in his mouth.
Can I?
Alright, so as you guys sprawl out, what are you guys' plans for the day? We are going to try to kind of skip past most of the day and just get to some of the evening stuff. But a general overview. You're wanting to go out with your NPCs.
And do carnival games, and anybody is welcome to join us.
Shit, I get to go do carnival games with you, Bond, bro.
It's happening. It's happening.
Carnival games?
I would be surprised if you got in first third by the end of this.
Fucking send it.
I mean,
Us
like,
and the 3
campaign if
characters
you're on
shipping it
Fair.
on.
Oh yeah. I guess while we're walking around, Lyndon will be like, "So guys, we finally decoded that Varys letter. We have a way to talk with him now." write, he'll like bring out the letter. If we write on the back of this, he'll see what we write, and then on the front of it, he'll write responses.
Is it, I don't know, like a two-way street? If he wants to contact us, he can write on the front a new letter.
I'm not sure. The way it sounds like, I mean, the way it was worded, it sounds like probably.
We should have that letter investigated.
Maybe. I think it's a useful tool to keep for a rainy day. Right?
We don't know what magic it's being used to do that. Magic books especially tend to be dangerous territory.
And the next time you do need to translate something, pulls out helm, just tell me and I'll give you this visit. Sure to make the job partially easier.
Hopefully. I mean, last time it took me and Secure like 3 days to translate it.
Onwards to carnival games and skip into the evening.
Alright. Who is playing for money and who's playing for prizes?
Money.
I'm playing to win.
Prizes.
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 Well, what are the prizes?
There is
A giant
nothing
scorpion.
magical, nothing adventuring.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuffed animals.
Oh.
There's a lot of little toys. There is what seems to be like a massive stuffed owl bear that Yvonne in particular is interested in.
I'll win it.
I am going to make sure he doesn't win it.
That's
I'm gonna play against you.
Ah.
I'm gonna. Is there a way in whatever carnival game this is that I could go against him
So-
and or win it before he does?
Here's what
I'm
I'm
also
gonna
trying
say.
to win before he does.
Okay. So all three of you, as you're walking by this
Two
just
are
like
trying to
massive
cock
carnival
block
ground,
this man.
you guys see one of those little games where it's almost like a hand crossbow. Firing blunt bolts, and you have to hit a series of targets. And the last one that wins the larger prizes, but you have to get each of the ones beforehand, is you have to fire through a small, like, axe head. Like, there's a hole in the axe, in the blade of the axe. That you have to fire through it and knock the hat off of this little mannequin in the back.
Watch him win it. Watch him.
Yeah, Wayne, you wanna hop in
I
on
got
this?
this.
Yeah, let's go.
I got
Alright.
this.
We're also.
So all 5 people stroll
I
up.
chose for that.
This seems pretty fun.
You know, we're just gonna say that there's 5 different
Yeah.
stations for this sake. So to put it simply, there are gonna be 5 challenges, each scaling more difficult as they go, and they're all ranged dexterity checks with effectively a crossbow. So
I was wondering if I could potentially do like a tinker's roll, not to actually like mess with a crossbow, but just to sort of like get a sense of like, you know, I guess I'd want to say like weight and draw, but draws are more of a thing for actual bows.
I'm gonna watch him like
and short bows.
tweak it, like looking and inspecting this way too hard. He's like, never fired a hand crossbow.
I have had a hand crossbow. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the weighting of it, if it's biased to one side or not.
You would need to fire it to find out.
DM, could
My +9 tinkering roll might say otherwise. Can I, DM?
yeah, sure.
DM, could you
Rules in that one.
I'm trying to read the Gust
yes.
cantrip.
This is perfect.
If it has a somatic component or not.
Gus.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Does it have VSM?
It has VS.
That is
Verbal and
verbal and
somatic.
somatic.
Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm just
27.
And 27. It does have a little bit of a drag to the left. You'll have a +1 to all of these rolls.
What does M stand for then?
Material.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Alright. So, a non-magical hand crossbow in this case, or just any crossbow that I mean, if you're proficient with heavy but not with light, it's fine. But I don't think Linen's proficient in any
So
of these.
if a light crossbow counts as a simple weapon, then yes.
Well,
You should be able to see.
Hold on.
It should be in
I don't think
proficiencies.
any of the simple light crossbows are simple ranged weapons.
Okay.
Is that different than simple weapons being ranged?
Well, it's just simple ranged versus simple melee.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
have
yeah.
proficiency in simple
I just have
weapons.
simple weapons in general.
Okay.
Same here.
Is Wayne the only one here not proficient, or is he proficient?
Are there any other rules?
I have a
that this
crossbow.
person's-
Crossbow? Nice. Are there any other rules?
Are you gonna participate?
The rules are, if you
Okay.
miss, you can keep shooting and maybe win
I'm
a
gonna go
lesser
with you.
prize with some of the lower
Remember
targets.
this thing?
But to get the big target, you have to
I'll
hit
give you
all
that
5
one.
straight.
Okay. Good luck.
Aw.
What is?
Was that good luck? We're doing it? Or? Okay, sweet. Let's go.
We'll give you guys.
He's gonna
That's
guide
guidance
me.
on him.
Wait, no, these are attack rolls. Guidance wouldn't work here.
Are these attack rolls?
Yes.
Yes. You're firing a crossbow at
You
something.
need bless.
Oh, balls.
I mean, you could still just bless you and him.
Just. I mean. If there's
Yes.
There is nothing stopping you, unless they have a rule saying no magic.
I mean, this is.
Are there any posted signs that say no magic?
You didn't see any.
As I shake his hand and say good luck, instead of guidance, I'm saying bless.
Okay. And you're blessing both you and him?
Yep.
Oh, we're blessing here.
Just.
Alright. So, I would like everyone. Does anybody have any other ways to give themselves bonuses?
Well, seeing Wayne bless secure, and Lynn was
Hunter's
Lynn was just doing this for fun. He's like, oh, if we're blessing, everyone should be on the same level, and then he'll bless.
Screw you. In your
Okay.
lawfulness.
That's beautiful.
With that,
Even the playing
does
field.
does Rikus have a way to give himself advantage?
If I use my blood maledict, yes.
So how many
I
rounds?
don't think
There's
it's
no
blood
blood
maledict
in these
target.
items.
No, I
Yeah.
just use an action to use my blood maledict on the grand crossbow, and then use my blood curse to activate my blood curse of the mark.
Okay.
Do you need a blood maledict to use a curse?
What?
Do you need to use your blood maledict on your weapon to use a curse?
No,
I don't think you do.
you don't.
Oh, shit. Wait.
So, as everyone lines up, I would like you to make your first attack roll.
I'll do this physically instead of on.
Sequentially or all of us?
Zach, do you need any dice for the roll?
What do we add?
Do you need dice?
You're adding whatever you would add to a crossbow attack. So Dex plus proficiency. I think everyone's proficient.
No.
Okay.
Plus 1 for you, obviously.
Oh yeah, I'm
17.
Yeah.
giving myself a
14.
9
Where's the proficiency?
plus proficiency.
Oh,
plus
oh,
Dex.
there's
a bless. That's right.
I mean,
Yeah,
at
you
this
were-
level it should be plus 3.
I did not roll
plus
well.
3.
Okay.
At least I'm pretty sure it's
That was
plus
mine.
3.
You guys are
But
plus 3
that
right
plus
now.
4 proficiency
Yeah.
would have been 13.
Did you add your d4?
Oh, I didn't have a d4 from last. Thank you.
What are they here?
That is a 4 on that, so that brings me up to an 18.
I am hitting a 22.
22.
How many rounds is this?
Is 5. Sequentially getting larger.
What's the first one start at?
You don't know.
Second.
You wait, what did you roll?
17.
17.
After all of my
Rikus?
bonuses.
that is a
I rolled a
15 plus 13 plus 2.
There it
A
is.
30. Alright, so everyone hit the first target. Go ahead and roll me another attack.
This is fun, guys. So we're having
Are we just having everyone reroll
just
their
like-
d4 each time?
Yeah, you're welcome
You
to.
should give D4.
Oh,
You
that's
have-
only
I'm gonna
the-
make you guys
only the
reroll.
D4 or the 20 as well.
Only
Is
the
there one in
D4.
there?
Oh.
So reroll your 20
I-
and your D4.
Yeah,
Okay.
reroll both.
Okay.
So we are rerolling the D4.
Damn,
Damn, I have 4.
I may or may not have that one.
16.
Plus your.
16, 17.
Oh my god.
That'd be a,
14? No, nothing more?
I got a 12 overall.
12 overall? Okay.
That is a 31.
Wayne?
8.
8?
I got a 1 and 2. Plus 5.
Oh, that's a nat one.
I also now one if it makes you feel better.
That's crazy.
So,
I
as
rolled
you
the
guys
exact
are
same
all
as you.
firing, there is a loud bang in the background as a horse race goes off, which just slightly knocks the aim of Wayne and Leopold off, and the bolt just goes just a little wide for the both of you guys.
No.
Wah wah.
So
I-
you guys
I nat
are
one.
you guys are able to still play for some smaller prizes.
Don't worry,
prizes.
But the,
We
the,
still
the
got
heart
it.
you rolling, but the heart
I
of your
got
bond
a
is in the
12
hands.
on a nat 1.
Is in the hands of Secure.
Imagine no. Me and Zach understand. This is your chance. This is your
No,
chance.
this is Wayne's chance.
No, Lennon likes moths.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
Yeah, he's into like milfs.
I'm just thinking about the fact of every single other game where I fucked him over in this type of retrospect.
Actually, I would like to clarify. He's not into milfs. Milfs are into him.
Yeah.
All right. I would like everyone can still keep rolling. You two are just now playing for lesser prizes.
And what numbers did you guys lose on?
I lost on a 14.
12.
Good. Yeah, it was 12.
12 and 8.
Yeah.
Rolling again. Come on, Thomas.
I like how it's just become a party effort to
Anyways, I got only 6
to win.
By the way,
Don't get one.
this was 2 gold to play this game.
Yeah. 17.
17,
Yeah, 17.
Dirty
Okay.
20.
dirty 20.
16.
We both rolled a lot better this time when we don't have
That's a nat 20. Plus
do we
2
now
plus
think
so
we-
plus 15. Yeah, plus
lot.
15.
Plus 15.
So 35.
35. Okay, so for that, this was a DC 18 shot.
No.
So sadly, Rikus is the last one in the game for the owl.
I can't even use
Silvery
my
barbs.
dude.
Yes! Do you
No!
actually?
Oh my god.
When's the reroll?
You gotta reroll. You have to use this too.
Okay, this would
And
be
I don't think you get
legendary
advantage
if
of
he
it.
gets
It's
it
just
now.
one dice.
This would be
It's just a
legendary.
flat-
On the table.
Like a
Just
flat
one
reroll?
d20.
This is
plus
this
modifiers.
is a
This is a
doom
dice.
roll.
This is a tower
This is
roll.
a
I
tower
believe you
roll.
keep your D4. You just have to reroll the 20.
Roll in the tower.
Okay,
Yeah, you
well,
can
add a
keep
plus
your
2.
Okay.
Fuck you. What's wrong with you? Stay to the game, guys.
The fate of
11 plus 15.
This
So
was a
yeah,
DC
it-
18.
so I still win.
So a
Plus
26.
15.
Damn.
However, that
If you was within
with the
6,
nat 20, you would have skipped the 4th challenge.
I was
You
just
had
about to
two
say.
tries
Fuck
at-
that literally would
You
have
would have
been.
had 2 tries at the hard shot. All right. So
I'm
Hold
still,
on. You can give somebody advantage. Who do you give advantage?
Me.
I'm still playing for prizes,
You
man.
don't let anyone stay
okay,
in.
so the 4 of you are still able to play.
Yeah.
However, I will note if you miss a second shot, no prize.
Alright.
I'm gonna call it. What do they have?
You're gonna call it. What do they have?
Yeah, for this.
They have about a 2-inch tall, like with a little ring on top, just any kind of creature, little chicken, cow, stuff like that.
I'll take one.
You'll take one.
Yeah.
Do you care what animal? This cute little otter.
I'll take the
That's
otter.
probably out.
The otter.
How'd you already get one?
He
Because
bowed
I
out.
just- I bowed out.
He stopped lying.
Yeah.
So you
He
got
just-
a teeny tiny prize?
He stopped.
I don't believe in gambling.
We're not
That's
gambling, we're having
CK.
fun.
Yeah.
What do you mean? 21 for me.
21. Okay.
Well, no, I'm out.
18.
18.
19.
All right. 19. All right. All 3 of you are able to hit your shot.
Oh, this is the 4th shot?
Oh, this is
you
the
do-
4th
you
shot.
do get advantage. You
Yeah,
get advantage.
you're hitting
I
the
know.
4th target. They were all still on the 2nd or 3rd target.
18 plus 4 plus 13. So 22 plus 13.
35. All right. So continuing, just
Wait,
nailing each of these targets.
How much did you make it by? What did you roll?
He made it by 13.
Favorite
He's
by
the
that
only
guy.
one who can win this, by the way. Does it matter that much that he's not the one who does it?
It's about the principle, yeah.
It's about the
It's the
principle.
principle.
All right. So, last roll for
What are
you
you
guys. He's gonna do like the muddled mind or something, or eyeless. So,
Prize
last
one.
shot, highest DC. Last roll.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, I don't have advantage on this one.
Last roll. Okay. Blood curse Violus. You have a -6.
-6 or -D6?
Oh, it might be -D6.
I thought it was a negative die for eyeless.
17 for Lennon, by the way, on this last shot.
That is a failure, sadly.
Oh well.
28.
Blood curse
That is a
Violus.
success.
18. Damn.
1d6.
That is a failure.
There you go.
Because you made it to the 4th
-4.
shot.
A -4.
Is that a save or anything?
No, I think. Well,
blood curse, what do you have to do for it? Is there a save? Is
You
there...
can use your action to roll 1d6 and subtract the result from the creature's attack roll. You can choose to use this feature after the creature's roll before the DM determines whether the attack hits or misses. Nope, no save.
What does this say about the Inexorables casting debuffs on each other?
Are you
in
immune?
children's
Are you
games?
immune to being
It's
blind?
that we're so good friends with each other. We can do that
Okay,
shit.
so you
What
do
the
have a
shit?
-4.
I imagine Thomas is literally just that one guy from the Olympics.
Does it count as a charming effect?
No. It's
just
the blinding
just
effect.
no eye, just regular eyewear, everything like that. Just
Damn.
like
So like no saves or nothing, huh?
No
No.
saves.
No, it's great. It's great.
just a -4.
I mean, Silvery Barbs is no saves either, and that's a more debilitating one.
Yeah.
It is very.
We're representing the Inexorables, guys.
Yeah. Nothing like a little
Alright.
infighting.
If you want to, you are welcome to roll on the table or through the tower.
Openly casting, buffing, and
Well, here's my
debuffing
D4.
spells on each
The D4 is a
Two.
2.
Two.
So
you
I
have
only have
minus
minus
two.
2.
So you have a +11.
These won't fit to
So a
other.
plus.
Then don't use the metal
Then just roll them.
ones.
Actually, this one will.
You don't have to use the tower.
Don't
Actually.
you? Don't
Oh, I
use.
know, I know.
You can just roll them on the table. That
Don't-
way, at least everyone can see.
Don't use the metal ones on the screen as well.
You just,
You can
like,
use the metal one
put
on the
your,
screen.
Put your thing up there.
For
It's
this
plexiglass.
It's plexiglass.
Oh.
It's just gonna. I mean,
It'll just scrape every time.
19.
no.
16.
Yeah. Well, hey, he's getting.
19 plus 13.
He
Minus
won the
2,
bear
so 11
and he
means
won the girl.
30 was the
Second part
DC.
might
And I
be
hit it?
visible.
You got a 30. 30 was the DC. So, as you guys are firing, just pop, pop, pop. Just these little targets you're knocking down.
Oh,
And then
I'm,
the
I'm
final-
standing like this.
As you
And on the last
shoot,
one, the vision just goes, and you shoot anyway.
as you shoot the final shot, you actually see the glint of sunlight from the inside of this axe, almost as if there's like glass there, as though you're not supposed to be able to win the game. But the bolt hits it just right that it punches through this little thin layer of glass and rides straight into the hat behind, just pinning it to the wall. This is a blunt bolt. And as the person at the desk is looking at this, he goes,
Well, this is pretty fun, guys.
Yeah.
We should
Thanks
do
for the
this
game.
Wish I hadn't gotten been screwed up by the holes.
I'm just gonna
Which is
kind
crazy,
of look.
'cause
I'm
he
just gonna be
not
like
only
kind of
didn't expect
looking
this,
at him
he
like.
doesn't know that he just like had 2 debuffs on him as well. and still.
he was literally just looking at a magazine while you guys were playing.
I'm aware that you guys debuffed me.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Huh?
And he's just
Good shot, Ryan.
mouth agape. There is only one of these in stock. And he kind of flabbergasted, pulls it down. This thing weighs about 25 pounds.
Holy shit! What an
Fuck
outfit.
yeah.
It is larger than you.
Fuck yeah.
In total mass.
Fireman.
And he kind of
In total
hoists it over the counter.
Is it like one of them like 6-foot teddy bears, but like an owl bear?
Yes,
Mhm.
it is a 6-foot owl bear.
No wonder.
And this
Yvonne
was
looking
an absolutely perfect
understandable.
use of 20 minutes, by the way.
I can't.
A woman of
I can't believe you.
Well, I turn to Yvonne and say, "Would you like me to carry this for you until we return to the?"
You're taking things to the trash.
She looks
Thank
at you and
Yeah.
then she looks at Theobald and says, "You're not staying with us, are you?"
I do have a room to stay if I piss off a noble. So.
I mean, I did purchase a room.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Well, I'll make you a special dinner at some point this week for this.
Perfect.
You see, Leopold, she's generally very calm, very neutral. She's definitely got some brimming excitement on the...
Because she's got a big ass fucking.
She just got a huge ass owl bear. She has no clue how she's gonna get it home, but she's like...
Fuck yeah.
God.
Well,
The
it's for
righteous
all the
ex
nights
Yvonne
that Leo's
people
not at
are-
home.
What?
Wait,
It's for
no,
all the
Yes.
long nights that Leo's
Is
not
not
at
the one
home.
viewer that we
They have separate rooms.
Yeah.
I love how there's so many jokes surrounding Yvonne, just like, yeah, we know she's his servant, and then Rikus.
Rikus is like, I don't care. Anyways, what's next?
Yeah, that was pretty fun. What did we get for winning 3 out of the 5?
So if you lose 2, you don't get any.
Damn.
So
I won 4 out of 5.
you're the only one who gets another thing. and you're able to get more like a medium-sized item.
How do you get an itty bitty then?
Because he
only
bailed
bailed
out.
out.
He bailed out.
He only hit one.
Yeah.
He hit 2.
Oh, 2?
He missed
Okay.
1, hit 2. If you bail early, you get a really shitty prize.
No.
Mine was pretty cool. It was a cute little honor.
That was pretty fun, guys. We should do that again.
Hey, I'm going to like kind of like behind my back, do a hand signal up in the sky, like to grab Oswald's attention, and then I'm going to command it to grab the otter out of his hands.
Do you have it in your hand, or do you like hook it on your belt?
I probably haven't hooked it on anything. I'm just holding it. Then again, would I be sensitive to his hand signal since that's literally how we communicate?
He's probably
it's behind my
behind
back.
you. He's probably behind you doing it behind his back.
Although it is Shadowfell sign language, so you would know it.
I would know it.
If you saw it.
Because I taught Oswald
Okay.
the simple hand signs.
I really don't think Sakir would be gripping it tight by any means.
And Oswald's basically just like nose diving. You wouldn't even hear flapping of wings.
So Oswald with a natural 18. You hear nothing until a singular flap pushes a wind against your back, and a talon is wrapped inside the ring you are grabbing, and rips it from your hand, and just.
So then, in conversation with Wayne, it's like, "Sorry, man, wasn't able to do anything. I mean, you can have this."
And he just like plops right into my hand, and I'm like, "That's for whatever you did."
How immediately would I be able to clock that it's his owl and not just some bird attacking us?
Well, it immediately grabs it and then drops it like a quarter second later to its owner.
And it's
So
Oswald.
immediately.
He has the remember he has like the definitely not a monocle, like
Goggles.
like definitely not goggles. That he can flop down, and he has a little like very tailored little leather
You're
stuff.
lucky your bird's so noticeable.
Oswald-
I'm gonna cook that bitch.
Oswald perches on my on my arm and just does like the, because he's got like he's the owl with like the little ear things, so he just like evil stare.
You can see just the faintest bits of glow on my hand.
Continuing on from those shenanigans, anything else to do this evening?
I do tie the owlbear stuffy thing kind of like over my pack,
Yeah.
like someone's giving a like I'm giving a
Piggyback ride.
piggyback ride essentially.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
It was a fair fight. You would have done the same.
it was absolutely not.
Theobald
And yes,
says,
I would.
What do you mean? Everyone got buffed, people got debuffed. Okay.
Well, he got double debuffed.
I would have thrown a flash grenade, but
Slightly more illegal.
No.
it's a gray area. And I look,
It's a
I
gray
and I like look over at him. Who's like
loves looking at me. He's the one who knows the legality of things. Would it be throwing a flashbang in public area legal? I would think it would be.
It would not.
Last time I did it, I got the cops called on me.
Oh,
Was that in Revenant?
What?
Was that in Revenant?
No, that was in Wichita.
no.
Oh, I thought that was in character.
Small town.
Small town.
Yeah, but
It's in the Khatanan Empire. You haven't heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Okay.
yeah, nothing that was
Something
done
of which
affected the game or affected the actual equipment. So
Onwards
All right.
to this
Well,
evening then?
so,
when they're
To this
proper
evening,
conversation.
you guys probably, do you eat at the Golden Goose or out and about?
We'd probably eat
Hey,
out and
well.
about carnival food, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've been eating. I expect that silver on that already.
Yeah, you know,
Well, that was lunch,
anytime you eat,
dinner.
just remove a couple silver or something. Like, food's not that expensive.
I don't know,
But,
it's
you
most
know,
of my money every time.
I mean, it's a solid percentage of what you got left.
Yeah, exactly.
So you guys eat. What time are people looking to retire? Because I know you have got your thing.
I have two things in fact.
9 to 10. Yeah.
I was just about to say, I don't know if I'll be able to.
What time
But
do we
it's-
have to be? What time do we have to meet, Lycus?
Morning.
Morning? Just probably soon, then, right? Well, at least we're then soon.
I mean, we're probably talking mid-evening at this point.
Yeah.
You're probably not meeting until at least 7 or 8 in the morning.
What about any money-making games?
If you
Yeah.
want to, we will just roll a luck check.
Yeah.
You'll tell me how much you bet, and I'll tell you how much you win. -3s.
Ooh, good luck.
I've only got a +1.
I'll do it.
How much do you?
Alright.
I'll do it with him.
Wayne's got great luck.
What's your luck?
Can I give
Marcus?
myself guidance on this too?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Skill check.
Yeah.
Damn it.
You want me to slap you with guidance?
Sure.
How much money are you putting in? That will decide how much comes out.
How much comes?
50 gold.
Same.
50 billion dollars.
He also has good.
That's a that's
Zach
a
is giving it.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. That's a D4 for you.
Come on, baby.
The wacky shenanigans. So I have three.
Yeah, boy. 26.
26.
You almost rolled max.
Damn.
2 away from max.
+1. So I rolled a natural 19. +1 is 20, 23.
Dang.
23. Let me do some math real quick.
Fuck yeah.
You get 26 times and 23 times.
Hey, I kind of like this fuck you die. It's been rolling really well for me.
So you got a 23, right, Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
You lose 50 gold.
What the fuck?
Carnival
The
games.
DC was 25.
Wow.
Why would there be a DC for a luck check?
So Thomas, you are actually able to accrue 375 gold pieces over the afternoon. And Wayne, you are able to accrue a fair bit more as you got into the next bracket.
Yeah.
It's that tax bracket, baby. It's that tax bracket.
Okay. I would like you to roll me a d6.
It's a multiplier.
A magical beam.
Oh please. There's so many beats to get.
3.
I thought it was 6.
It almost was, but it tipped back.
Cocked.
Cocked. Just
You
lies.
are able to
Cocked.
make
Cocked.
you, the man that you are, only bet in one game. You come up.
But it was a high. Was it a?
It was a high end. Think like a roulette.
It was like
Where
a
you pick-
horse race where I put all of mine on
you
one
put
horse, and it was the
all of
worst
it
horse.
on one horse, and it was like third from the last. You make 865 gold
Hey.
pieces and 12 silver.
Oh, yeah.
We're so back.
65.
We are so back.
We're so back.
So wait,
Hey,
between the
remember
two of
earlier
us.
when we didn't have enough money?
Hey, remember? So you're telling me that between the two of us, we almost made back what we spent today.
Half. Like you guys spend. grand
Oh,
and
I'd say a
half,
little
2 grand.
over. Yeah, a little over half.
I
Yeah.
spent a fifth of my money today.
I doubled my money today.
Yeah, do you know how much that was? That was 4 gold and 5 silver.
Yeah,
A luck check of 26 is
I spent-
crazy.
I spent 75% of my money.
By the way, I did it as a starting with a 1.5 multiplier plus to 15, a 2 modifier up to 20 because 20 is supposedly max, and then a 2.3 modifier up to 25, and then just an extra modifier.
Hell yeah.
Was that what the D6 was?
Yeah.
What would have happened if I got a 6 on that?
If you'd have gotten a 6 on that, you would have gotten like 11.25.
Damn.
Which would be the 1.5, 2, 2.5, and then 3.
We should have Wayne gamble more.
Hell yeah. I do have the highest luck. Just not back in the astral sea.
Yeah, you've already spent your money today.
Alright, so you guys did some gambling on your way back through. You get back to the Golden Goose, just drop off your people. As you guys enter in, it is flooded absolutely flooded with people.
Nice.
Is everybody going to the Golden Goose, or is most people going back to the Caladron estate?
Well,
What time is it?
I'm gonna say it's about 7.
But does the Caladron estate have a bar?
Yes.
Probably.
actually, it's probably true.
Yeah, Lennon.
And they'll probably give it to us for free.
Lennon will probably go with whoever's going back to the estate.
Is anybody
There'd
going
be
back to the
somebody on
estate
that
right
side
now,
of the table
or
if I remember.
is everyone just going to the Golden Goose? I
I'll
think
chill.
everyone's just going to the Golden
I'll chill with the Golden
Let's go
Goose
to
because
Golden
it seems like a party. But you know, I've got to drop this bear off anyways.
Could I sell my old smoldering studded leather armor off? AC 12?
AC 12 smoldering. You
Yeah.
could get
Like some small shot. It's
you
probably
could get 100 gold for it.
Thanks.
Probably could have gotten more, but you know, just stopping at a random shop,
He's just
dropping it off.
desperate.
Yeah.
I'd like to imagine. I'd like to imagine he's just like he's seeing us gambling and like absolutely multiplying our money. He's like,
I gotta get in on this.
90% of gamblers quit right before their
Make it
first
big.
big win.
Dude, I'm yet to win.
Alright, so as you guys all enter in, as I said, it's about 7. Getting some drinks, getting some food. As you guys enter in, would you like to roll me a perception check, Leo?
Perception.
15.
You don't see anyone that you might have expected to see yet.
Alright. I'm gonna say there's no way it could use like passive, which is an 18.
No. Like, you would walk in and
Yeah, actively look around for them, yeah.
it's crowded. Was it just Leo?
yes.
Yeah, I'm the only one who, at least as far as I'm aware.
He's
is
the only one who
looking
knows who he's looking for.
I just heard make a perception check, so I rolled a 24.
Well, I'm saying, are you even still at the Golden Goose, or are you going out?
I thought we
Let's
were
go
going
to
back to the Golden Goose for a little bit.
Unless you want to go to the estate, everyone's just going to the Goose.
No.
Did anyone else go to the estate?
Lennon would have followed someone
Yeah,
if they
if
were.
anyone's going to the estate,
As
then
soon
it's
as someone
fine.
goes back, he's going to back to the estate.
Nah, I keep going out.
Whoa.
Gotta go celebrate my winnings.
Right?
More gambling.
Go blow 200 gold on soda.
Oh yeah, wait.
Soda!
Did you really need to yell it that aggressively?
No, but that's how Joe Biden said it.
I don't know why we're quoting Joe Biden all of a sudden, but alright.
It's just
Sleepy
I'm just soundboarding with my own mouth, dude. Come on.
I wasn't anticipating it.
Alright, so as you guys enter in, grabbing some food, you spend just some time hanging out together. You get the owlbear up into Yvonne's room. Theobald and Leo kind of just talking about tinkering. Theobald pulls out some schematics on a table and starts writing in on it.
And a reminder to both myself and DM, and also Theobald in character, I would like to potentially get some of the net things he had on offer. I remember those being a thing.
Net
but that
bullets.
is, that's something we can discuss later.
Yep.
Because we've already spent enough time buying shit.
Yes. So, as you guys are going about doing this,
And my eye is just constantly on the door.
yeah, about 8:30 or so, you're keeping your eye on the door. You aren't able to quite keep an eye on the stairs as well, though. Like I said, about 8:30, so about an hour and a half after you guys get down there. You are somewhat surprised as a knife drops onto the table in front of you. And you look over your left shoulder, and you immediately feel someone over your right. As you are tackled and pushed into the table a little bit as a hug from behind, like spilling some ale out into the schematics, and Theobald immediately like gets it out of the way and tries saving the schematics. As you look around and you see your brother, Maurice.
Maurice! You nearly gave me a heart attack, man. I'm gonna stand up and just like return bear hug him.
He's gonna give you a big hug.
What does Maurice look like in comparison to Leopold?
Maurice is certainly younger. That is the first thing you note.
Taller and fucking buff.
He is a little bit taller. Definitely has a little bit more definition. You would say he's definitely not the brainiac type But he's just slightly taller than Leopold. He is fairly well dressed, but he does seem to have like a little bit of almost ornamental leather armor strapped about his body. He has this like very charismatic, loose kind of vibe about him. As he's hugging him, he just immediately like slides into one of the seats at the table. I'm assuming you guys would all be pretty much seated at the same table.
Yeah, I figured we wouldn't be. I was thinking we'd be table by ourselves.
Okay, then you're at a table by yourselves.
I want to imagine that this guy looks like just basically like a buffed up version of Leopold, and like looks way more charismatic and cooler, better styled hair, everything. Just
Okay,
but has the
so
exact same like bug-eyed glasses.
Let's say one of these.
Well,
It's you and
mine aren't
JP.
Mine aren't necessarily
exactly.
bug-eyed glasses. Those are some
He's just like the upgrade.
The younger upgrade. But as he kind of slides into this table, you guys are probably like a table
You've
or
seen
two
JP,
away.
you'd understand.
And
Or you
I
have.
have.
I wasn't expecting you to be
Have
in
you seen the
already.
shows,
I was
though?
watching the door for you.
We've been here
I'm
since
pretty
last
sure
night.
he's had photos online.
Oh, have you seen
Well,
his Instagram photos?
yeah.
Of that? Yeah.
Things have been, I guess not necessarily quite frantic, but I just had a few other things in my mind, and I must have mixed up last night tonight. But how was the travel?
He has a lot of us.
Oh, the travel wasn't too terrible.
When he
We were
cuts,
able to teleport here. Sadly,
okay.
the same would be the trip for.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't think
had
he's
that
cut
mixed
for a
up.
while.
Again, I
Just
really
got
should have
out
reread
of
that letter
the-
because I thought it was teleport home, and they were going out by
airline
like
transport.
manual all the way out there.
So,
They are going manual.
he
all the way
just
out
finished
there.
all
They
his
teleported
commercial
to
pilots.
here.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I don't even know if it was mentioned.
He works as a. He's actually back.
whether they were teleporting or
Yeah, 'cause he
traveling by foot.
We both should have read the letter that was sent.
He works at Textron now as a fighter.
Oh, we will be traveling the spine, just so you know. So they did travel
Yeah.
by foot.
Oh yeah.
However, they were able to make it there just fine. They were there yesterday. You've been here since last evening.
Well, like I was saying, I had some big important news yesterday, and must have
After our winnings today,
consumed my mind.
I want to
Maybe
just be like
flip around
placing
dates in my
random
head,
stupid
but
bets with you
doesn't really matter
on
now.
other patrons while we're just watching.
How is the dash nowadays?
It's terrible. The family's doing well. There's more money in their coffers than ever. Sister's gonna be gone here soon.
No, exactly.
It's absolutely terrible.
How so? I mean, at least from my perspective, sounds like things are going on. Or is it just your eminent position on the side of the family that's got
It's a
y'all
bit of the
worried?
sarcastic side of things. While things are going well for the family, things aren't necessarily going well between mother and father. There was a bit of a dispute upon Catherine's choice of betrothal between the two of them. And father, as he does, puts the foot down, and mother pouts for a decade.
No particularly any surprises there, though just the fact that they weren't in agreement on it
Who are
is
some of the
a little
other
different from
patrons
I
that are
was
betting with us?
still in the family, but
Well, don't worry. They're still having their
Against our partner.
fingers behind their back in hope that they'll be able to
Yeah, we
betroth
can do that.
you sometime.
Or I guess
No, I
it's
mean,
against
like,
anything.
just. I bet that would
It'll be a
also
cold
refers
day in
to
the night
looking at
if
a
that
couple drunk
happens.
people. That's what I
Well,
mean by just random stupid shit.
what's the first layer of the night owl?
Avernus.
Avernus will freeze over when that happens.
Me sitting here like,
I said that because I was thinking cold day in hell, but then I remembered that Levistus is like
It's
literally
Levistus
hell.
is literally ice cold Cania.
Versus
Also,
Yeah,
five
I
goals.
remembered that
It's
right after I said it
Yeah.
because we had like a whole mini campaign there.
it would be a cold day in
Like we're betting
Fleckville
goals
or
on our
Avernus, either
actions.
one
Yes,
works.
it'd be a cold day in Avernus when that happens.
And then at the end,
So I'm
I'm
glad.
going to try and
I'm
convince
glad
the
Dan
whole
is
group
doing well.
to put money on
Yes.
what they think the bean is
Though,
going to turn into.
I guess things always could be better if Mother and Father was a bit of a tiff.
Oh,
I
Yes.
imagine, at least, hopefully, they're a little bit more united on your upcoming marriage. Upcoming betrothal, I should say.
Well, there are the sad processes of I had a little bit more choice in my matter as a male descendant.
If only we all could.
Yes, and it's certainly a more questionable decision, especially since it's not certainly decided yet, since your effective forsaking of your inheritance on whether it will be me or Catherine to inherit the household name. Even though that is a few hundred years in the future, more than likely. Regardless, it is a very interesting debate and question.
Well, it should be a settled matter already. I recall
Yes.
myself being quite clear.
Yes, but there is no document, and you know how the courts of lords and ladies interact with each other.
Yes, but I would also presuppose me having kids sometime, which I'm not going to rule out, but it's not like I've exactly found anyone.
Little Theobalds roaming around? I can't imagine a worse society to live in.
You mean you said Theobalds?
Oh, little Leopold's, my apologies.
Though I imagine they would probably have an uncle Theobald.
Yes, likely. Well, I've been hearing little bits and pieces of your exploits. I have some...
All good ones, I hope.
Mostly. I heard about some questionable encounter with a Carius Caladran here in Suno not long ago.
I don't know if I'd say question, but I'd say things went well. I mean...
Possibly for an adventuring party interacting with noblemen. Yes.
Well, some of my other compatriots aren't quite as refined as I am. It's
As I
a bit of
anticipated.
a job,
He
but
kind of looks over at the table. I'm assuming that's them.
yes, they are mostly competent people. But the encounter...
We're out of earshot of this, or
It is
I'll
a busy
say-
tavern.
It is a busy tavern.
Although
Perception,
it's
DC
where
20.
like, are you at the table with us?
no, it's
No,
an entirely different
like-
table because I knew this would be happening and I didn't want one of you fuckers to embarrass me.
So, but like, with
You
my,
can see that
with
someone
my,
sat
with
at
my,
the table.
with like my 20 passive perception, I'd be able to like look at him, like look at Leopold, and then look at the other guy and be like, that's his brother.
Yeah.
It is a
Yeah.
astounding resemblance.
And then,
I would-
but
yeah.
here's the next question: does the brother also have this housemaid that's walking around with him?
Now,
No, he does not have a housemaid walking around with him.
maybe he has Yvonne's brother or something, but he's probably still up in their room. Either way, we had to
Wait,
fight
what?
some...
No, no,
We had to
no,
fight some...
no, no. Wait, I know.
Astounding.
No.
We had to fight some...
Not.
Rather disgusting
Not
creatures.
Yvonne.
You will pull out the vital digester
I'm
acid
so
he has.
He kind of
I say, be careful with that. It's exceedingly potent acid. Might burn the nose hairs off you. They're
I
big.
don't grow nose hairs.
Well, I mean, they come around once every
crazy.
century to me, so yeah, it may just be my genetics. Still, that they're big pools of earth they would hide in. Quite nasty creatures, but we took care of them without any fatalities, thanks to some local hunters. Well, one in particular.
Yes. Quite intriguing.
Yes. I'm sure I could regale you all night with stories.
I would-
We met a giant with adamantine armor. An entire set.
Mithril.
Though, I guess it wasn't a
His eyes go wide, and it's like.
armor. Yes. Although he could grow and shrink, so I don't know if the armor was made when he was short and would grow with him. Which
That would make
even
more economic sense.
yes, but even then that would still be exceedingly expensive.
It's still not mithril plated. It's 100% mithril.
Yeah.
You could bankrupt our entire house and barely get a helmet.
He also claims.
Well, we could probably get a helmet. We could probably get a full set of plate nowadays. Coffers have been doing well.
I didn't realize they'd
They've-
been doing that well.
Well, mother and father invested in a few particular interests. Partially being civilian Kundalian ship vessels, which one would think to be a very poor investment considering their recent past. However, both the Gwendalian Empire and the Vox Savorum, leaving the area of Grinda, ended up resupplying quite a bit of the money to those investors. They were nearly able to make 40,000 off the venture. I don't know exactly how. I'm not entirely certain. It was wholly Cladrian legal. But it was quite the payout. And they were able to invest that into some more standard holdings.
As someone with a passive perception of 21 and the observant feat, how much of this conversation do I pick up?
In a loud tavern.
I can read their mouth and know what they're saying.
Yeah. I'll say you're able to pick this up.
You might miss like a
You
few
might
words
miss a
in there
word here
whenever
and there,
somebody
but you can
passes
kind of
by.
fill them in.
Yeah. I didn't realize I didn't
Yes, Thomas.
even small contact with the Hawks.
Oh, it's just you two over at the table, yeah.
And Theobald, and assumedly Yvonne.
Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah.
those the other two would be with like the remainder of the group. Like you'd
No,
scurry
but-
off.
No.
Him and Theobald were talking together when this.
And yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I guess Yvonne might be there, might not be.
She probably's gone up to her room at this point,
Yeah.
I'll say.
Darn.
Yes.
If Yvonne was at our table, I would have looked at her and was like, who's he talking to?
I didn't realize we had any
I'll
contact
fill
with
you
the
in.
box. I know.
That's his brother.
We didn't. We had contact
Oh,
with
cool.
the shipping guilds that the Vox
So it's
ended
not
up
Ah,
using. There
Unfortunately,
was
I thought it was a direct contact.
there was
His
a
parents
few
are creatures.
other
Fuck them.
guilds. The Brightfire Shipping Guild, along with a few others. There's a particular something Nari something. She owns 4 or 5 shipping guilds. Apparently, was a part of the Vox secretly, and the payouts were quite significant.
The forgers are pumping these things out like crazy.
So, I don't even, to think about secretly. I met the, I guess, it is Finch who is like the leader of the Vox, right?
No, he was just the face that was still in the camps.
Okay. Well, I met one of the leaders of the Vox myself.
Yes. Which one?
Finch.
Ah, the little bird.
Yes.
Or at least that's what they called him.
Seemed to be quite the capable person.
Yes. I hear his older brother is a bit more menacing, but similarly powerful.
Can't say I met him, but that seemed alright. Well, I suppose it's a little hard to call him a lad, but it gets to be a
Yes, he is one of the younger ones from what I've heard. A human and very an adult.
I don't have any active slots.
Yeah.
It's a tune to me.
Still,
So after even
man expanded a lot of power, and it seems like he knew what he was doing, especially on the magic front, without getting too far into it. Which, like I was saying, I could regale you on my stories, but that, speaking of the Hawks and such, that's kind of bringing up an interesting topic, because I was, down there with the refugee camps, and, well, I mean, if that family coffers are doing so well, do you think, well, maybe this was an idea I had floating around my head that might be able to, potentially take some of the refugees and throw them as a package. And if you've got all of this, maybe people on economic resources would be willing to get down to the hard brass tacks of it.
It would be a difficult convincing for mother and father. I will put it that way. I have some minor control over my own financing that has been given to me, and some of which I have developed with my own investments. Speaking of, how are you doing?
Well, I would consider myself to be doing quite well. Though, obviously, I don't have backing on myself to look bad with me, but the Inexorables are doing quite well now. At least know of Professor Lycosarinum.
Yes.
Yes, he's in town with several conferences regarding the matter, and
I thought the Inexorables coffers were going dry.
I have.
We're running out of money.
I have.
we're doing well on like operations of what we're doing front.
We just had one of our leaders die.
Ignore that part.
We're running out of
We
money.
stopped
One of
the
our
vampire.
leaders are dead.
We're doing great.
We are doing good work. Let's
The
put it
other
that way.
leader literally is a ticking time bomb of magic death.
And the other one was drained so heavily.
Yeah.
In fact, that third one is kind of blaming us.
Just ignore that.
Ignore all those
Continue.
guys.
we made
Maurice
we
is-
made a fucking prince have to like reject his like nobility and royalness. Like
One, we haven't
He
done
hasn't
that
yet.
yet.
Oh, he
Two,
hasn't yet.
I would consider that a good thing. Continue.
He's going to say, well, I've heard some disturbing rumors about this Lycus Aaron, and I obviously never went to this school, and he's going to get much quieter with this. Reading lips can still understand it. And he's
he's
going to say-
translating it for me.
Yeah. And he's going to say, to put it simply, throughout this entire evening, which I was there in the early parts, Mother and Auntie are both there currently, at the King's announcement and speech. However, he's been talking to a series of senators, asking if he can meet them throughout the days of tomorrow. He's taken up residence in supposedly a southern meeting chamber. And it seems like he is following an anti-war path and attempting to remove Inexorables from being a Caladrian institution,
Organization.
and making it completely neutral, not connected to anything.
That's the goal, right?
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
And he's going to say, well, I don't doubt that he can likely get the votes of confidence separating himself. He would no longer be able to use the school as a head base. Along with that, I'm not entirely certain the votes of confidence will be strong. They'll likely be in meetings most of tomorrow, and a lot of people do not think highly of him right now. The Senate will be voting for war tomorrow. Ravadan has already begun calling its first banners. It's readying its people. Everything from Werecheg to Rivacheg is already developing their systems and calling the earliest of drafts, the old veterans that want to come back, their active forces. It's not a question mark on what they're voting for tomorrow.
Well, I won't comment too long on any rumors, it's not particularly my place, but I shall suffice it to say that I certainly hope Lycus is successful in his endeavors. I told you that I could regale you on Lycus stories. We fought Vanderbills, we fought the Digesters I mentioned earlier, and it was half a miracle we didn't have to fight Gender, who's the giant of mythical armor.
Yes.
There are creatures that are coming into this plane from Karsari that, if we out fighting a war with, wasn't Guntur, what was the Katana Empire? It's all sea countries. Well, I guess Katana's K, but sea sound. If we're fighting a war with the Katana Empire, we need somebody to keep us safe.
I do not disagree with you, brother. However, there are many in the Senate who have not seen any of these things. It's even in this world of obviously extensive magic and such, it is hard for some of them to believe that an interdimensional prison from 14,500 years ago suddenly was opened by creatures of immense power that can rival the gods that are now able to walk the earth and are all creating an island south of us by Draconia. And on top of all of that, that they've let thousands of random creatures out of all types, large, small, smart, dumb, possibly diseases, just concepts that were locked away by elven races. Concepts. That is a difficult reason to believe. I am not doubting you, brother. I'm just saying that our aunt especially has her doubts. She has not seen the proof. There are many magical creatures that have just not been discovered yet, even in our own lands. What is to say that these digesters were just creatures that were in the Underdark that have suddenly made their way up here? Creatures like this Gendo you spoke about, wearing mithril armor, I'm assuming he has some capability of higher intelligence and cooperation.
Yeah.
Someone like him appearing before the Senate would bring some major support behind Lycus.
Well, it is rather unfortunate. Well, Gendo. Well, so whenever we initially first encountered Gendo, we were in the Iron Hills. We did report a creature in the area. One of the tribes in the area was trying to woo Gendo to their side. After some competitions on the matter, he agreed to come with us and see Ravadan and see what the Inexorables were about. But he did decide to go back to the, I believe it was Island, which Ridgerdawn. But if nothing else, that may prove us on the time side. But
the fact is, brother, there has not yet been a successful, deliberate, and irreputable creature from this Karsari that has appeared before the Senate. While likely more than a quarter of them entirely believe in the rights of the Inexorables to be hunting these creatures. Some just believe that the regular mercenary guild should be taking care of them, and that there is no need for special training for dealing with things 14,000 years ago from now.
When you see the things I have seen, I would highly disagree with that, but I suppose not everyone has. Though,
Brother,
guess
as much as I would like to boost your confidence in your skills, there are adventuring parties out there that are more powerful than yours. And they're not related to the Inexorables.
Yes, but as somebody who was an independent hunter of creatures for quite some time, there is there are undeniable risks and benefits that come with a big institution like the Inexorables. And I think the benefits of standardized training that comes with this is much too important to pass up. Imagine if you could deal the same problems that your higher level of independent adventuring parties might be able to with comparatively weaker people who have simply better training because they're more specialized in the task.
Are you telling me the Inexorables trained you for an extended period of time before sending you out?
Wait, you guys are getting training?
Wait, you got.
We're currently in
At
the
this
process
point,
of
I'd
setting
say
up
like
such
he's meeting the whole
factors.
table
We need
and
more
what's going on in this conversation.
We're currently in the process of more formalizing the institutions and getting things set up, but that would be one of my priorities.
That is fair.
And
Let me
part of the
put-
problem is the fact that we just need more information ourselves, but we collecting and centralizing that information rather than simply letting it exist in the head of independent adventurers so I never touch it again.
Yes, that is fair. Let me just put it this way.
I don't know, but I think
I will have your back, no matter the situation.
And I'll have yours.
I've got something for you.
Regardless,
Write the letter 8. No, stop.
depending upon how things go tomorrow, I would definitely like to meet with you again. Well, not tomorrow, day after when I said it. Once that is discussed, I may have some friends that we could put in contact with.
Alright.
I'm not entirely certain how they'd be able to help, but there may be some monetary transactions that could be held to help support the Inexorables.
Although, I guess, I do have one question for you. You wouldn't happen to know of a name Stolius, would you? Stolius and Trashi?
I think I've heard the name in connection with Lycus once or twice.
Yes, well, you mentioned having people to speak in front of the Senate. I imagine if anyone would be him, though. Admittedly, I'm forgetting if he came with that party or not. He had, it was quite the battle recently. Let's leave that discussion at that.
Yes, well, it would have to be irreputable.
Do we not have the Zone of Truth spell?
Yes, we do. However, some archmages are able to bypass it, and if he is an archmage of even today's,
He is an archmage.
That he most definitely is.
Things are starting to wrap up. I signal to the table. It's like, so as soon as like you say anyways,
he hits you with a regardless. We should move on to and as just a handful of people get up.
and I just like come up behind like Leopold and do like the
Fracas.
Leo, you have not introduced me. Who exactly is this fellow that looks way more charming?
This is
He-
my
Copy of you.
younger brother Maurice.
He stands up and holds his hand out to you and goes for like the arm clasp
Fuck yeah.
and hits you with that and says, "I'm Maurice Lenotdown.
Younger or older?
Younger. What did you expect, this old hag?"
Hag?
Did you say hag or
Hardly 400, yes.
And you would be?
I am Ricus Anadeus.
Rikus on a dais.
This is my brother.
You're obviously younger and more charming, but
Right, we're sitting right. I was probably sitting like, almost right next to him the whole time. I will reach out for a handshake. This entire time, there's been a discussion between me and Lennon on this battle axe sitting on the table between us, where I'm just pointing out like different runes, and he's like, "But actually,
What if I just
So,
Yeah.
Rikus, Sakir, the younger,
Sakir.
more attractive brother, of course.
And here we
Seems
have
like a-
Lennon.
Good to meet you, Lennon.
Our-
Maurice.
And
Wayne.
Wayne. Good to meet you, Wayne.
Yes. Don't pay attention to that one.
Don't pay attention. Well, that
Well-
just makes me want to look at it more.
Perhaps you should look at him more, just to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
He is fairly charming. Look at that tiara.
I don't know what you're
It
talking
is
about. Leo.
interesting jewelry.
Leo might not like me, but he definitely likes my tiara because it's impossible not to like it. It
It
says
is
so in the
impossible
description.
not to like the tiara. It does make you inherently slightly more attractive.
Takes me from a 1 to a 2.
Yeah, big.
doubles your attractiveness. I'm a 2 now."
Well, I'm sure you all have
That's all right, I only
stories
have
to
a
tell
12
and things to
charisma.
do. I also should probably be getting on my way. As I said, we need to catch up a little bit.
Yeah. Say, though you said mother and auntie were at the King's Speech.
Yes, they are.
And I imagine when they get back, they will probably be going straight to bed.
Yes.
And I imagine that whenever we
I-
meet up in a few days, we could probably schedule it around meeting mother and auntie.
We could do that if you wanted to. If you don't want to meet them, we can make that happen as well.
Mostly auntie, but well, you know, I'm still on good terms with mother.
Not the
Possibly.
beans, but like
We'll see. Night
like
of the
beans
Senate
that like
meeting.
we definitely were listening in on.
We'll try
Not
and
yet.
gather
I
something.
got
I'll
one
leave a
here.
note with the bartender,
Of
and he'll
course.
try and get something.
gotta
to
make sure
drink.
I'll say, and if I, for whatever reason, don't pick it up, I should be staying at the Caledon Estate.
The Caledon State.
Yes.
All right.
But Leo, are we all going to be sitting in on all your family escapades?
No.
And will your sister be there? I hear she's had some issues with your father lately about
As you're
who
saying
she
that,
likes.
you
'cause-
guys all see Maurice's eyes turn. They don't change color, but the pupils dilate and just a look of unadulterated anger towards him.
I'm gonna set the battle axe.
I
down.
told you not to pay attention to that one. Well, then, of course, to pay attention to much to that one. But in my
And it-
defense, I did not know he was listening to
It
me.
fades in a moment, and he looks back at him and says, "Well, next time we'll just castrate him."
I would suggest having a conversation in a much more private place, but
I
I've
would
also
agree
watched
with Leopold here. A tavern is a horrible place to have a private conversation.
Well, I wasn't exactly anticipating this to be exceedingly private. I just didn't think you all would be listening in when you were over there in the middle of a crowded tavern.
We are a party of individuals that are explicitly skilled in investigative matters. Why do you think otherwise?
And when we see a younger, better-looking version of you, we're interested.
Of course we are.
He kind of looks towards you, Leopold, and says, "I hate the pause." He stands
It's
up.
not a pause, it's simply that.
Thomas no longer likes this character.
And he kind of stands up and gives you another pat on the back and says, "For your evening," and he drops a small bag of platinum on the table.
You guys are listening.
On
to
the,
this
I hate the poise
I'll
thing.
say, I am-
He's gonna.
I am
battle
going
axe
to-
say, "Amen, brother."
I am taking that just to make sure nobody else
He
does,
not.
but
It's
also.
confused.
And I drop a silver on the table. I pick it back up
Say,
and put it in my pocket.
Just before you go, brother, don't blame me
Before
for escaping
Wayne
this
grabs the
situation.
bag, which I know
Yes.
he will.
No,
I'm just gonna-
I already grabbed the bag.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I need it.
But
I'm poor.
He immediately was like, "Yep, I
he's
grabbed
my
it."
brother, and also, whatever. Just a quick question: Is I believe it was Elias was the name of Ivan's father? Yeah, was Elias still doing all right?
Yes, Elias is doing fantastic. Last I heard.
I knew Yvonne would want to ask.
He's getting up there in age, obviously, but he is still doing all right. Not as many hunting trips or anything.
I literally
Yes.
am dead.
I
need to
know,
pay back
I know Yvonne might want to, travel and see him eventually. I admittedly don't know if I would accompany her home, Mrs. Ash, but that's something we haven't fully discussed.
Well, from what you've been saying, it doesn't sound like you're home all that often. You could
It's very well
perhaps hire someone in Lebanon for a month or so to come by bi-weekly and send you on home from here. It's closer. Not by much, but it is slightly.
Like I was saying, it was something we hadn't fully discussed with Yvonne, but I'll let you on to your evening.
Alright, sounds good. Well, have fun. And he kind of winks to you as he leaves the table.
And well, once he is gone, and I am, like a few bits after he is gone, how much platinum is in the bag?
Platinum, there is 25 platinum in the bag. So 250 gold in the platinum.
Leo, I like your brother.
I don't say that. You don't know that. This platinum is in my, I have whooshed it into my bag of holding.
Oh, I don't even care about the platinum. I just like that your brother hates the pores too.
Oh my god.
You realize he's also including you in the polls, right?
Ah, it's impossible. Look at me.
I believe it is quite possible.
He
He talked about castrating
doesn't-
you.
He's
I
just
don't
jealous.
blame him.
That's how you know he likes him so much.
Mm-hmm. He knows that I'm hung and that I'm going to take all the ladies from him.
This is why I was hoping you people were going to be not at the table this evening.
I don't know where the estate is.
The exorcist didn't speak up and did not offend my brother, Lennon.
I was
You were-
looking at the battle axe with Sakir.
I'd say
You're
for
exempt from this
I'd say
conversation.
for an interaction with a nobleman, I think I did particularly well with that one.
You didn't punch him, so that would be true.
I don't punch every nobleman.
I tried to give him a
And
physical
you don't
matters.
count. You're
I
just a
also
trust fund
haven't
baby that
punched
lives
What?
500 miles away.
So you also haven't punched me, at least not my uncle.
I tried to dab him up, and he did not have the dignity to respond to it. So
Again,
I
did
don't
you
know.
hear his
I
comment
wouldn't
about
do
the
that either for you.
Yes,
so.
and that is why I tried to agree with him. Honest man-to-man agreement.
Why'd you also? Whatever.
I'm going to go take a walk. Actually, what time is it?
It's about, it's close to 9 at this point.
I knew you
I'm
were gonna say
going
that.
to take a small walk for some fresh air.
Ernest is going to be by any time.
So
That is why by small walk for fresh air, I meant loiter by the door so I could catch Ernest. And not have that conversation be a repeat of that.
somebody show
Well,
me where
Leopold,
the estate is.
it's nice to see that while your brother has a better face, he shares your heart.
Leo, before we do anything rash or walk outside for air, we do have an idea that would be very brash. What's the word?
What
Um,
idea?
Well, no, it was more Lennon's idea, since the entire party's been read in due to our good friend's actions here.
Yes.
Yes, I do not believe Entrati would be
A good advocate.
at least not one that would be
Entirely
amicably
refusable.
accepted. A horrible idea. We have this note that can communicate with Varys.
I do not know what it says about me that I had the exact same idea.
And you know, Varys loves tit for tats, so we would just owe him one, which sounds horrible if he behaves himself in this town.
It does quite sound horrible. So, do we really want to put him in the room? But perhaps the most, valuable people in the entire country.
And giving him giving his extremely charming state.
Varys, no. His Quintar. Well, Varys probably. His Quintar, no.
I do not. Yes.
We could have some terms and conditions about
Although,
possibly chaining him up.
Due to his charming nature, I do believe that would give him a substantial amount of power within many of the senators and government.
I
So.
mean,
This is a particularly poor idea that will not just let go of me.
But it would be an open invitation to, one, get the support we need, but two, give him an open door into the entirety of the politics of the country. I believe that's a very fair trade-off.
Not to be the voice of reason, but did we tell Lycus about the fact we have this note?
oh, not yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out.
So, well, that's this is also assuming Varys can get here in a day, which I imagine he very well might be able to.
Now, remind me, I know that the vote for war is tomorrow. When's the vote for the Inexorables?
All of that's packed into the Cloudbane Senate meeting, which is not tomorrow. It's the 12th. It's
Today's
the
the
10th
10th
right now.
So
Well, I thought
tomorrow.
tomorrow's the...
Today
oh,
is
so-
the 10th.
Oh, so the 12th is the vote for war.
Tomorrow's all of the meetings that Lycus is having with
Yeah,
everyone to
so-
try. Morning of the 12th is the Senate
Yeah.
meeting.
So tomorrow is them trying to drum up support.
Okay, so we'll have tomorrow to be able to talk to everybody.
We will speak to Lycus.
I think this is definitely something we need to bring to Lycus' attention.
Yes.
But your brother does bring up a very good point.
Brother always putting drinks right in
That
front
would
of
be
you.
me because
I mean-
I do not
Is it
like
polite?
It is.
Is it polite to let Varus know that we've translated the letter?
I would assume so.
I think you would probably have figured that out by now. I mean, he knows. He kind of has an intuition that you would have already translated it by now, anyways.
I mean, secure translated.
I mean, I guess we could, let him know we have translated it.
I mean, you could always draw a smiley face on it.
You could always write down that you
Or a
haven't
math
translated.
equation. Because everyone knows that 8 equals D.
I hate you.
I thought you were gonna make him solve for X.
Now,
Equals.
Returns false.
I will say it is refreshing, I'm sure, having a brother of such high intelligence.
Yes. Though, funnily enough, though it is funny you mentioned all of these charming younger brothers. I am technically a charming younger brother, though.
You have an older brother
Past
too.
tense now. Used to, and with that, Cleo will walk away outside.
Oh, so he's a middle child.
Somebody show me where this estate is, please. I wanna go sleep.
You know, I've been told that the middle child is often neglected in the family. We wouldn't know since we're only two.
Right.
But what if there are two middle children?
Yeah.
Well, Eden
They're
and
all
Jason
have a
kinda
younger
are
sister.
They're all neglected.
Well, it's younger in like the twin sense of she's like a minute younger.
I love just the utter immense disrespect that just occurred
In basically every direction.
in basically every direction from everyone
Except for me.
except for you.
Very
Regardless, I'm going to go get a bit of fresh air. Well, actually, I wouldn't even say that. I would have walked away and out the door. After he comes to
During this evening, were the two of us able to glean anything about this axe as far as curses? Since I was attuned to it, could we have done anything?
Roll investigation.
Alright.
Or Arcana.
Alright.
Alright, what's your con? I might just help you instead of rolling. I have a +6, and if it's faithing through.
Plus 9 Arcana.
Plus 9?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and give you advantage unless I get advantage for faithings, but I don't think I will.
I mean, I'm gonna slap a guidance on whoever's rolling, so. Me? Okay. Advantage at guidance. Very easy.
I love guidance.
So, probably one of the best spells.
I don't know that way, but I'll just roll advantage.
What you got?
Well, that's not beating bad. Nat 20 for 32.
30. Looking upon this battle axe, it seems that it innately is a little hungry. Specifically for like magical blood, if it can find it.
Hey, your blood's magical.
Oh, great.
It does require a Constitution saving throw to disconnect from it. And for each time you take damage, it eats a little bit. So you take a little bit more damage every time you take damage.
That's the curse.
Yes, those are the curses.
Well, there you go, secure.
Damn.
Well.
So
What
it
can I
deals
do tonight?
damage, he takes damage?
No, whenever he
when
takes
the
damage-
user takes damage, it takes a little bit more
Yeah.
damage.
The axe skims a little off the top.
Oh, so the damage hurts him from the
Damage
enemy,
hurts him
and
more.
then the axe-
Attacks hurt enemies more as well.
Yeah. So
In
essentially,
effect,
imagine
anything touching
Reckless?
anything that it touches that either takes damage or deals damage, it either deals a little bit extra to feed itself or takes a little extra from its wielder to feed itself.
So he might take just for
He'll take an extra d6 of necrotic
D6.
damage anytime he takes damage.
And he also
deals an
deals.
extra d6 anytime he deals damage.
is that melee damage or any damage?
Yes. And that is while you are attuned to it. So you can be wielding other weapons, and you will still take an extra d6 every time that you get hit.
Got it. So melee damage or all damage?
All damage.
All
Any damage. Because it's coming from him, and he's touching it. So the blade has to be touching.
Okay. So even if he's attuned to it, but the blade is laying across the room, does he take additional damage?
I'm gonna say no for the rules of this, but he's obviously not gonna be able to use it if it's across the room.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the axe does.
It effectively makes it a mute point at that point, though.
Yeah. So you might as well not
You
even
cannot
have it.
throw the axe.
For the taking
Well,
the
that's
damage
that's
thing,
more
is
of
it
what I
like
was
as
insinuating.
long as it's attuned to him, or just for the duration of the combat?
As long as it's attuned to him, anytime he takes damage, he will take an extra 1d6 damage.
Does it reset if he reattunes to it? If he like unattunes to it, then reattunes to it?
Why would that reset anything? Turn it off and turn it back
Yeah.
on. Is this how it's supposed to
yeah,
be
can
working?
you reset the debuff?
DM, is there a
Goes up to
spell
a
where we can
1d12.
just project one of our memories in front of the Senate floor so we can show them what Gendo looks like?
Isn't it Mind Sliver?
Well,
There
no.
technically are some spells.
They-
Encode
Be like
I
encoded
believe-
thoughts.
I would like to
I believe
unattune it.
Mind Sliver is like you cast
Roll me a
it, they get
Constitution
disadvantage.
save.
They get like a malice to save.
So,
Oh, I thought that's the one where you like pull like a Harry Potter wisp.
That
out.
is
That's
Tech
in-
Thoughts.
that's
Or
in
Encode
Code
Thoughts.
Oh, that's in Code Thoughts. Okay.
Guidance.
Does guidance do saving throws or only skill checks?
Only skill checks
but
plus
I'm
the saves.
sure there's if
So
there's
I
gonna
would
be
be
surrounded by.
Less.
Which is a slot or is
Yeah,
it?
it's a spell slot.
Yes.
Would
Up
there,
to you.
would there be a way?
I will go up to you then and be like, okay, I'm wanting to drop my attunement on this, but I need to muscle through it. Do you think that you would be willing to bless me again?
No.
I'll let you have the axe.
5 gold.
Why do you not want to use it?
Oh, it's cursed. It's cursed so that when I take
Say,
damage, I
Through
take
the
a little
ring
more.
embroidery up front, so whenever it's here.
Okay.
It feeds off of my
Are you okay with anyone participating in the
Kinky.
conversation?
Sure, why not?
Maybe.
Awesome. You'll be able to sell it.
Living
Good.
is probably the best
Yeah.
choice.
And I am going to let go of it
You
and try to
could
unattune as I'm doing
Go
so.
outside and say, I'm gonna take
Alright.
it to the escape and just with that or something like that. That way
Well,
it's not just
listen,
one
I
on conversation.
I'd already
Things down.
I already walked outside with you know, kind of heated
Well, you
after.
can radio linen only.
18.
I would
18.
you get radio saying that I'm going back to
You were
these days
successfully
and
able
that
to radio the attunement.
You'll-
So he helped me out just barely with a little bless, and
Going back to
he
the
now
same-
owns the
Oh, okay.
axe.
Okay.
Or giving it to him
I'm gonna head
as
back to
payment.
the
Put it in my bag.
Apparently he's heading back.
Are you going to tune
I don't have an open attunement slot.
Fair.
Yeah, and after
Hence why I got rid of my cloak.
Yeah.
Leopold is then he's just going. He says,
What is that axe
I'm
called?
going to
Blood
I
spike,
for a bit,
great
one
axe.
of the conversation.
That should just
with
pop
us,
up to
but
test.
I am going to be going in after that.
Alright.
I just figured that given
Let me know when you got it. It
what
should not have the
next
curses.
conversation communicated in private.
So I know that.
You got it.
Just kind of gotta remember that.
No, it's in
I
my
mean,
bag.
this one is a conversation with family, but there's a
That's fair.
conversation about things
I'll
you
just,
see.
I guess I'll wait around.
Well, I don't find you listening in, and I doubt you're gonna pop in with a comment about.
I mean, if it's a private conversation.
Well, I mean, you do tutor the boy, don't you, or was it his younger brother?
What?
I said you do tutor the boy, or was it his younger brother?
Who are we talking about?
Ernst.
Meeting with Ernest.
Yes, I think I have it down in my notes. Ernst.
Yeah, no, you are. It's just that you haven't explained to Linen that
You
you're
haven't
meeting with-
explained to Linen who you're meeting with.
Yes, I had a meeting with Ernst Rounderton.
Oh. Okay, well, yes, I've tutored his brother Polka. I don't see how this is. It's a private conversation between you and Ernest. I don't even need to sit on it.
Well, I guess you could wait to go back to the estate then, but then you might have some valuable insights, boy. Well, we're talking about families and legacy, and I don't know all of what happened with you and your family, but you might have interesting conversations to have.
No, I was a middle child. I don't think I have the same problems of succession that you and Ernest would have. So
But you, well,
I'll wait around at the very least.
Bruh. You could make another one-on-one scene for another 20, 30 minutes. You motherfucker.
well, I was saying you did leave
Yeah.
your family and everything you knew behind, which it's not like Ernest is going to be doing anything as severe, but you would be able to comfort the situation.
Yeah, just call me if you need me. Just call me in if you need me. It's your call.
I tried. I tried, Zach.
Okay, if you want me to be there, and if Ernest consents, I'll sit in.
Hey, Lennon, we're doing one more bet over here, and then we're headed back to the place, the estate. You want in?
I mean, I just said that I would head back with Leopold. I probably should honor that.
All right, have it your way. Rykus, you ready?
Oh,
Go
yeah.
back over to the little crowd that we had gathered.
Yeah.
We were just betting gold on things like, is he going to get her to go upstairs with him, or which one's going to puke first, or things like that of the other patrons.
Of the two drunks, which one's gonna fall over, the left or right one, you know,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay, you guys
They're all
both
petty
lose
bets.
50 gold throughout the night.
No rules.
Damn it. But the
But
last
you have a
bet,
lot of fun.
the last bet is going to be me getting the entire group to put in some gold on what effect is going to happen from the magic beam we plant outside in the garden.
Okay.
And
The garden falls in love with hamsters.
if we've lost 50, that means this is at least a relatively well-off group of people. So it's going to be...
Well, these are all high-end people who
Oh,
go
okay.
to this
It'll
town.
be 20 gold to buy
They're
in.
not there are no pores.
All right.
In this region.
All right, sweet. We 20 gold thing. You take half the pot.
A lot of people step out at 20 gold as a buy-in, but I'm gonna say you have a pot of 400 gold. Like 20
All right.
people buy in on this.
All right.
I'm definitely following him outside just to see this happen.
All right.
And so after
See,
I
the
collect the
way I
whole
think it's this
pot,
conversation.
Oh, yeah, the betting and the
Okay.
So
gonna
as
take
you've
one
gone through
beam.
the night, around 9:15 is when Ernest shows up, and we'll get to that in a second. Because I do just want to do this real quick.
all right, everybody, let's go outside.
So everybody goes outside. Leopold and Lennon have already left
Okay.
at this point. So as you guys move outside, do you need a D100 or are you gonna roll your 2d10s?
I'll take a D100 because I think this would be fantastic to roll out there.
It will never stop. But
So
So start
Roll
rolling
in
now.
this dice tray.
That one. I think it's too heavy.
What are all the options?
It's a D100 table. He's gonna be here
there's
for
12
10
effects.
minutes.
kind of round.
There's only 12 effects.
this kind
Some
of
of them
rounded
only
one
have a
because-
one number, and some of them have up to a 10% chance. So there's a lot of different options. But as far as it goes, it's 12 different options.
You start rolling on the table now.
Yep.
Then
So
What are you betting?
I'm going to bet on the 91 to 99 because I really hope it's a fucking pyramid in the middle of town.
Is this one
Okay.
with 6 beams?
You take this like far enough out so that it won't disrupt any permanent structures if
Yeah.
it does.
Clear an area.
And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that 2 people have bet for every one of the 12 options.
All right.
Except for the first and the last option, whichever those are. Those
Yeah.
you've bet for second to last.
They're both only 1% chance also
Okay.
for 1 and 12. Everything else I think is like a 10 or 9 or
Okay.
20%
Yeah.
chance.
So out of 20 people, 2 have bet for each option in between, and then whatever you guys bet on are
What are
on
the
top.
options? Just read through them. Like top to bottom.
The total pot is
on
440.
a 1, 5d4 toadstools sprout. If creature eats a toadstool, roll any die. On an odd roll, the eater must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 5d6 poison damage, become poisoned for 1 hour.
Well, I don't care what the things do. I just want to know what each of them thinks things
Chaosception.
What the numbers are?
are. Yeah, like for what item?
What percentage?
Oh, there's 01 for number 1, 02 to 10 for number 2,
What is
11.
number 2?
What?
Yeah, what are the
He wants like a broad, like.
I don't know what I don't need the effects of like the toadstool. It's like the first one's a toadstool, the second one's a
Oh, so Pavan, you said 400 gold?
440 including your guys.
440 gold. That means the winners take 220.
No,
which
he's
means
saying
110.
which the role is, percentage, short description. Very, very short description.
Like, oh, this one's gonna be a bunny rabbit.
Oh,
I don't
gotcha.
care what the bunny rabbit does. It's just a bunny rabbit.
1 is going to be toadstools. 2 is going to be a geyser, like a berry juice geyser, or other
3
things.
is a tree ant, could be chaotic good or chaotic evil.
Oh,
An
no.
inanimate
It's a
stone
combat.
statue that verbally threatens you. A campfire, green flames for 24 hours.
Yeah.
3 shrieker fungi. 1d4 plus 4 bright pink toads. A hungry pulette. A fruit tree with a lot of fruit that acts as randomly determined potions. A nest of colored eggs. A pyramid with mummy and mummy lord. A giant beanstalk.
No,
Everything in the middle that I listed has a 10% chance. And the 2 first ones and the 2 last ones
The beanstalk and the toadstools are the
are
one you
5%.
said. They're 1%.
Those are the toadstools are 1, and the beanstalk is 5.
Oh, I'm on
96 to
legacy.
100. Oh,
I think the
I'm on the new one. Okay, we'll do legacy. Yeah.
I think the tree with the different like, potion fruits.
I thought the stone statue that verbally assaults you. would
The
be
verbal
hilarious.
abusive statue.
Is that what's like strictly what it does? It just verbally assaults you?
Yeah, it would be me. It'll be a statue of me that comes up and starts verbally abusing me, and then goes inanimate after like
If you
24 hours.
leave it and others come near, it will describe you as a most heinous villain and direct newcomers to find and attack you.
Yep.
Oh my fucking god!
It becomes inanimate after 24 hours.
Yeah.
So many common folk will be told to go and attack you.
Attack you?
It'll be me
Oh
because
my
I'm the
God.
one planting the bean.
Miller just takes off his tiara for the rest of the trip so that nobody attacks him.
What was the pink one?
Pink toads crawl forth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this on statue because you know.
Alright.
That'd be so fucking funny.
Do you
We're
want
gonna
to
do the aggressive statue.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's slowing, it's slowing, it's slowing. It's coming back. Let it roll for half an hour.
30.
What is it?
30.
30.
What is 30?
It was clearly cocked. You
It's
need
the
to roll
stone
again.
statue.
Really?
Yes!
Oh my god.
Insult Nate!
I don't have to. He does it himself. Find it
Hey,
out.
hey. So here's the question: would it be in the image of him with the tiara or without the tiara?
It would be him with the
Yeah.
tiara.
It's the image of me
As you are.
as I am when I bury it.
So,
And it's
an
charming?
inanimate
Oh, yeah, you do.
stone statue in your likeness arises. So, this nearly 12 to 14 foot tall statue, just chiseled jawline, perfect cheekbones that you're wearing right now, just goes from this kind of pose to immediately, "You filthy cunt!"
I'm like Reich is just losing his shit. He's like, this is fucking hilarious. But I also
You
just won
split
the
it
pot.
2 ways, so one of the commoners, one of the other
Yeah.
people also bid on that. So
Yeah.
220 for you, 220
He
for
gets
them.
110. When I was calling him over, I said you get half the pot.
So it's a scam.
That's
So I get
technically fair. So you
220.
get 110, he gets 110.
That's still a lot of gold.
But that's still a winning pot.
Yep.
Wait.
Winners get half the pot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
The house just automatically wins.
I mean, that is how most gambling works.
So it goes
Most everyone
on
there was drinking, so that's fine.
for a while. I am not as creative as this statue is.
That's
It
fair.
insults everything about Wayne, and everyone is just dying laughing, including Wayne. For the next, I don't know, how long do you stay outside, Wayne?
I'd probably sit there for 20-30 minutes just listening to the creativeness because I'm amused by how creative the insults are.
It is creative.
It's like a 360 Call of Duty open mic lobby.
Yeah, every
insult.
slur. Every single slur known to a man in existence. So as that's going on, we're going to go to a far calmer situation. As probably about an hour previous at this point, sometime just after 9, Ernest, alone, was seen by you, Leopold, walking up to the Golden Goose.
How are you doing, Ernest?
I am doing alright. I could be doing better.
Yes, I know you just came all the way out here, but Magician Lennon, he's been meaning to go back to the estate, and I imagine we'll finish this conversation far before we get back there.
Nobody will tell me where it is.
Possibly. Maybe. We'll see.
And if not, I'm sure we can always take a loop around the estate.
That is fair.
Yeah. So, as we begin to walk, evidently you and your father have differing opinions on your working with the Inexorables.
Yes. He's not very happy about the concept. He already wasn't super happy about how active an interest I had taken in it. But I didn't even tell him about it. But when he heard about the possibility of the oath, he was enraged. Partially because of his own father, which I can explain that in due time, if that is necessary. But
Share whatever you think is necessary. Do not let myself or Lynn, although I doubt you forced you into anything, but do not let us feel like we were forcing you into anything.
how well do you know the history of my house?
How well would I?
It is a young house. He is 4th generation of the house.
Yeah.
Lennon would probably know a little bit better. But even with that, he kind of begins to put it simply. My father has forbade me from taking this oath, as it would pass the inheritance of the house to my younger brother, Eric. Eric is not as well studied and is not as well been trained in ruling a house. And the previous Eric of my household was not as, did not, how do I put this? My father is not proud of it. My father is a very proud man. He is an incredibly smart man, but he can be brutal and is entirely pragmatic. He is 3rd generation ruling the Valkenton household in Revedan. So obviously a very young family. My great-grandfather, Epitith Valkenton, was a well-renowned master at arms, whom many lords sent their sons to train in combat. He eventually found his way into the Starry Knights, and eventually even as the Knight of Glory in Revedan's conflict against the hordes of the Southern Cot when they, gathered together to raid parts of the Southern Khitana Empire and Northern Caladrian somewhere around 60, 70 years ago. And in this campaign, he proved his worth. They destroyed one of the hordes around the Lone Mount, east of Revedan, and he made his name. But in that battle was also my family's greatest triumph and Revedan's largest tragedy of the time, current ruling family, the Afaret family, Grant Afaret, who was the liege lord at the time, was killed in the conflict, and the family, considered weak by many others, because of they would only ever sire 3 children, or until they had a first son. They entirely believed that more children meant a weakening of the bloodline. And so, by which he didn't have a son yet, and many people in the Senate and in the Court of Lords had no interest in maintaining such an eccentric as such a high position. So the Senate had a vote, and my great-grandfather was one of the 3 people to be voted for. As effectively the leader of the Starry Knights at the time, he was one of the most reputable and respected men in Revedan, and 38 of 40 votes were cast for him. So this major succession crisis of their family was surpassed by voting in another family entirely. And it is entirely possible that members of the Courts of Lords killed Grant Afaret to cause this. It is the way of the worlds. However, at least from the stories I've heard of my great-grandfather, he would not have been a part of it. Regardless, taking into lordhood, his firstborn, Elgat, was a bright and well-trained man, but was also a drunkard and a whoremonger. Being the son of a master-at-arms for most of his life, he didn't have much expectation of himself. But going to knighthood, to head of the Starry Knights, Knight of Glory, all of a sudden to being the Lord of Revedan, much more was expected of him, and he wasn't able to handle the pressure, and he ran off with a whore of ill repute. No one knows where he eventually ended up, but somewhere else. And so it passed to my grandfather, Eric the First. Eric was a little less bright, a little less capable, and most of all, a people pleaser. And by which, throughout his time, even after a few decades of Epiteth trying to train him to be stronger and more willed of a person, when Epiteth eventually died of an extreme fever in his 60s, Eric took over and brought about nearly 23 years of a gradual decline. Lesser houses would jape and jest of our family in his halls and would cheat him out of money and cheat him out of honor and respect for our family. However, Arendt, my father, was a very different man. Arendt was, and is, always has been considered a very stern man, very pragmatic. And during a certain festival occurring in Revedan, I don't remember which, a group of the lesser lords hired a bard to enter into our halls, into the 7 towers, with the specific orders of making a song at our family's expense.
Let me know when you want me to read what the statue said.
Well,
We will do that later.
yeah, chill out. Listen,
Hey, chill.
I am not certain if it's true, and I would be somewhat dissuaded and even sadder and more willing to give up my name if it is, but it is a common legend that after that evening, the bard was never seen again, but pieces of him were sent to each of the lords who paid him, along with double the gold they paid the bard. over the next few months, he was delivered. A few years after that event, around the time my father was, I want to say, in his mid to late 20s, 26, 27 at this point, his father died, Eric, and he finally took over. And in the span of less than a decade, he changed Revedan from a borderline squalid dump with multiple crime syndicates in its underbelly, with his brother at his side, with Halant, now Captain of the Radiant Guard and head of the Starry Knights, effectively changed Revedan from one of the worst great cities to one of the best. At least that's how they explain it. But it's hard to disrepute when you see places like Suno here, where its entire heart is barely controlled by the city god, compared to Revedan, where even the poorest are allowed to walk the streets in their city with no ill repute bothering them. Regardless, when the time came for the Githyanki War and banners were called, Revedan was the first to respond, due to the systems put in place by my father and uncle. And all of that to say, my family, while young, still has its own history. And my father does not want to see that history drowned at the bottom of a barrel, as he is, while pragmatic, a bit of one to believe in prophecy or things repeating, lightning striking twice. He named his second son Eric out of an honor to his father, even though he did not love him or did not respect him. He loved him. He did not respect him. He's afraid that a second Eric will be just as destructive to our house. And it being such a young house, he is uncertain it would survive.
You certainly have the weight of expectations on your shoulder.
Yes.
My situation is not entirely different, though different enough, I would say. My house is also a younger one. I'm only second generation, but considering we're all elves, it gets a little murky when talking, comparing to humans.
Yes.
Still though, I suppose comparing to anyone, I would have been in Eric's position at first, but then my older brother died in the war, and then I became first, and since I'm here and not in Zadash, I doubt it takes much of a thought to figure out what path I took. And I'm not going to pretend to be an unbiased opinion. I do not think that one should be held to the weight of expectations that they had no hand in choosing for themselves. But at the same time, I do recognize that not only is your situation different from mine, as the leader of a house, even a smaller house like mine, not even compared to a leisure like yours, you do have the immense ability to help people. You would also have some ability in the Inexorables. I can't say whether it would be greater or lesser.
It's not. Lynn is like kind of nodding up. He's like, Ernest, it's never just one choice or the other. It kind of, well, it's like magic. There's always an in between, a way to accomplish everything you want. Sure, it'll be a more difficult path, but there's always the possibility that you can retain, that you can fulfill your family's wishes if you want to, while also supporting a cause you believe in. It's not
Lennon, you've met my father. He's not a man for half measures.
Yes.
It would be exceptionally difficult, if not truly impossible, to convince him to let me maintain active involvement in Inexorables.
Well,
Yes.
Your father-
That is not to mention the oath.
yeah.
Yes.
Well,
I could possibly, in swearing to not take the oath in front of him and priest and family and others and witnesses, in that case I may be able to still provide some assistance, but it would not be what I have been doing.
That was one route I would suggest. You wouldn't be the liege lord of your house right now, and for the sake of your father's health, you hopefully wouldn't be for quite some time. But even in your more junior position, you would be able to still support the Inexorables, but that's also not necessarily the core part of the issue. Are you of a similar mind with your father? Do you think your younger brother would ruin the city?
Ruin? I'm uncertain, but he is in many ways much like my uncle. Halant is not a man for leadership or rule, not in the way required to rule over so many lives. He can command on a battlefield, and he can point soldiers in a direction and tell people where to die or where to survive. But he couldn't balance money. He couldn't arrange a proper marriage. He couldn't strong arm other families into beneficial investments for his own. Eric is much like my uncle. While I don't necessarily say I enjoy the prospect of me doing those things, they are things I am capable of, and they are, quite sadly, the Court of Lords in a nutshell. If I don't do that, someone will do it to me, and I will be Eric over again. I don't expect that I would be required to take over that position for at least another decade or two. My father has kept himself in good health, has kept around the best maesters and physicians and magical healers that he can. He will not make his life unnaturally long, he refuses, but he will make it as long as naturally possible. I expect him, even with our genetics, which are weak once we enter our 60s and 70s, I expect him to last into that range at least. I don't know what I'm going to do, and I appreciate your guys' thoughts. I don't want to abandon my family, which is what it would feel like it's doing, but I also don't want to abandon this fight, which I believe is a more important fight for Volusia as a whole than this upcoming war that will cost thousands upon thousands, if not tens or hundreds of thousands of lives between the two most populated peoples of this continent. It would obviously be devastating, and I don't see the reason in it. I also know that I will in some way participate in that war. I will likely leave for it.
Well, I cannot deny any of that. You do have quite the weight on your shoulders, but if you're willing to take my moralizing and my own personal biases into account, I think that for people in our position, and without getting too deep into Lyndon's history, I know he might have some regard in this as well. When we're in positions of power, and we have the ability to affect change and to really improve the lives of people as we would, I think it is important that we make sure we do well and do right with the power we're given. And in my experience, I had perhaps not quite the same instance as you. There was myself, of course, after my older brother died, there was myself and my younger sister. I was more, I guess, naturally adept at playing court, but it was never something I particularly liked or wanted for myself. She applied herself to it, and for that I will give her credit. But at least when I left, she still wasn't quite as adept at it by. But our house has still persisted, and under the leadership of my parents, they're still doing well. And who knows, perhaps if you could light a fire under your younger brother, he could apply himself in the same way. But even if he doesn't, the need to do right with the power we're given still matters, and that is why I'm glad the Inexorables gave me a second chance at that. But if what you were saying was true, and if you truly believe that power in the Inexorables, whatever form it takes for you, you believe you would be able to better serve the whole continent of Lucia, rather than just more direct control over the city of Revedan? I think it would be better if you took that path. But that is only my own moral. I am not you, and I was not in your position. If you come to a different conclusion than that, I will not force you.
Stands there for a second. Kind of says, I also don't wish to leave Polkar.
Ernest. As someone who's also left my family, these types of choices, they're about doing what you want and what you can to the best of your ability. If you want to both support the Inexorables and, support your family, we just have to figure out a way to do both, I guess. And it doesn't mean you have to figure it out alone.
If I were to sign this oath, I would be banished from my house. I would not be allowed to return to the White Towers, ever. I would likely never see my brother again, aside from the possibility of an inexorable mission in which it is required, which I don't certainly hope my young brother would ever be encountered in that regard. I would be completely cut off from any inheritance or certain coffers that I have currently. I would lose all respect from any lords or ladies around town other than those of closest repute of my own and those who already respect me. All I would have is Inexorables. I would have no power.
Then I think then it would be a conversation of what can we do how much are we able to do if you aren't able to sign the oath?
Well, even if you don't...
There are ways, sorry. There are still ways to support the organization even if you are not one of the closest members in its council.
My choices are either I give it all to Inexorables or I give a pittance. As much as I still believe I might do better for the realm as a whole, and my own people, who I believe it is my duty to take first and make my priority, it is still hard to step away from a fight that I have a feeling is going to get bigger as time goes on. Especially if things do not go well on the 15th with the Ortas Mago.
Another difference in situations. Whenever I renounced my interrogations and left my family, I had more, I guess, skills of my own. I was an accomplished hunter at the time then, and even then I was not under such immediate pressure. Part of me wished to say that you could simply your own network of people who would support you outside your family and build up your own skills that you could use, but something tells me you do not have that
My
time.
father is not that kind of man. He cares, and one could say that he loves, but with the danger of our family as young as it is, and with his I don't even know what to call it, his fear of it falling apart, there will be little time for me to make this decision. He is about legacy. Eric, while a strong, capable man, does not have the mind for it, and Polkar is a troubled child. He is bright, and he is charismatic in his own right, but he is more troubled than Lennon knows.
Were you to decide to if you were to decide to forego the inexorable oath now, who's to say that in the future there might not be an opportunity for, further energy to be redirected back to the inexorables?
It would only be once I have taken lordship, which, as we've said, will be time.
And that time will be decades. Depending on how these votes lay soon, there may not be an inexorables then.
The hope is that there is not an inexorables in decades.
That is also very true, though who knows how the organization may change if the umbral threats do lay down.
What?
Oh, the mic is in the audio recording when you hit the table that hard.
I don't know. I just think that eventually, when this is all over, or if we all die, there'll have to be some place to return to. I understand that keeping Reverden, the best that it is equally an important role. And in some ways, I feel that that cause is similar to the Inexorables in, the sense of defending the world and, sealing whatever umbral horrors crawl out of Carceria. Just instead of all over the world, it's just localized to one city or one area. I don't know. For me, who isn't a lord or trained in any legal or leadership, situations, I still believe that there is a way to do both in a manner that you can be happy with, both supporting your family and supporting a cause you believe in.
Maybe. If nothing else, I wish I could have done more, could do more, without having to sacrifice so much. It kind of takes a second. It would be an easier decision if Pax was still here. if there was still one of those other leading members of the Inexorables.
Oh, but he is.
But we would be losing two major pieces, along with Lycus and Entrati now weak, seemingly permanently. Much of the Inexorables has been spread across the realm at this point. Multiple other countries, and most of them are not operating under those names. But regardless, we're coming up on it. It's just up on the left. Either way, we should get some rest.
Yes, I'm thinking about come up on the end of this conversation as well. I wish I could have an easy answer for you, but I think I myself might now be just as conflicted as you are on the matter. Regardless, I think you have a good head on your shoulders. Just make sure you keep that about you, and regardless of your decision, I'm sure you will do well.
I appreciate that.
Even if that doesn't make the decision any easier.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I believe if Ernest, I've known you for years now, and if your judgment says anything or has proven anything, is if you believe that the Inexorables is such an important cause, I think that there will be people that will join, that will help keep it alive long enough, for you to either take a step back and focus on family, or even, or sooner rather than later, come back with more support. I feel that as long as the people are convinced that it's a great enough cause, we'll manage until you can find enough power or time or resources to step back into a role you can be satisfied with in the organization.
With minds such as yours, I'm certain we could convince the entire world to be on our side.
Well,
If only things were that easy.
I'm still surprised I'm here, I'll be quite honest. I should have died probably with the Nesthru.
Quite possibly. Regardless,
Yeah.
let's get some rest.
Yes, but if you do ever need anything, and I do mean anything, I'll be there for you.
Thank you. And I will try to do the same if I can.
Thank you.
So as everyone starts to close out, we can go back to Goofy. What do you guys
Alright, what's
got?
to say?
What do we got?
Jade,
Do you want to read it?
It's pretty solid.
Alright.
It's pretty solid.
Here, you go ahead and read it since it's technically you doing it to yourself. Go ahead and scroll when you read it.
Ah, there he is, the star-blessed preacher boy with a jawline forged in vanity and a following smaller than a tavern brawl. I was carved in your likeness, and I still wake up praying for a cosmic hammer to knock some fucking shame into this ridiculous posture. Preacher of justice, please, you walk like the law owes you a thank you letter, and talk like righteousness was a cologne you applied too liberally. I've heard more compelling doctrine from a barmaid's mid-burp. You're not a vessel of divine will, you're a runway model cosplaying as a moral compass. You strut into temples like you're about to sell salvation door to door, but behind that smirk is nothing but reheated dogma and a voice that's 80% dramatic pauses. Let's talk about that church of yours. Your so-called flock, I've seen bigger crowds at an outhouse queue. If I had a coin for every soul you've saved, I'd still owe the gods a fucking favor. You preach like justice is something you invented in your mirror. Oh, holy light, you whisper, rubbing oil on your cheekbones. Grant me divine wisdom, and just enough lighting to highlight my good side. Your sermons are less scripture, more desperate TED Talks from a man who thinks a haircut is character development. And your God? personality scroll.
2 fingers.
Two. Wrong way.
You
Okay.
got it.
Dear God, I imagine they tune you out like bad tavern music. Just celestial static and the occasional why did I pick this sparkly dipshit? Pastor? No. You're a fucking glitter-coated foghorn screeching judgment at the top of your lungs while your soul quietly tiptoes away in shame. The only thing you shepherd is your own self-image, lovingly combed and moisturized thrice daily. And let's not forget your face, divinely chiseled, yes. But only because the sculptor got bored halfway through and left their drunk apprentice to finish the job. You look like an elven romance novel cover that got left out in the rain, and those ears, like they are trying to eavesdrop on praise that never comes. Your mother, poor woman, she pushed out a shining astral elf baby only to realize she'd raised a celestial asshole with a savior complex and a goddamn makeup bag.
That's so fucking funny.
I bet she lies about you at family gatherings. Oh, my son? Yes, he's somewhere. Probably saving the world or trimming his nails. Same thing, really. You go on and on about balance and truth and cosmic retribution, but flinch like a little bitch whenever someone critiques your sermon notes. You wouldn't recognize real justice if it bent you over the pulpit and smacked the smug out of you. You're not a beacon of hope, you're a walking sermon in search of applause, a divine backup dancer in a show no one's watching, a priest with the spiritual depth of a puddle and the ego of a drunken bard on open mic night. So go ahead, adjust your robe, strike a pose, and preach to the empty pews like the stars themselves are hanging on your every syllable. I'll be here, gritted teeth, clenched jaw, carved in your damn image, eternally enduring your righteous ass without the mercy of death or a mute button.
Dude, where did you get that?
That's ChatGPT.
I assumed that was AI, but holy shit, those were some accurate bars, dude. Bars.
So yeah, I gave him
Fucking
just kind of a
rocket.
baseline description. I kind of just wanted to hit your ego, hit the fact that you care about what you look like, and the fact that you don't have a good following. And then I said, and also insult his mother, insult his face. So it just went in on all those.
So yeah, how many people tomorrow are gonna come up to wait to try and kill him?
That
At
depends.
least 2.
Are you keeping the tiara on?
I mean, we'll see.
It does actively change your appearance enough that people won't recognize you if you take the tiara off.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
It you can read the tiara again, but it does effectively say it makes you noticeably more attractive. So you will be noticeably less attractive throughout tomorrow. Your jawline will be far more rounded. Your cheekbones will be saggier. You know, you will be less of that statue.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be a noticeable change.
So I go from a 15 to a 10.
Yeah, sure. We'll say that.
Well, I've got a 20 in charisma, so I'm already one of the most
it's out of
attractive
20.
people
Out of
there.
20, you go from a 15 to a 10. Alright,
Alright.
so everyone heading to the estate, taking a long rest.
Yes.
Rykus will stay at the tavern.
Rykus will stay at the tavern. Okay. Will you wake up early and make your way to the estate so that you're there for the meeting with Lycus in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Will do.
I'll spend most of the rest of the evening after they leave, sitting on the balcony at the end of the hall, on the floor we're on, smoking my pipe, sipping some hard whiskey, just kinda
Whiskey.
smoking my pipe, looking outside, seeing the lack of stars, but
Yeah.
All that light pollution from them candles.
I know. Oh, magical street lamps.
Alright. Well, as you guys all awake, Thomas, you waking up a little bit earlier and making your way to the town. Criers all around the town of Suno are going on and on about this speech that King Silvarus Caladran gave them the previous evening. It's not a word for word, but it's hitting the highlights. There surely will not be a speech like it ever again. They're proclaiming this grand speech of immense importance that touched the hearts of every lord to rise up and defend their lands. A message of strength, unity, and honor, the injustices of this world, and how the Kala people must stand to and work to uphold a greater standard. And all of this, that he's helped defend their lands and helped them prosper over the last decades since the Githyanki War, in peace, and that now they must defend those subjugated in the past, rise to a call that the Concilium, their gods, would be proud of. But that this week is for joy and peace, and that a sun is still but on the horizon. And you're just you hear this like 20 times in your 20-minute walk to get there. It is being shouted from every pulpit, from every single corner street, by hundreds of criers all across the city. As you guys all gather, you guys meet Lycus up in the more prominent housing of this estate, and he kind of welcomes you all into his room. It's just him and Edmund who is there in the morning, and he kind of...
So I get there first?
We'll say you get there first. You would have woken up really early, and you would have probably gone straight there. So you get there first. The others are
not far behind,
but a few minutes behind. He kind of talks with you, sees how your last evening went.
I'm gonna toss a stone, Rocky Talkie to Edmund and say,
Edmund catches it.
Alright, now quit complaining.
Roger.
And puts it in his back pocket.
Where's Rocky? Can't be used that role.
So, as everyone else begins to arrive and gather, Lycus kind of says, if you all will walk with me, I have a meeting hall downstairs from here. And as you guys kind of walk, there's this grand stairway that just goes straight down all 4 floors, because he's on the 5th floor of this mansion. And as you guys are walking down, he says, fairly similar to yesterday, I do not believe I will need you, but you will be accompanying me in the next morning, to the Senate. You will not obviously be inside the Senate chambers, but you as registered extra gods will be in a room nearby. It is unlikely, but there is the possibility of some form of riot of some force. Very unlikely, and I wouldn't expect you to be the ones who have to deal with it, as you are not trained in it. Except for maybe Rikus.
And Edmund.
Regardless, you will be there for the event, or nearby. La da da da. And as he's distending, he's like, so yes, for the rest of the day, I would like it if you were here a little bit earlier tomorrow evening, as the meeting of the Senate begins at 7 in the morning. I know most of you don't need that much sleep, but it is still appearances. Especially with most of you being gone, please represent the Inexorables well. Don't make too much of a hassle throughout the day. And as he's saying that, those of you looking at him notice his face kind of go cold a little bit as he seems to be looking down the stairs. And as he is, those with higher passive perceptions notice that he's seemingly looking at a pair of human people, older, probably in their 60s or so, kind of arm in arm, almost helping each other up the stairs. And as they approach, you see the man. Both of these people are well dressed. They do appear to be nobles. The man says, "Well, darling, it seems our son has finally fallen to the depths of his disrepute to join us again in the lordship and important. I hear you intend to use our good name to take votes, or at least try to." You see that the woman kind of touches his arm. She looks at him almost disapprovingly, and then goes to hug Lycus. And as Lycus kind of goes in for this hug, he almost seems more uncomfortable at the hug than he did at the insult from his seemingly father. And as their hug is released, they go into a very, very short courtesy, effectively, of hello, speaking their greetings. But the father, again, seemingly not wanting to be around here long, he pulls out a scroll and he says, Lycus, while you may completely be disregarding your name, we and the Court of Lords and the Senate cannot until you have completely removed it from yourself legally. We have written a contract for you. As he's handing it over to Lycus, he says, you will retain some of your inheritance and our residence in Revedan. Everything else will be transferred to our daughter and her betrothed in the future. Lycus almost seems surprised at this, and he kind of goes, who is Marjorie to marry? His father and his Howard Beck of the family Beck. Lycus seems to nod. I will try to have this document back signed or not to you by this evening, Father. And he kind of briskly makes a short bow and then just keeps walking down the stairs.
That's fun, Lycus.
Quick bow to the Lycus's father, and then follow Lycus down to the stairs.
You see his father kind of look down at you guys. He's not very tall, and he's standing on a lower stair, so he can't. But he's trying to effectively look down on you. And those, I'll say, passive insight over 15. He holds the same level, if not an extreme greater level, of anger and lack of respect for you guys as participating in this mummer's farce that his son has decided to follow in.
As I pass him, I pause for just a moment, and I do the whole once down and back up, and then I'm like, no, this is how you do it. And I look down on him and scoff, and then continue walking.
Why would you fucking do?
Oh my god.
Rolls.
We're gonna die here.
What did we
Are any of us surprised by Wayne's bad decisions?
No.
Rikus is
He's
actively.
insulting my boy!
There are no immediate repercussions.
Rikus is just
There
like.
is an evil eye. As you don't know yet, but Jonathan Aranon is very unhappy.
Alright, well...
Who's Jonathan?
Who's Jonathan?
So-
Who's Jonathan?
So anyways,
What kind of
His
dumbass
mother.
name is that?
Duh.
As-
Linen will catch up to Lycus and will say, Professor, there's been another development on the Varus situation.
Dear gods. I'm certainly hoping the rest of this day goes better than last time. Wait until we get into the meeting.
Of course.
Another 90 seconds later, you guys get there. Yes, Rikus.
No, nothing.
You win.
I was kind of like going like this.
I was gonna say the good news is we got an outlet.
Also, I assume once we have this conversation, we're probably dipping because it's about 6.
We're probably going to be stopping here very soon.
Yeah, so let's just try and have this conversation first.
Yeah. So Lycus kind of sits everyone down and says, well, opens up this scroll, kind of quickly reads through it. Better than I anticipated. Regardless, Varus.
Yes, so 2 bits. First off, confirmation from the Golden Goose that his troop was in Suno last month for a few days. So, valid to assume that something happened here, or maybe he was just scouting something. But one of the letters we got from Team here, Lynn will pass over the letter and then pass over a translated note.
He kind of just takes the translator.
Apparently, we have a way to contact him now.
can't yet decide if that is a good thing or a bad thing.
Just something to keep in mind.
Also throws them back.
Why are you going to bring it up, Lennon?
Uh,
Should it be rank a Sarai?
I feel that we should wait a bit until. Well,
We need to bring it up
Let's
now.
get through more of the meeting first, and we'll
Yeah.
discuss your brother.
yes. Long story short, we have options if we need to contact whatever whatever Varys' side is doing now.
All right. Well, that's at least another piece on the table, even if it is a piece that moves poorly. My apologies for that. I was not anticipating my family to approach me with others of following.
I don't hold you for it.
No, I know. And I heard you say something, Wayne. I would be careful with them. My father is an incredibly prideful man.
But he was such an ass to you.
Yes,
The two are
sadly
not
that is how
mutually
many
exclusive.
nobles interact. They're all asses to each other. And he is not incorrect. I do intend on using my family name for my own personal and not connected to the family benefits.
Is that not what family names are for?
It is generally considered dishonorable. Especially when it is contrary to the rest of the family. Irregardless, I do appreciate the defense.
Yeah. I say, unless you're the head of the family, though, then whatever you want is what the family wants.
Yes.
Well, it seems that the ongoing theme here with all of these noble folk, and I look at Leopold and Lycus, seems there's a lot of renouncing the family name. And I look over at Secure and go, well, luckily,
Couldn't be us.
couldn't be us, right? I mean, so wouldn't be the first time for me, at least.
On a
Or
happier
us.
note, congratulations for your sister's betrothal.
Yes. To a childhood friend.
Oh,
Mm.
quite nice.
Who is
Look at
still a
that.
friend?
Well, betrothed.
I have not seen him in a while. We did not part on the kindest of terms, but he has been known to my family for a time. In fact, his older brother is our friend Ernest's sworn shield while here in Suno. Don't you love how noble families permeate throughout each other? Regardless, much as yesterday, you are welcome to roam. Please be back by, I'll say 6. You'll be able to at least eat here in the estate and wake up in the morning. I don't know exactly what it'll look like, but I will be in meetings from now until then. I was able to successfully acquire meetings with 29 of the 40 senators. Your aunt was quite rude.
That is entirely within character for her.
Sadly, she is one of the 11.
I don't know if it would be that sad.
That is fair. Regardless, I hope you end up having more fun today than I will.
On the note of the Lenardon family, we did have a run-in with Leopold's brother. Fun fact. Which he gave us some tips. If you'd like to share any rumor mills going on about the nobles.
Well, I guess I don't know how much of this you would have already known. But well, he said that a lot of people don't necessarily think highly of you, and that, well, barring any sudden breakthroughs in your meetings today, if the vote were to be taken right now, the Inexorables might not do so well.
That was known. My anticipation is that I will be able to annex us successfully from the Galadriel Empire due to everyone's dislike of us. And that from now on it will be more and more difficult for us to enter cities with such repute and have the city guard work with us so closely. However, in that same right, it will separate us from the Galadrian Empire, as the oath I intend on swearing once I sign this piece of paper consists. And with both this and a plan I have been hoping on for a little bit after this week, there is a ruined keep that I intend on beginning reconstruction on just north of Troja. Miljogla. While it does put us closer to the lines that will likely be drawn in battle,
Just south of Joklo?
yeah, it'll be right in here. It's just on the far eastern side of the
So-
Troja Hills.
Okay. Well, I mean, the dash is down there. So.
About here.
It
Pretty
is.
south of- on the border between.
It is called the Grey Sand Keep. It does not need much repair, but if things go well after this week, we'll be able to afford it, and that is where Inexorables will move to.
Grace.
So,
Closer to home.
don't have too much fun.
Well, the other bit, which we had all agreed needed to be discussed with you.
Yes.
One of the things his brother brought up was that.
Yeah, was that it might be more beneficial to the inexorable cause for people to believe more in the threat of umbral creatures if there was someone who could speak at the Senate, and even
Or-
if we would be legally divorced from the Galadrian Empire, we still might be able to get some sources of funding if they see the mission we're doing is still important.
They don't necessarily believe that there are such things as umbral forces.
I have already attempted to be able to call a witness upon the Senate floor. It was denied.
I guess
The Orgasmato, however, are allowing our dear friend Stolius to speak if he is healthy enough to come.
Yes.
But, I'll say, at least if I understood my brother correctly, the reason that there was such hostility towards it was that, you know, they couldn't necessarily be certain of what they were saying was truthful because, of course, being such a powerful mage as Stolius is, he can bypass a zone of truth.
Yes.
And obviously Gendo is out of the picture as he has returned to the Horde.
Yes.
And obviously Pax is out of the picture.
Yes. There is...
However,
One-
there is only one
Yeah,
other.
no.
Yes, I agreed.
Yeah, it was just a rather
Drastic.
idea. It was an idea that held on to us. We couldn't let it go, but it is in fact not a good idea.
It is a drastic.
Well, I cannot say the idea did not come to mind when you said you had a way to contact him. Absolutely, unequivocally, no.
Fair.
Yes.
That will get us removed from the Galadrian Empire.
You know, that's fair.
You are more in tune with the Senate politics than all of us. Yes.
We all thought it was a bad idea, but it was an idea nonetheless. And
Yes.
Just to have all the cards on the table.
just know that we, as a team, have agreed that we aren't going to use this means of contacting Varys for the time being, unless absolutely necessary. So if he does make a showing, it wasn't us.
Yes.
We probably should let him know that I've translated.
No, I don't think
I
we can
disagree.
do that. I think, like I said, his intuition is far beyond your understanding that he already knows you translated it.
Regardless, in exactly 2 minutes, Gerald Winterhold of team will be walking through that door. He's one of the senators I'm meeting with. So,
We should make this upscale then.
I would appreciate it.
I wish you the best of luck.
I wish you the best of not ruining our name. I'm not talking about you specifically, Leopold.
I figured as much.
So as you guys exit this little meeting chamber and enter back into the city of Suno for half a day before returning, we're gonna end the session here. Who the hell?
Yeah. I
Oh, that's
saw
the
that
bathroom.
too.
Yeah, I tested his theory.
Why didn't you close the door and the blind then, my brother?
Because I was in it. I don't smell it yet.
Okay,
Dude,
so
it's
what's
atrocious.
what's the
Gentlemen.
plan?